Good afternoon, gamers. It is time for the Open Qualifier numero 3. That's number 3 in Spanish for you. And that means we have our very last official Open Qualifier coming to a conclusion before we head into the last chance qualifier of our RiftMSTRS circuit for the fall. And that means tonight, we're going to see our final 3 seeds locked in for playoffs for RiftMSTRS. For those who are just joining us for the first time, I'm Rafa. I got my boy. Ooh, it's his birthday. Whoa, I'm not mirrored. Hang on. My bad. Bacon is probably... My boy Tasty Bacon in production's like, I thought you just mirrored yesterday. What are you doing? Hang on.
No.
I got you. Boo, boo, boo. Okay. I switched up the vision. Now I'm looking at the birthday boy here. Alk Battery. Thank you so much for taking time to spend with us here in the RiftMSTRS community to cast some banger games for your birthday. You know what? What do you want to see out of today's games as a birthday wish?
I kind of just want to see good Wild Rift. I'll be honest, I was working last year during my birthday, so I was doing Wild Rift. So honestly, it's 2 years in a row now. We're making a tradition at this point. So I appreciate RiftMSTRS and everybody I tried for getting me on broadcast today. But I honestly just want to see KFC lose one game. I love the boys. That would be a gift. Imperious, give it to me. Just one. Just one. They don't have to lose the series. Just one.
Oh man! So Dimitri is not about the perfect season dream for KFC. He wants to see KFC's egos put in check here to see if the untouchable Kings can bleed on the Rift. Well, we might find out tonight. We might never find out, depending on how well they get the run in. But for those who are just joining us for the first time and have no idea how the format works or where we are in the circuit, let's take a look at that format video right now, and we'll get everything broken down for you. Because we are in our third open qualifier. There are 4 total ones, 3 open and 1 last chance qualifier. And through each of the 3 open qualifiers that have been open to both North America and the LATAM region, we've been accumulating points. Teams have been coming in, they've been racking up wins, and with those wins come point totals, and that means whoever has the most amount of points in the top 3 seeds by the end of the 3 open qualifiers automatically qualify for the playoffs. And that means we got 1 more last chance qualifier, and it's just a winner takes all for that 4th seed.
Yeah, it's number 1 in the last chance qualifier, makes it into playoffs, which will be played in 2 weeks' time. Both of the days for the qualifier, including last chance qualifier, are single elimination. It means if you lose, you're done for. Your dreams are done here in the RiftMasters tournament. But for playoffs, it's double elim. So those 4 teams are looking sharp. They want to make sure that they're in. And coming out of this, they're gonna get so much money, man. They're gonna get all of this. It's $30,000. Qualifiers are sitting with $1,600 for first place, and it's spread out between all 3 of the events. But Rafa, you look at that prize pool for playoffs, and it's just looking so good, man. Like,
that's right. That's where the real money is at. And so, at least the open qualifiers, there's nice ways to rack up a little bit of cash as you are racking up those points as well. But getting into playoffs, that's where the real bag is at. And for these players, especially a lot of young kids still in high school or just barely graduating high school, I mean, this is a lot of money to have in your back pocket to continue furthering your pro career, or if you're just playing Wild Rift for fun and you happen to be really good at it. I mean, getting cash from winning in video games is always a good feeling here.
Yeah, I think it's just mostly validation for a lot of these guys. Most of them have had mobile esports careers. If we can take a look at the bracket here, KFC and Imperius, one of our first semifinals. Janus Esports in second place in the other semifinals will be playing. Hopefully we'll get to see all of these matches being played. All of them will be streamed. The third place match, we'll see what happens. If we get really long streams like yesterday, that third place match will be looking good. And honestly, kind of projecting outwards from this bracket, we have those point totals we were talking about. There is a massive tiebreaker scenario that could be happening after today. And my eyes, and I think for Janus and second place Demons, they're all looking at Imperius as to whether they can perform versus KFC, because that'll kind of open up the bracket and potentially even let a team who didn't make it to the semifinals, Paradolia, to get right back in there and be second place.
Yeah, the fact that Paradolia finished here in top 8 means that their chances of staying in the playoffs depends heavily on today's outcomes. With 4 best-of-3s ahead of us tonight, it just means that we're going to have to get through incredible games back to back to back. And that starts with our first semifinal in KFC taking on Imperius. For those that don't know who KFC is, or who are just coming back into the North American Wild Rift scene and thinking, okay, so, we've had Immortals be the top dogs in the past. Sentinels have been pretty good. Tribe at one point was super good. Who's the best team right now? KFC, baby.
Yes.
KFC, aka Kansui Fan Club, is almost... I'm very cautious about labeling super teams just because we've seen so many super teams in esports history kind of burn down in the past. But this literally does feel like some of the best pieces from our best North American rosters finally put together this year.
It has basically the top 4, right, of the biggest orgs that came into Wild Rift for North America. We've got Zella from Cloud9, we've got Sentinels Molly coming into the jungle position, starting from Tribe, and then Gume and Lamont coming all the way from Immortals. So it literally is just the top 4 largest orgs for mobile esports in North America in terms of the Wild Rift scene. Just all of these players coming together, wanting to put to like that super team roster and say, this is it. This is the roster that we've been talking about it. We kind of hinted at it at the beginning. This team has been perfect all season long for this RiftMasters tournament. They have not lost a single game, much less a series. And they've been first place in the last 2 weeks, looking to try and make it a third and put themselves squarely at number 1.
I will say, though, apparently I am now part of KFC, as I hope bled into
So I had to
draft.
ask what the hype behind Kansui was. I was harassing starting. I was like asking Kansui, like, yo, what's up with the name? Why is he the biggest name in North America Wild Rift? And starting told me it's because they just got bored and they couldn't figure out a name. So they just starting just picked his #1 fan and Khan to pick up the name. And Khan was just like, dude, I don't know why they made the name, man. Like, I'm just an idol. And, you know, we've got my fan club and we've got the haters. You know, we got the Kansui hate club or whatever. So.
Literally, you know, you look at your #1 fan and you say, you know what? Why not? Let's just...
This one's for you, brother.
This one's for you. Shout out to Kansui. And right now, that you know, we've been joking for the past 2 weeks that the name brand of Kansui is now like getting major stonks. But I imagine that if we have any orgs stepping back into Wild Rift competitive season as we get into year 2, Kansui fan club might have a name change in the near future. You know, just
we can only hope. My fingers are crossed right now, man. Like, they did the roster build for you. Like, it's just free. You just gotta enter them into tournaments, give them the the resources. They all know how to be that pro player. They've all experienced that last year.
That's right.
Excited for them to kind of be here in the off season, still competing. They could have just taken a break. They said, no, I want to continue playing Wild Rift. And on the other side, Imperius, similar kind of story. They do have Dienzio, which we were talking about yesterday, coming in. Louis playing, Tony, Jotu, who was on that Suzaku roster, making top 4 last year in WNS. There's a lot of name value there where it's not, to the same level as KFC, but I think these are some of the up-and-coming stars we've seen develop in North America.
Yeah, I think if when you talk about some of our most prominent Dragon laners in the past year and a half we've seen in North American Wild Rift, Dienzio definitely won in that contention, in that list. You have names like Old School, Gume, of course, for Kansui Fan Club, Dienzio, and obviously all 3 of these players have done a great job in being able to distinguish themselves. As we have kind of glazed over the draft a little bit, just wanted to set up the histories of these players. So far, nothing too surprising based on what we've already seen from these 2 teams in the past 2-3 open qualifiers. This Gragas flex pick has been so incredibly versatile for Kansui Fan Club. The fact that they can swap it between four players on this team, but so far it has usually been a starting pickup as a great blind pick.
And he's just been performing really well. I think starting as we've seen him yesterday on his Diana, which is kind of no slouch, but I do like that starting is taking a little bit of a minor role here to empower players like Molly to just control the map and run over games. That's where we've seen their success. They play so blindingly aggressive. Between Lebmont and starting, these 2 have been really fantastic to watch so far in the RiftMaster qualifiers. So only going to continue that. Gragas, he could just walk up to the wave, he could throw his Q, and he's like, all right, bye-bye. My champion does the same thing at level 3 that it does at, like, level 8. It does not matter. We just got items in between.
Yeah, and each item makes Gragas even a more credible threat if it is a full AP with a lot of econ going into it. Imperius so far, I don't know if you've noticed, but with the Lee Sin force ban from Kansui Fan Club because they respect Tony's Lee Sin performance and not willing to trade it away while they looked for the Gragas in the first round, Riven and Fiora, the other 2 champions that Molly has played on stage in the jungle, were immediately sniped away by Imperius. So now we're going to get our first look at Molly on Vi. And while Vi is not necessarily the most skill-expressive champion, you can still look for your first ability flashing halfway through the animation to land it onto someone mid-cast or even mid-animation of the travel. And of course, it's just the single target lockdown that's going to be so valuable for Kansui.
I wonder if starting's going to be giving Molly some Vi tips. He's going to be like, okay, this is what T-Tigers did. So I need you to do this too. I need you to come mid.
The T-Tigers special.
And one-shot my mid laner for me, so that I can go ahead and affect the rest of the map. You know, you help me, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. We'll get that done. Yeah, getting the Vi I think is definitely different. It's something that we really haven't seen, and isn't a champion that, like you're saying, has that same agency that something like a Riven or a Fiora does, like, to pick their own battles. And they're just gonna go for it. They're throwing it down. We're getting the Akali for starting, and we're gonna see the Kassadin come out for Johto.
Yeah, I'm actually not too sure who's going to get the Akali, because we know that Baron laners could also run this champion. I guess it depends on what Console fan club want to do with their mid lane priority. Because they're going to be playing against the Kassadin, piloted by Johto. So now this shows, or this is a question that Imperius are asking Console fan club: are you going to be just trying to scale alongside our Kassadin with your assassin and the Akali, or are you going to put your Gragas in the mid lane, taking away a potential frontliner and not letting him build full tank as he would potentially in the Baron lane, just for the ability to roam more often in the early game?
Maybe. We'll have to see. And remember, we are looking at the 125 timer. We're looking at KFC push out their bot lane and look to make a roam, either, you know, whether that means into the top lane, into the Baron lane, or trying to assault this dragon lane. That is the most important part. Crashing on that third wave to try and make sure that this bot lane is behind. Nautilus Lux, you know, not something that we typically tend to see, especially Nautilus has not been super popular throughout the qualifiers, but definitely has a lot of kill threat. We saw Jackie pilot this champion, and it just felt like it was never-ending crowd control. Something that's really good against something like the Akali. You can pin her down, make sure that she doesn't get to play the game, and then a lot of that kill threat that we were talking about is just gone. Kassadin gets free roam at that point.
Console fan club on the same token, I wonder why that's the reason they lean towards this Vi pick, already immediately seeing things like Fiora and Riven, who are so mobile, so hard to lock down with skill shot based crowd control. Cease and desist.
Press the button.
Just point and click.
Yeah.
Yep. just hover, target the champion, and then boom, press your ulti, and then you're just sailing away. It's going to be a little difficult with the Fiora interaction if a riposte is still up, but you know, gonna be on Console fan club to try and burn it preemptively before they commit the cease and desist. As you brought up, Console fan club, this is the team that is super notorious for playing by far the fastest in North America, consistently making those plans after the Scuttle Crab timer. And normally on blue side, I think we've seen the pattern that they look to crash and dive the dragon lane, since it's easier for starting and Molly to go playing through the red side quadrant, the jungle, and then pathing immediately into the bottom side. Imperius, this is going to be a test of how well they can react. If they've seen the tape, if they've seen the games, they know what KFC is capable of doing. And so far, we haven't seen a team that has either appropriately responded or at least traded as well on the Rift.
No one's been able to match their aggression, really. It has been fantastic to watch from Console fan club, and we'll have to see if Imperius can match that. I'm really favoring what Imperius can do. It still has some flexibility as to how it can enter team fights, but you look at KFC, and to me anyway, it feels very one note. Yes, Akali can get into the backline. We talked about it yesterday, how important the mid laners are, but you look at KFC and it's Vi going in, you're looking for Alistar to follow up on her engage. Varus is praying that he doesn't have to play against the Fiora or the Riven, but these champions, alongside something like the Kassadin, can get right into the back line, skip over that front line that we were talking about, and like Nautilus, like Lux, these two are resilient. They throw out the shields, they got all the crowd control, they can survive and allow for these bruisers to be playing really far up from Imperius.
And it is really bold from Imperius to be picking Kassadin into the fastest playing team we have in Rift Masters, but that's the challenge that they are posing to Console fan club, saying in this game you're not going to be able to close out the game before our Kassadin comes online. High gamble, high risk, very high reward.
Gambo.
Let's get into game, ladies and gentlemen, as we take to the Rift for our first game of this semifinal between Console fan club and Imperius.
Best of 3. Loser goes home. Probably is going to be waiting to play an LCQ next weekend. Winner, more than likely, I mean, especially for KFC, they've already locked top 3. They've got by and far away the most amount of points, by more than any other team here. And they've been so dominant. We've talked about it before, but it just bears repeating the fact that, like, KFC feels head and shoulders above every other team. And so now I think a lot of other teams, Imperius included, the team, any team that's going to be facing them, I think, has that, like, chip on their shoulder of, I want to just beat them. Just take one game. And then, you know, we could take it from there. You got to start slow. You don't want to trip over yourself.
Yeah. One game at a time. It is such a contrast of where goals and objectives are for everyone in Rift Masters. That is not Consoi Fan Club, because for everyone else, oh, wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Are we?
Oh! It was flop sides. Okay.
Okay, well, so...
Well, this completely changes our narratives now.
Yeah, so Consoi Fan Club is not the team that has to play fast before the casting comes online. They're on the opposite end. They are the ones saying to Imperius, hey, you can't play fast like us. We're the ones that play faster.
Yeah.
And we're going to be able to get to this cast and power spike before you can even contest us and end the game.
I mean, Lux is still a champion that is, like, pretty resilient by herself, right? She can just use her third ability. They can't really engage. If the Alistar's going to go in, you can just hit him with a light binding. There's not much doing there. And obviously, something like the Nautilus is fantastic at that. I mean, look at how tanky he is. He did just get ignited. And there's max HP damage. Oh my god, wait a minute. Dienzio? They're trading first blood.
Dude, Gume saw the angle. Lebmon walked up confident that Gume could finish up on the kill. And meanwhile, we had another skirmish on the top side of the river. Molly and starting in the 2v2 against Tony and Jotu. But starting, no way, he actually wins this. Oh my goodness, the barrier. Holy. And Consoi Fan Club. It happened even before the 125 timer.
They didn't need to roam this time. They were like, we're gonna fight in our own lanes. We're gonna keep it separate from us. Starting out really close to almost going down there, but the amount of sustain that this Kassadin has, I mean, he has the fleet footwork. You also have, obviously, Molly coming into his lane already. Jotu winning that and at least getting one kill for himself is really nice, because I think that right there just kind of ends a lot of the laning phase. Kassadin is so good right now. I mean, against into Akali, like, Akali can't do anything. As soon as she wants to try to go for a trade, no sphere. You're done. We're not playing. You're not playing the game, anybody.
I forgot that Wild Rift Kassadin got the silence back on the...
Dude, and he has red buff! How unplayable is this? No! He actually has infinite sustain.
And they've hit level 5. This is... We've already passed the first barrier of trying to punish the Kassadin in the early laning phase. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to see how the 2v2 erupted in the first place, but I imagine that the plan for Imperius was we need to gank this Kassadin early, and Molly was just there for the read. But now it's an action onto the bottom side of the map, but they already took out Dienzio, so how much damage is left in the tank for Imperius? And with Molly here on the counter gank, Tony is left overextended. Koto Matsukami cannot salvage that one.
Man, and Lamont just CC's Tony for so long. Gume gets out with barely 1 HP. He's able to survive, and in this lane, like, KFC, they're scaling, and then they're even winning the early trades right now. They're going really, really tight, right? Like, Dienzio and them, they're almost killing them, but not being able to get that final mark means that it's a losing play for Imperius. You see right now, Molly, he's playing on the edge right now. Wants to be able to try and kill Jotu, but Jotu's going to do the final execution.
Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, Jotu, I respect the attempt.
Okay.
He saw the vision. He knew that he was going to get dove, so he thought that there was maybe an angle to trade 1-for-1.
But Lemont is just last hitting all of these. I feel like
this is a rich support.
I think Summer is back from vacation, but I think she might be playing on Lamont's account right now. They're just last hitting all of the kills. What's up with that? You just come right back from vacation and you're like, what's another win? What's another win in the W column? I mean, it's still good. They're still getting kills. They still have 3,000. I think, you know, if we're talking about optimizations, you'd obviously like to have those kills on some of the carries.
You know, the way you carry this forward, though, is if LeBlanc is getting all these kills, you are itemizing and becoming incredibly tanky early on, which now means that LeBlanc, you've got to be perma-roaming. You got to spread that advantage. You got to share the wealth with the rest of the homies. And if you have a super tanky Nautilus with you while you're turret diving, these plays are going to be so easy to execute.
Talking about turret dive, look at Baron lane. We went out of time.
I think this is it.
Yeah. Good.
Nice luck from Imperius.
I was wondering whether or not they were going to go for this. And there's a turret dive on the other side of the map. So trading 1 for 1. Still, I think a pretty good trade coming out from Imperius as they're going to get vision on this, and they will have access to the Dragon, right? D'Anzio's already here in mid lane. The rest of the enemy team from KFC are going to pick up this Rift Herald. They're going to want gold. Yeah, we've talked about it before, but the permanent power of something having like this Dragon is nice. You already have the scaling, right? You have this Fiora, which is going to get further and further ahead. Starting going down there is a bit of a hiccup in that plan. It means that Johto on the Akali is going to be a little bit stronger than maybe KFC were looking forward to.
Riftmaker build, too, means that Johto is going to have deceptive amount of sustain, allowing them to continue skirmishing and playing in extended team fights, but Starting still does a lot of damage of his own, so he's got to be careful.
What?
Oh, left bot flash over the wall. Gume was ready. You knew that play was premeditated. Gume was so ready for the final spark to connect before all the CC even came out from Lebmon.
What? I didn't know that's how that interaction worked. Okay, wait. Okay, this champion is broken.
I'm glad you're getting a good view of Wild Rift Nautilus Alk Battery. Just means we need to play this.
Dude, what champion in the game can throw a hook and then flash? What is this needs to be nerfed right now. Riot Games. We can't allow champions like that. What? That was an insane play coming out from Lamont. It just means that, I mean, Johto was not looking for that. He did not think that was going to happen. And Zello's just going to get so much healing. That's it. That's the kill. What? Zello! Oh, he didn't have mana!
Oh, that's so tragic for Zello. Not enough mana for the last bit of lunge, and didn't want to expend the flash just in case Suki could have outplayed it under the tower.
I'm gonna make fun of him for that. He knows. I'm getting in Zello's DMs after being like, freak, you're out of mana. You have no mana. You can't do that. Oh, starting illegal positioning.
Oh, well. For Imperius, this is nice picks. And
yeah.
Taking advantage of any time Starting finds himself in a misposition, but Molly answers right on back. Says you can't just embarrass my mid laner like that. I gotta trade one back.
I think the best part is just knowing Molly and how shy he is, and you just see like the spam Malphite laugh emote is perfect. Suki, can you outplay this? I don't know if he can.
I don't think so either. Oh, wait. Okay, good flash.
Wait.
He's too tanky. He's too tanky. Okay. Zello might die to turret. Okay. Not quite.
Zio, maybe if he had his ultimate, he could have gone for it, but instead, they're just going to lose out on this Dragon Lane turret. Kato Matsukami not able to land that combo.
Dude, Molly just broke Koto's ankles right there. Johto's going to look for it. Perfect execution still not available, though. Not enough damage to take out Molly, and Starting is getting fiercely in their face. Tony had the Vault Breaker winded up in the bush, but so far, all KFC, while this game is far more scrappier than any other KFC game we have seen so far, with a little bit of trading of results from the opponent team, we are still arriving to the same conclusion that KFC are manifesting huge leads incredibly early on.
Yeah, and they're doing it by kind of just winning solo lanes. They're not even going for, these trick plays where you're going in other lanes and trying to overload onto one side of the map. We are still seeing remnants of that, but, I mean, the mid lane matchup's just going so well, and I think it was really the explosive nature of what was happening in the Dragon Lane. The fact that Gume and Lebmont got out so many times, did not die, and the Lebmont is so far ahead right now as his Nautilus, he's impossible to play against. See, right now, no one on the other side from Imperius are really able to deal with that. And for the meantime, they're kind of just stonewalled at this point. How can we avoid Lebmont? How can we get around him at this point? And Starting is definitely starting to feel way more powerful, just because he's already finished the Rod of Ages, so that's going to continue to tick up. He already finished his Seraph's Embrace, so good luck killing this Kassadin. It only gets more and more difficult from here, and he has a level lead.
And the biggest thing, too, about Kassadin and Wild Rift, you hit that big time bomb moment at level 13 instead of level 16. For those that who are watching Wild Rift for the first time, this Kassadin comes online a lot faster. And Lebmon finds himself being dove under the tower, flashing away, forcing Tony's own flash, but
Nice.
it's Gume and Zello finding the heart of the damage together on Johto. Dienzio left to the Fools once again, and it's Consoi Fan Club running amok in Imperius's jungle, tracking down any remaining stragglers. Tony is also sent back to the fountain, and all during this time, Molly is collecting the mid-wave and getting a push on.
And it's just so difficult, like we were saying. Like, Lamont makes it impossible for Akali to play the game. It makes it so that Dienzio can't really do much because he's spending so much time trying to just lay down that damage, use his ultimate to try to stifle any engage from KFC. But Consoi Fan Club, they're so far ahead at this point. Gume's finished 2 items. Dienzio does a massive power spike. He's finished his Mirror Mana. Let's see if maybe that kind of wakes up the team and they're able to go a little bit more even. But it's 13,000 gold at 10.5 minutes. They're going to get that Infernal Drake as well, so much damage, man. Oh, we're
About
getting
13,000 gold.
Here's the Lamont. Okay, so this is how they got the kill here. Alright. Look at how far they have to go. And Dienzio's just doing no damage. He can't auto-tech at this point, right? He's... Oh, alright. Well, now I melee range into Lamont. This is not good. Not good. Bad idea. Bad. Danger zone. Danger zone.
That's kind of the tragedy of playing a marksman, especially if you don't have mobility to follow up on your other mobile characters like Vi and Akali. It's like, okay, well, we're diving on the tower. I'm walking up. Oh, okay. However,
Well,
this time,
there you go.
have a full-on numbers advantage.
No.
And the thing for Imperius, this is still massive deficit. Very unlikely that they're going to be able to turn this around. But, you know, for a team that wants to be ambitious and wants to have dexterity and not letting this match just completely be thrown away, Consoi Fan Club have to work to close out this match, and Imperius are going to do everything they can to stall that out.
We've seen this matchup before, right? Like, this is one of the qualifier finals that we've already seen, and KFC handled them in a swift 3-0. So they're still going to have to put in the work. Imperius knows what it takes to try and beat KFC, or at least close to it, and that right there is kind of prey on some of the tendencies of the players. They are very confident. They're a little, you know, kind of veering on super brave, to put it lightly. Starting, he will try to outplay you if he thinks he can, and if that means you have to overload on the one side of the map, KFC didn't really get much on that, so that's a kill in their back pocket. Unfortunately, it went on Alistar, and I'm sure if I'm Dienzio or if I'm Akali, I'm saying, please, I would like some of that gold. Please. I would like to finish another item.
Yeah, this is always the tough part and question to ask when you're a team that is super massively behind, because you don't get that many resources anymore. The opponents get to invade your jungle, take away camps, push you off of minion waves. So you have to decide then, okay, who are we allocating this gold to? Who do we feel most confident about, you know, giving resources to and allowing them to hit spikes before other champions? Like, who needs them more? And you have to wonder, it's probably in priority list, it's Johto and then Dienzio. And then afterwards, everyone else is just kind of like, you guys are meat shields. You guys are bodies that we just need to throw in front so that our backliner, our main damage carries do not get instantly blown up.
Yeah, and right now I think Imperius, if they really want to play this, we'll see right here as I think Kodo Matsukami's just dead.
Gonna pop the ulti, Unbreakable, giving a lot of damage reduction, making sure that Kodo Matsukami walks out alive for now. Molly takes a lot of damage, but I don't think he's pressed about it in any way, shape, or form. Dienzio forced to flash as well from that wind slash. Could have been deadly. Could have been the end of their life. Consoi Fan Club not finding any kills, but it's a lot of pressure that now allows them to walk freely into the top quadrant.
Here we go. Zello's just gone. He's going to flash out. There's the meteor coming down. How much time are they going to spend? Remember, Baron is up right now. That should beat Fiora going down, but he's got fancy feet. Is he going to get out?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, Tony's going to push all the way forward, but he's got lunge one more time. Going to look for just getting over the wall. Great knockup from Kodo Matsukami. That trade for Console Fan Club allows them to net a turret on the top side of the map. You know, for Imperius, it's not a huge detriment. Jotu,
he's out.
Trying to outplay this as much as possible. Nice. Okay, Console Fan Club.
The perfect way, in my mind, and I'll hold that now, is we're just going to see the engage. They knocked out Molly.
Does this allow them to lockdown starting? I don't know. Everyone just gets right back into the pit. The flash, wind slash finds Dienzio, who didn't have flash the last time around they had this occur. Jotu comes back with full HP bar, but finds 3 corpses from his friends on the Rift. The rest of Console Fan Club know that they can't get any more out unless Jotu stays a little too long, and they wait for cooldowns. The lockdown, the damage, Rift walk, styling on them, and it's only Suki that's left.
Imperius are lacking patience. They would love a team fight where they can draw KFC in, let them use some of their mobility spells first, and then kind of catch them in that trap. That's where we saw they found starting. That's where they ended eventually catching up on Zello, is, hey, let's just overload one side, let them use all of their abilities, and once that is gone, we can fight on the defense, kind of trap them, snare them into a certain position, but overextensions coming out. The 3-man core of Tony, Gragas, and Dienzio kind of went in there, and that's where you see it start to fall apart. Remember, Dienzio did not have flash in that situation, so talking about those backline threats, KFC, they just got to walk all over this Varus. We got to see it there, just going in one by one, almost, you know, like, hey, just, we're going to send a Kali in, let her die, and then we're going to let the Vi go in. You got to have that coordination.
I think Imperius are just, whenever they're not able to get a multi-man pick, things get a lot more difficult to coordinate. Konomatsukami popping the damage reduction already from that Unbreakable, but Dienzio was forced out of the fight, had to walk away from Lebmont's death charge, therefore not able to contribute any damage while his front line died for them. Console Fan Club running amok once again, and it seems like a broken record at this point. It seems like this is what we expect, but man, every time they do it, it just gets far more entertaining.
I mean, Dienzio didn't get hit by a single ability. He had to sit up against the wall, and he got hit with a single Lux ultimate, and it took him down. Suki is taken off the map. It's Lebmont and starting, putting in work this game. KFC take game 1.
And you know, the way that this match really spiraled out of control, I think it's going to be super easy to look at the post game and see, oh yeah, well, they got Cassidy and Imperius not able to punish it early on, right? And therefore, you know, Cassidy outscales. You know, Molly on Riven, probably, you know, outside of the Lee Sin, that's his second best jungler, and he still looks damn good on it. For me, this was the Lebmont show. This Nautilus, like, really set things up, and appropriately, my God, even the game recognizes the MVP value. He was everywhere.
He was just straight up dominating this game. It was pretty insane. And while in a different fashion than what we've seen from Console Fan Club, I think there are still lessons to be taken away from this for Imperius and come back into game 2 here as I don't know how many times we could say KFC, great job, you won another game, but they did it in a different style. They didn't have to play that ultra-aggressive early game, and they still were playing through their solo lanes, still playing in a really awesome way. I'm really actually excited about this bot lane. I haven't been spoiled too much with Gume Lebmont since a couple months ago, and they're still firing away on all cylinders.
The thing for me is just the development and almost ease that Molly and Lebmont have been able to show in their new roles. Because for those that are coming into the scene for the first time, Molly was a mid laner before the summer. Lebmont was a jungler, and both of these players were considered some of the best players, if not the best players, in their role at the conclusion of the regional championships for Wild Rift back at the end of April. So the fact that after Icons, after getting international experience on the stage, competing with against the very best of their role, they all sat down and they all got together and said, you know what? I'm going to go jungle. I'm going to go support. And they have not dropped a beat in being able to pick up the new changes and being now potentially the best in their role once again. Yeah,
Molly was a long-time duo partner of starting. Both of them pretty famous for climbing the ladder with the starting mid Molly jungle duo role. So it's been a tale as old as time. We've talked about the matchup between these two mid laners when they were playing against each other, and now being able to yet again play with each other in two pretty high impact roles is really awesome to see. I heard we got a replay going for the disgusting Lebmont play, because this just isn't real, man. This isn't okay. Like, what other champion can do this? Look at how this starts. So Lamont is over the wall. He cannot be here. Throws the hook. It starts the animation. Blitzcrank can't do that, to my knowledge. Thresh can't do that. Leona wishes. Like,
they might be able to. I think you.
Maybe.
I think you can. Because I've definitely seen some Thresh plays where the hook winds up, and then I think they flash during it, so that he throws so like it's him flashing and the hook is already coming out, so you don't have as much reaction time. But I think that's the beauty of Wild Rift. There's a lot of spells and abilities that you can flash that you can't flash in its counterpart in League of Legends. I know Justice Punch Flash, the first time we found that out for Galio,
God, that was huge.
That was game breaking for us, because like, what the hell? Like, you can position that and have such long range engage from Galio, which, you know, from how we've understood the champion, it's like, if you don't immediately flash taunt, there's no way you're like being able to walk onto them, right? So
should be insane. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see Galio for a little bit, Rafa. We saw a little bit of it yesterday, but we weren't seeing too many of those kind of flashy plays. And I think for KFC, they're gonna want to stick away from it. For me, I just don't see Lamont playing the Galio, and definitely not starting. He wants something with a little bit more agency, and so now we'll kind of see how the draft kind of changes, right? Because KFC were the ones that had Karma banned against them. They don't want to first pick it, so they're going to get rid of it. Kassadin as well. I don't think something that is so broken that you have to be able to get it on the first pick, but they don't want Johto on it.
all right, you know what? I'm confident that this pick, Imperius is truly red side, because they have banned the Lee Sin, and they are respecting that the Lee Sin first pick would come through. Kansui fan club don't have to change up much. They're going to go for the Gragas first pick this time around. Imperius answering by yoinking the Riven away and then going for Dienzio's Varus once again. So if we go down the list of like what stage junglers we've already seen from Molly, he could immediately go for the Fiora, because you can flex it between him or Zello in the Baron lane, as we've just seen, to keep all of your cards hidden. You can also, if you really want to run back that Nautilus for Lebmont, I mean, they third picked it, and it looked pretty damn good.
It was very disgusting. It was so tanky, and they also just got away with highway robbery, I think. That game should have turned out a little bit different than it did, but it didn't. And so that doesn't matter. You know, the alternate universe doesn't exist anymore. It needs not. We don't care about it. KFC can kind of go with whatever they want. I'm kind of in agreement here. I think that the Fiora would be really sick for their draft, just because they're already super strong. It's a backline threat for Varus, and if they do want to go for it, like, it's good into the Riven. So, very playable.
I think other things to consider for Kansui fan club is what you want to get out of there's the Fiora flex pick. What do you want to do for the actually Kansui fan club are not gonna. Well, actually, I'm trying to think about this. We could easily read this as, oh yeah, this is the top side, Renekton, Fiora, Gragas. But we could also see this Gragas being flexed into support for Lebmont. We could also see the Renekton flex into mid lane in case this is a Kali mid.
Yeah. But just like, how often have we seen Gragas support? And I don't think the matchup is very. It's like, okay, into Varus, it's fine. I just think that a lot of people are really overvaluing having a damage you know, AP damage threat in a lane where you can give resources to them. They can pick up solo gold. We're in support your bare bones. Yeah, you have the support items coming in to kind of generate a little bit more gold there, but I think they're really kind of indexing on just having some kind of AP damage from another lane.
Imperius have some questions to answer then for how Console Fan Club round out this composition. Because you already have a balance of not only physical damage, but also magic damage. Assuming this is a full AP Gragas, you definitely need some range. And Imperius saw how well Ledmon performed on the Nautilus. They yoinked that away, but it is going to be Ashe for Gume. And, I mean, we have seen how deadly this champion is. Just being able to aid in picks and facilitate opportunities, even cross-map.
And now I wonder what they're going to be going for here, right? Because this definitely puts a little bit of a smaller... Rafa, you called it, man! You're so smart! Smurge! Oh my god,
wow.
Rafa. They did it. They went for it.
The starting Zed. Okay. And Gragas support for Ledmont most likely at this point. So this means that if Johto opts into it, we're going to get a very spicy mid lane matchup in between the two ninjas. Ninja Showdown.
This feels like the perfect matchup if we're talking about skill. Oh! We're getting Fizz!
We're getting Fizz!
Someone get Cosmic Soul on the line! We got Fizz!
The Johto Fizz! Oh my goodness. I didn't think I was going to see it.
No.
But this does mean that Suki will be taking the Akali in the Baron lane against the Renekton. And now this is even... I'm trying to remember how this matchup goes. If you deathmark onto Fizz and he immediately titled Tricksters, do you dodge out on the actual?
No. So the mark. So for a playful Trickster, like the ultimate is still there. The deathmark will still be there. You will just, you know, be untargetable for a certain amount of time. So any damage that you would have wanted to do is not able to be mitigated at that point.
Yeah, so you have an even shorter window, as Zed, to land your burst.
I think that this is still a pretty hard matchup for someone like Zed to deal with. I think it obviously is definitely much more skill reliant between these two mid laners, which I couldn't ask for anything less. Starting and Johto being some of the best assassin players that we have in the server right now are insane. Such high ceiling for both of these guys, and giving him something like the Fizz is like, hey, I want to try and outplay him. In my mind, I feel like Zed should be able to win this, but Fizz has a lot of agency once we get to level 5 and saying, hey, I'm going to land this ultimate, you have to be able to dodge it. You have to deathmark me on this timer. And he can buy into the Zonias like we're saying.
Yeah, the big thing that Zed will have, at least over Fizz, is ranged poke and harass. Being able to safe... If starting does not feel safe walking up to the wave, he's not completely denied away. You can always just use your shurikens to both push the wave and try to look for harass if Johto's standing in the wave. So for Johto, I feel like you really want to call on your Riven early, or I'm assuming that's going to be the jungler for Imperius. You need Tony's assistance.
Nautilus. It's Nautilus, guys. Come on.
Nautilus jungle, dude, that would be lit.
Yeah,
get Axemen in here. Calling on Riven early going to be imperative so that Johto can get some help in pushing in the early laning phases. Because as you said, once you get to level 5, you can just completely abandon the mid lane and just look for picks. Your chum the waters onto someone like an Ashe without flash. That's a free kill. That is a guaranteed setup.
Yeah. Fizz has to get there first, and while he does have a lot of options to be able to do that, like you're saying, I think it is going to be a pretty tough ask. I'm looking at bot lanes for this game. If Dienzio and Deceived can really kind of get off to a good start and kind of finalize some of those kills that we saw in the last game that they could have potentially gone for, I think this is a really strong bot lane that could stifle, could mitigate what KFC wants to do in the game once we get into those team fights. They will have a little bit of trouble dealing with something like a Renekton getting into their back line. The Ashe arrow, like we've been talking about, is pretty potent. But still, if this bot lane can kind of handle their 2v2 and make sure that Gume and Lamont do not get that same lead, we can see potentially a closer game 2, and I think an overall different landscape to the series.
I just love the confidence from Johto.
Yes, me too.
I think it is so difficult to, to come to the conclusion that, hey, you know what, against Constantly Fan Club, we just need to, roll the dice, see what happens, because this is not a common mid lane champion to run. This is truly a Johto special, and it's such a volatile one at that. If this Fizz doesn't get off the ball rolling, I mean, there's very little that this Johto can offer for their team. But the way that Johto has been performing in RiftMSTRS circuit, even if it's not through mid lane, look for plays, look for picks. We saw that Imperius are still not going to be a team that backs down without a fight. Even a Constantly Fan Club, leverage, once again, massive gold leads in the early game. Imperius are still going to find ways to pick off people and to keep themselves, really fighting in this game.
And they're going to be relying, for KFC, they're going to be relying on their Dragon Lane to start the fights. Imperius can start to go into them if they really want to, if the Riven wants to play very aggressive, but KFC, they just have their Gragas and the Ash Arrows. That's all they need, really.
A lot of single target crowd control from the side of Imperius now that you mentioned it as well. Once these set of champions are level 5, everything just chains super well and together.
There it is.
Wow, Ignite early on to Gume, just getting that early bit of burst damage, chunking Gume out for half of his HP. Gotta be careful now.
Oh, wait, Johto?
Wait, the early all-in.
Oh, it's level 2!
Ticking on Ignite. Starting is almost gone. I feel like, yeah, starting definitely has to recall, knows that Tony would be wrapping up Raptors, but if he sees a Ninja Assassin,
do it.
This is really scary. They have a ward in the river bush.
Johto has no flash.
So
starting! Oh. No, he started E! Oh, he put E in the... Oh, he got the third ability. This is so close.
Yeah, Johto, I think, started with his second ability just to get half the wave push and the auto reset. Tidal Trickster gives him a little bit of extra push. The fact that they don't have the first ability to be able to gap close, it's such a tragedy. No first blood available for Imperius, but starting, holding on for dear life.
Wait.
And because Molly... Wait.
Go. Do you see where this ribbon is?
Yeah. They are deep in enemy territory right now. This would be a hell of a flank if Tony is able to find something, but Molly, proactive on the map. I never see this. A Fiora ganking before level 5? I mean, but man, Molly is going to do it. Sees a free kill. That's first blood for KFC.
And you see the pings coming down, too. Tony just went in between both of the mid turrets, and he's like, okay, well, look, I took the Raptors. I got a small experience lead. Like, that is a really creative way to find an advantage if you're not going to go for a gank, especially because what happened mid lane, Johto having to take a recall, there was nothing for him to look for there, so that was creative. And they're going for the gank again. Look, they're proxying this Baron wave.
And meanwhile, on the bottom side,
Tony's coming.
The flash forward from Dienzio. They want this so badly, and Tony is in position. Ledmont and Gume down sums. Only a flash left for the Ashe. Here comes Tony, flashed under the tower onto both. Beautifully executed. Easy double for the side of Imperius. That's one way to get things back in order. But as you called it out, that dive on the Baron side of the map puts another death into Suki's book.
Yeah, but Molly went down there, so he will be able to trade this time. And starting really doesn't get all that much. Gets a little bit of poke, has to walk back to mid lane. Nothing to show for it. Imperius, this is the most even we've seen them at 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
For KFC, so they're matching aggression. They're winning the Dragon Lane matchup, and the fact that Suki on this Akali was able to go even in that trade in Baron Lane spells good things for Imperius as we get further in this game.
For Imperius, I think the big change that we have seen that has prevented KFC playing the way they normally do. Getting such a strong bot lane in this Varus and Nautilus says, uh-oh, Suki. Oh no. Suki, unfortunately, has nowhere left to run. Still has perfect execution available. Has a couple more dashes, but Just great patience from Molly and Zello locking him down. At least for Imperius on the bottom side of the map, having this much bot priority has prevented KFC doing one of the things that they normally do, is getting Lebmont. Oh, what? Zello? Oh my god, he's out.
He actually lives? I know Tony's tilted about that one, but... oh, what? What? How did he die?
Oh,
that's Ash ultimate.
Goodness.
That's Gragas ult as well. Okay.
Ash ult into the punt back from the explosive cask. I can see it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's so much damage between the two of them. There's a Rod of Ages now coming in for Lamont. We were just talking up Imperius, and finally now KFC, they're taking their advantage.
Oh.
They're saying, hey, give us back the ball. No more.
Oh, Gume's the support.
Yes.
Yeah,
he's playing Ash, man. Like, the Ash support is just too normal at this point.
Yeah.
He's got Font of Life. Respect. This guy's a reader. He reads the runes.
Well, that just speaks to the flexibility as well. Ash almost is starting to feel like the new Senna, where Senna would, obviously because it's in her kit, to be a support marksman and be the one roaming around. But the way that this Wild Rift meta has developed around Ash, using the Imperial Mandate as that first item breakpoint and just building a ton of ability haste, using purely for utility, and letting other physical damage champions be the brunt of the damage for the composition.
Well, fights just end so quickly, right, in Wild Rift. So, because remember, this build just didn't exist before because the itemization wasn't there for it. There was not an Imperial Mandate that you could abuse like this. And so before, you just have to go like an on-hit build. You go for a little bit of crit to try and do damage. I'll hold that. I think that Nautilus... what is the shield, man?
Gargoyle's Stone Play got changed during the off-season. It's pretty damn good, and it's good enough that it keeps Koto and Matsukami alive. Gumi gets traded out. Nothing for Kansui to fan club the show, apart from the Rift Herald being secured by Molly. Walking on over to his Dragon, still contestable.
Oh, but you see how fast these fights are going? The Ash build before, it took time. You had to ramp up. You had to get the Rangers focused. You had to be able to slowly DPS people down. And with this build, that is just completely negated. Ash Ultimate is a mega low cooldown. So, more ability haste that you can get, the better. You can be able to abuse this. You can use the slows, which will proc your Imperial Mandate, and the Font of Life, I think, is just the the cherry on top. The fact that you're being able to impair people's movement means that if anybody focuses them, they're also going to get healed if these fights go longer.
Yeah, and this is a keystone that's been nerfed so many times in the past. When we first saw Font of Life really emerge on the global stage, I think Southeast Asia teams made great work of it in the past. As Johto finds himself in a 1v2. And look at that. Look at that interaction.
Hey, we got to see it. And it did, like, no damage because he used the Playful Trickster. So he's able to get out in time before anything is able to be applied. Rift Herald is being put down in the Dragon lane. You can already see they want this Dragon. So the fact that KFC were able to get both of the neutral objectives at the beginning of the game is massive for them. Starting, gonna finally close that lead between him and Johto. So now Imperius are gonna have to find a different way, get a little creative with how they get their gold lead back, or at least the experience lead back, because I mean, KFC, they were behind, and now they're 2,000 gold up. They're starting to get experience leads as well. It's difficult for them, and I wonder if they're going to even contest for this. Molly's in position. Gragas and Ash are looking from mid lane. They're just getting it up.
Yeah, well, they're tanky enough, and they know that starting has no ultimate. Oh, but the reset. Oh, that's tragic. That is so unfortunate. KFC were not quite ready to be in position yet, but the constant leashing back and forth pushes Imperius off, because now Kansui Fan Club have Deathmark almost readily available. Everyone from KFC is back in position, where Stuki is still on the other side of the map. Astro comes out, stalls out Imperius' entrance into the pit. Dragon is secured. The flash body slam from Ledmont lands true, and Imperius are falling like flies. Dienzio still running for his life, but Molly has initiated the grand challenge, and he's going to let Starting get a piece of the action as well. KFC find 4 in the scuffle.
And that feels like it's the nail in the coffin for KFC to try and run home with this game. They have so much of a lead, and even with the Ash Arrow missing, that engage from Ledmont has the eye for it. The flash body slam, like you said, prevents any of the damage dealers from Imperius being able to do much. They're playing a 4v5 at that point because Akali was removed from the game effectively thanks to those first 2 early ganks coming out from Molly and Zello. So they won that number. They had the numbers advantage. They got the dragon. They won the fight afterwards, and they're able to kill everybody from Imperius. Just means that there's not much doing for the rest of the game now. Imperius, they're just going to bleed out slow. They need to be able to find creative flanks. Remember those overloads on the one side of the map. Bring multiple members to kill one person on KFC. Buys you a little bit of time. And the Rift Tilt coming up in 30 seconds. Like, we're praying for Tony to go for a steal if you're an Imperius fan, but other than that, it's looking quite bleak if you're still in that camp.
Yeah, to be, for those that are probably surprised of constantly watching Constantly Fan Club, this is, I don't have a way to verify this stat, but I'm pretty sure this is the lowest gold advantage that Constantly Fan Club have had at 9 minutes into the game. Like only 4,000. Now it's 5,000. You know, it's slowly getting there. But this, just because we are so used to seeing this team leverage insurmountable leads, even before the 6-minute mark, we've literally had games where KFC had 10,000 gold advantages before 5. And it's Imperius, this game, very difficult to come back from, but they are making Kansui Fan Club at least sweat in the ever so slightest.
Oh, I mean, I feel bad for Suki. He doesn't deserve this. He didn't want this to happen. He didn't want to be 0-4. He's got his 2 items, but I mean, he's in that same camp as his solo laners right now, and his jungler. He's like, okay, guys, well, I'm trying to pick up gold where I can. I got the the Baron lane tier 1. Maybe they'll put some damage on this mid lane turret, but the Ashe ult!
No! Oh, no! Johto! I don't know if he didn't get to see the Ashe arrow or just could not go any other way. The Ashe arrow hunts him down all the same, despite Tidal Trickster and Flash. Oh, man. Imperius.
He had the flash up this time, so Summer would have been right in this case. But the Playful Trickster, that was just unlucky. He was just trying to get away from Lamont, and then the arrow came through. That thing has such a massive amount of missile speed. It's pretty insane. Don't know if this Nautilus will be able to do anything. Rift Herald being spawned here means that this hurt should be going down. Kodomatsu Akami looking for Molly, but that's a parry. Oh!
Okay. Oh, Death Charge now available. Goes right into the back line of Gume.
Meteor!
But no one can get there. Johto saw the angle for Chum the Waters, but it didn't land onto the Ashe. Kansui Fan Club, great counter response. Here comes Suki, 2 items on the Akali, but it's still not enough damage to deal with Kansui Fan Club and the rampage that they're on. And yes, it took a longer time to mount this lead, but we are gonna get the Dancing Rift Herald. It's going to charge into the base. End the game, the Meteor right on top of it for good measure. Kansui Fan Club advance to the finals for the 3rd time.
And in impeccable fashion, not losing a single game. Man, Kansui Fan Club just, I mean, they're unstoppable at this point. There's not much else we can add to their story other than we'll see you in finals later tonight. Just an incredible feat from them to make it to this point, lock themselves 1st place in the playoffs, so they'll have a week off, don't have to play in that last chance qualifier. In each one of them, you know, a much more even game this time around to start, but it just felt like, yet again, we saw Zello and Molly. They removed Suki from this game so early on that the 4v5 that the rest of the team had to play with, Imperius, they just did not have an answer for it.
I will say, I think teams are slowly trying things and figuring out how to combat against Kansui Fan Club, and not necessarily like specifically countering them, but they're just getting better at being able to play out certain parts of the game so that Kansui Fan Club don't just right from the get-go immediately run away with the game. I think a big revelation for Imperius was getting such an aggressive bot lane start and preventing Ledmont from being able to leave the lane, leaving Gume. Because had they done that, Gume is super susceptible from getting dove after burning summoner spells, burning a huge health advantage as well. So Ledmont is kind of chained there, and then you cannot go for the same roams that we normally see. But still, Kansui Fan Club able to rise through the challenges that Imperius posed. send them to the third place deciding match and advance to the finals. For us, it's break time, but when we come back, we got our second semifinal as we look at the bracket real quick to show you who is going to be on the flip side of it. It's Janus Esports, the unexpected contender, blazing through this third and only, or the last open qualifier, the only open qualifier they have participated in against second place Demons.
That should be an exciting match. I just want to give my special star, we'll give the Alec Battery star for this match to Lebmont. His engages this entire series are fantastic. Yeah. I'm excited to see what we get from him in the grand finals, but we got an entire other semifinals to get through, and that will be really exciting, especially like you already said, you already hinted at it before, Janus versus second place Demons. We got a night for us, Rafa.
Yes, sir. All right. See you on the flip side, everyone. Make sure your butts are back in your seats in about 5. See you then.
When your heart is racing, at the speed of light.
All right, gamers, we're back. We're getting our second semifinal of the day between second place Demons and Janus Esports. And of course, just a reminder, everyone, Og Battery, it's his birthday today, and he's got a little cake courtesy of some friends and family over there. How old are you? Oh,
24. We got the balloon. It's really hard to see with the balloons.
24.
Yeah.
24.
So
Okay.
this way.
Okay.
Gotta move the 4 this way. It'll come into frame. It's not a big deal. We're not here for the gameplay. It's okay, guys.
Well, once again, thank you so much for spending your birthday with us today. What kind of cake did you get?
It's a slice of.
Is it like Oreo
It's
cake?
chocolate, cookies, and cream.
Ooh, yeah. Oh,
Try not to burn myself right now.
hot wax.
Yeah.
You're not into that?
Not on stream. Not on stream. That's the wrong kind of video for the show. I don't know if we're gonna go for that. We got the bracket live though.
Production suddenly getting super nervous in the background. It's like, oh, bracket.
Just start the bracket up. There you go. Well, if you're just joining us off of our break, KFC Kansui Fan Club did just take off, a 2-0 smash of Imperius in that last semifinals, and getting into this one, Imperius will be waiting in the third place match. We have got Janus Esports versus second place Demons. And Rafa, as everybody knows from yesterday, we know nothing about this Janus Esports team. They came out of nowhere. They're like they're like this family that just came out of town. They're the new family coming up on the block, and they're like, hey guys, we're new neighbors, what's up?
And they just happen to be the family that starts like just performing like crazy.
Yeah.
They have these sick hidden talents, and obviously we had no idea they would have. They start performing at the top of their class. I mean, the way that they handled their quarterfinal yesterday was super impressive. And I will say that one of the best things about this team, they are the only team remaining in Rift Masters that have team synergy with their names. They have the tri-code in their IGNs. That's dedication to the brand.
Exactly. They spent wild course on that one. They all had to change their names.
Hell yeah.
They said, look, like, it's one of those things. It's one of those rituals, right? Like, it gets you in the game mode. Like, when you see your name, it's not just, like, blank whatever gamer tag. It is literally Janus. It is your tri-code. Boom. You're ready to go. You're getting into that mindset of a pro player. Like, I've got everything ready to... It's the small things in life. This cake is really good, by the way.
You gonna share some, bro?
Yeah, here you go. Let me... Oh, I was gonna share it to the camera, but that makes sense, actually. I gotta swap. I can't... my left hand is not gonna go well. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, wow, that is good.
Oh, thank God I dropped it inside of the pan. Oh, my God. Okay.
All right, into the draft phase and into the fray for both of these teams. The three bands taken on their side, just eliminating some common flex picks in the Gragas, the Gwen, Jace, and Karma as well. I think a big call out though for second place Demons is that Ziggs band by Hextaton. Absolutely incredible, massive damage, outclassing and topping the damage charts in both of their wins yesterday in the quarterfinal.
Hexaton was a massive part of their game plan, and you saw it in each one of their games. He was they were just a fantastic player. Their Ziggs, obviously, super pivotal for their wins. And let's see what exactly you're going to go for, right? Like, getting the Senna means that you are going to be playing a little bit of a different playstyle. It isn't quite that carry, and it takes a lot of load off of them. And then, obviously, it displaces that, puts that on other players on the team. I think Hot Feet can definitely be one of them. We saw Servan yesterday do a similar performance on this Garen, even in a loss.
Servan's Garen was, no pun intended, Servan on the Rift. Yeah, the Hull Breaker strat cannot be slept on still. It's something that we don't see as often, and it's being pivoted away as more and more bruisers that want to not just be split pushing threats, but also be active in team fights. I think Servant and Fez are so far the two Baron laners that are consistently finding ways to integrate Hullbreaker still into their build, and it puts a ton of pressure. Puts a ton of pressure on the map, and it makes it damn near impossible for the enemy team to figure out an appropriate answer once they lose an inhibitor.
Rafa, I got a question, however, completely throw you off your game. When you say the enemy team, are you talking about the second place Demons, or are you talking about like the new Massive Ego team? You gotta be careful. We gotta be careful with the phonics here.
Sure. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, in general, anytime you have a Hullbreaker and you open up an inhibitor on your opponent's side, then you give them this big question, like, okay, are you going to stop this permanent super minion wave just constantly pouring into your base, or are you going to fight us at this objective on the cross map?
You know what's funny, Rafa? Sorry to cut you off there. I mean,
no.
Sandvich has only played Renekton.
I think maybe one Gragas game, but yeah, that sounds about right.
He's just been playing Renekton. They're first picking it here to make sure that he has the strong matchup, and we got a special treat here. I think not just for the cake, but I mean we're getting Kha'Zix, we're getting Echo on the same team. They're playing up against each other. They're really trying to make sure that this bot lane matchup is up to snuff. Lucian made it all the way through the draft, surprisingly enough. You saw second place Demons, they were kind of keyed into that. They got rid of Hexaton Ziggs. They got rid of the Nasus as well. A lot of different picks here. And wait a minute, we have Varus and Lucian on the same team. This Lucian solo lane? Okay.
Neil's Lucian, baby. Now, I will say, and if Janus Esports recognizes this as well, this is a ton of physical damage from second place Demons. Yeah. Almost no magic damage whatsoever. I don't know if anyone has tried, like, AP Varus.
They have. Old School was playing it yesterday. Old School was playing it yesterday. He had, like,
That's
the Riftmaker, the Rabadons. He was going for it.
Okay. So, second place Demons, not completely down out of magic damage. Old School will be able to still supply it. But Janus Esports, however, on the other hand, this is with I'm assuming Senna Brand.
Yeah. Any
honestly,
Senna Garens? Any Senna Garens in the chat?
That would be pretty lit. However, I feel
Baron
like
lane?
if you had your mages in the solo lanes, I mean, I've never played Echo into Renekton. I've never played Brand, or I've never seen Brand mid.
Who cares about the matchup data? Just win the matchup, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, just win. You know better. You know better.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to figure out if that is optimal for them. For Janus Esports, though, the big thing that we're looking at is you have a ton of localized damage and a ton of effectiveness in this Brand Kha'Zix combo. I think the one of the things that Janus had made great success of was using Ziggs as this giant nuke to get a ton of people low, and it forces people to split off, and that is where Hot Feet demonstrating how to pick off stragglers and getting resets on the Kha'Zix. Something that Tybe over on second place Demons is very familiar with, and will have to work with this team to make sure that someone is always hovering a low squishy target to make sure that they don't get annihilated by a space bug.
For second place Demons, eyes on Jackie. This player has been only trying a lot of the hook, a lot of the engaged champions. We saw Nautilus, we saw the Blitzcrank, but this Thresh is so key in my mind for this Janus comp to fall apart. If he can land hooks and get the Flays down, it stops a lot of what they want to do. Garen has a hard time getting in, although he will just ignore everybody to run at you. Senna, if she gets picked as down threat, or the Brand has that same issue, and that means that, again, we're going to have to see the support and jungler kind of link up. It is Tybe here on the Lee Sin. If these two can find picks, the game just blows open.
You just have a massive snowball advantage from the side of second place Demons off of the back of what could be a very fast game from this side. But as you said, a lot of scaling potential from Janus Esports and Senna Brand. This is a new one. We've seen a lot of Senna combinations, but you know, this is definitely not one that has been common for us.
Exactly. It obviously does have a little bit of some really good scaling potential because it is just Brand getting a lot of gold in his back pocket because he will be the one farming. But for sure, it is different, and it is still a very squishy bot lane against the Varus and the Thresh. They have a lot of early game power that they can have access to, and with the Ignite as well, single hook lands, and so tough for them. You already see how far behind the turret they have to play.
Jackie just constantly threatening with a flay or a death sentence. Whoa. And at first meals, you saw how aggressive he was in that level 1 on the wave, knowing that Soren had no way to gap close, but as soon as that phase dive was available, goes in for that huge trade, electrocute combo as well, huge burst, and the Ignite early, trying to get something out of meals, but Tybe, honestly, Sin, forced to come mid lane, and that also brings Hot Feet into the fray.
Whoa. Okay, Soren might be looking for it, but he just wants to use this to get access to the minion wave, use his stun, get the shielding, push out this. Ooh, and take a look at this as well. I don't know if Jackie really wants to fight for this. We already see what is happening in the Baron lane.
Servant? Oh! And that's why Savage wants to blind pick this champion every single time. It is and ends up being a trade. Both summoner spells used by both Baron laners in the end. Wait, someone died. Old School got... I think Old School got flashed on by Hexaton and Ryan.
Oh, okay. Good. They made the punish, and they're going to go for the double scuttle. This is kind of what second place demons were working towards, right? You saw that Renekton Sandvich, he was going for the trade so that he can move down into the river. Well, I gotta be so careful. Who got the smite there? Okay, it was Hot Feet.
Oh, it was Hot Feet.
Okay. Respect. I'm still enjoying this cake. I'm so sorry. It's so good, man.
Hey, it's your birthday, bro. I'll let you chill. We're vibing right now. First game of the second semifinal. So far, Janus Esports already given a nice couple of swings. Punish onto Old School, and just great awareness and, you know, zero hesitation. We have to remind everyone at home that Janus Esports, no matter how far they place in this open qualifier, they will unfortunately not have enough points to get a top 3 seed. So the fact that they are playing with this much confidence just goes to show that they are taking advantage of the fact that, hey, there's nothing really to lose if we lose a match. Let's just continue playing.
You say like lose a match.
No stakes on the line.
You say lose the match. It's looking quite like it right now. Servant's not getting the same advantages he was getting yesterday against Paradolia. And the bot lane as well. They landed one hook, and that was Hexaton just going straight down into the grave, getting sent right back to the spawn platform. So despite the unknown nature, kind of the fiery upstart that we saw from them yesterday, they're definitely being taken to task here by second place demons and their laners.
It's a 3,000 or a 2,000 gold lead already for second place demons.
Mark, I think Tybe has definitely been watching you play jungle. He has not recalled at all. There it is! He's gonna back with 2,500 gold. Respect.
I think he should be able to fully buy a Yuma's Ghost Blade if he waits a little bit. He's waiting in Fountain. He's waiting for 3K.
There it is! He knows. He knows the tech.
That's not a good habit, bro. I get bagged on by almost everyone for like staying this long without buying. But you know what? You do have this benefit of Lee Sin that your early base damage is so high that if you're continuously looking for plays on the map or just constantly pressuring and hovering, you can sit this long.
Oh! We got another hook, and they're going to go for the dive, Rafa. Everyone, 07 for Hexaton. Goodbye.
Oh!
Burn!
Hexaton still lives.
The red buff burn was not enough. Unlucky. Good job. Survives that, but still is going to end up losing most of this turret for in the meantime. And you already see they're going to try and make this swap. Hot Feet? Hot Feet? Sandwich?
Oh, Savage makes the outplay! And that's always the tricky thing when you're playing into a Renekton. If he still has ultimate, if he still has summoner spells, you cannot underestimate that damage. I respect the attempt from the Space Bug, but Savage showing why he wanted this champion in the first place.
Man, this Renekton from Sandwich is popping off. He is completely just neutered Servant from this game, and I mean, this Renekton's able to survive the death of Overwatch 1. It's able to survive the death of, you know, multiple ganks coming this way. Doesn't even matter.
Is that like a... Is Sandwich a reference to something
Yeah,
that I
so
don't know?
so there's the heavy class in Team Fortress 2, which is like the big guy with the minigun, and one of the points of his kit that you can equip, as we see Servan, is gonna barely survive out of this one using his Flash Bear and the Sentinel. It's an item called the Sandwich, where he eats it and he gets HP. So that's why his name is Sandwich TF2.
Oh, okay. Team Fortress 2 reference.
Oh!
Oh, Tybe, not even worried
he's
about
out!
it. And the Triumph healing! Saving him from the minion auto attack. Now, Tybe is just trying to dance on the outskirts while the rest of his team embellishes in the chaos that is in the jungle quadrant right now. Tybe does not get found by Hotfeed, safely recalls away. Jackie buying time, setting up Old School, getting him the layup, an arrow through the heart. He takes the Thresh passage over the wall, and he's out of there. But they're going to go back in.
Keep going, Meals. He does not care. The arrow piercing everybody, including the minions. Jackie finally is able to miss a hook this game. And more kills. This is just getting insane. Rafa, slightly, while we wait for second place Demons to take their Rift Herald, what does this Sheen build out of for Lee Sin?
Probably Triforce or Divine
Respect.
Sunderer.
Respect.
One of those two. It depends on how confident Tybe is feeling right now. And the funny thing is, he's not like massively ahead. He's got a few hundred gold, but all the gold lead is really in the pockets of his teammates right now. So normally in like solo queue, you'll see a lot of Lee Sins who are just completely pub stomping games. You just go for the Trinity Force because you just have so much gold, and yeah, you just do shit like this, you know?
It's
crazy.
just broken. They're gonna summon the Rift Herald. There you go, Soren. He understands. He's like, this turret's not mine anymore. Everyone, if we can get some salutes in chat for this Baron lane tier 1, it's been nice. Leave. Oh my God, Tybe, from across the map. They're making plays. Old School's not even missing a beat.
Tybe is jungle surfing. Meals. A little overextended.
I already dogged on him in the Discord chat. Don't gotta get it again.
Well, Jackie and Old School will make sure that Meals is avenged tenfold here. There's the Death Sentence Flash, but Old School takes him out before Jackie even gets a chance to make the highlight reel. Now Tybe down 2/3 of his HP. Still looking for the space bug. He is 2 levels above Hot Feet.
Oh, and he's 1,200 gold ahead. He is still waiting to finish his item. Now, I know I was making fun of him. Old School. Alright. I know we were making fun of Tybe for waiting on the jungle item finish, right? But he did end up finishing his item at the same time that Hotfeet did. They both finished their Yomus at the same time. So, like, the timing isn't what's the problem. It's the in-between. Hexaton. Deleted.
Right, that was pretty slick. That's not what Tybe was trying to do.
Ooh.
Canceling the animation to Sonic Wave with the safeguard. Full combo into Dragon's Rage, and now the rest of Janus Esports are just on the run. Second place Demons find themselves 10,000 gold ahead under the 9-minute mark, and this is usually just... this is usually the moment where Janus Esports say, all right, guys, what do we think about for next game? What?
I mean, that's what I'm thinking about right now. This game is doomed. There's massive gold leads in every single lane going on, and again, it's coming off the back of the bot lane. I think, you know, obviously Tybe is finding kills, but Old School Jackie, they got multiple solo kills going on. There's another one here. Jackie is linking up with Tybe, and it's making it impossible. You're walking right into Meals. Did we need the calling, Meals? No. Did it feel good? Probably. Still hasn't upgraded the Sheen, by the way.
Oh, he's getting target practice in. Saw the giant space bug. It's like, what was that movie? The Men in Black. Yeah, it is shooting down aliens. Dude, Meals is dressed up for it, too.
Yeah, he is. He's got the... Well, that's the Matrix one. But I get what you mean.
Yeah. Dude, we need an MIB skin for Lucian. That would be so sick.
Yeah, I guess. It is Triforce. There you go. I was honestly more interested as to whether or not what this Sheen was going to be. It just looks so much fun.
You do a ton of damage.
So I'm gonna be honest, I don't know who the other character in Men in Black is. I only know Will Smith's character.
It's Tommy Lee Jones.
Okay. So who's Tommy Lee Jones in the Men in Black skin universe?
Who also has... well, we can answer that question later. Right now, Thibe is kicking a space bug back into the blue buff quadrant. Hot Feet able to leap and scurry his way on out. But is going to cede control of all these camps. Good hook from Jackie, and good night, Soren! Sending him back to the fountain on that one. 12,000 gold ahead for second place Demons. This Infernal Dragon is theirs to claim. And we are just following formalities at this point.
Yeah, I thought about it a little more. I'm thinking Varus. Could just be that Varus is in front of me, but if Varus could also wear the sunglasses, and it would make sense for the skin. Because the glasses are iconic, the suits are iconic, obviously.
Yeah.
And so, I think Varus fits that.
Now that I think about it, there's secret agent skins in the game, right?
Yeah,
and
that's
they
basically
have glasses,
what it is.
and so yeah.
Is there secret agent Wild Rift skins? I
don't
know
think
Zinzao
there's-
has one.
Yeah. I think
It's not
I think
in.
there's a secret. I think it actually is in Cheese Type.
Okay,
This is,
our production has given us a Graves vote, which, fair.
ooh,
Fair.
not bad, not bad. I'm pretty sure the head of the MIB institution, like, there's a scene where he pulls out a shotgun at some point and just blasts like an alien that invaded.
no!
Oh!
I saw that coming from a mile away. Okay, Meals.
Meals!
We're talking about this after the game.
You watched Icons, bro. You saw Long do that. You saw Nova Esports pull that off. You can't disrespect the Chrono Break map. It's okay. Meals just giving one back, giving false hope, saying I gotta get the base faster anyway. It's okay.
Here's the thing about his actions. I'm booting up Wild Rift right now to find the secret agents in Zhao skin.
Huge. Pretty sure. Yeah.
I don't think the Wild Rift skins they're not in yet. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I have to remember how to operate this client again. There you go, found it. Okay, do I even own Zinzao? Let's start there. Okay, I don't. I'm not a gremlin.
Just go to the shop and
It's
find
not
it.
in there. Oh, it is.
Oh, really?
Wait, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Wait.
I was about to say. Very positive. All right, Soren. Good
Goodbye, Soren.
Meals. Dodges out on the Chrono Break. I don't think it was enough damage to kill him anyway, but, you know, Meals getting that good practice in the positioning. Rest of second place Demons just making slow but forward movements and being able to push these lanes in,
my
setting up
God,
for
so-
objectives,
Servin.
even through the stone plate.
Yeah. So you want to know why I remember Secret Agent Zinzao so well?
Why is that?
So when you go to League of Legends and you're like watching the like the ability videos that they have on the client, Tybe, oh my God, that kicked at 1,000 damage. Jesus. So the
That's
ability
so good.
videos are actually put on a private YouTube channel because it's web hooked onto the client. Client is basically just a big web browser essentially. So
Yeah.
that's the Secret Agent Zinzao is the profile picture for that.
Well, we'll have to continue that conversation for another time. We're going to give the formality to second place Demons as they look to close out this game one against Janus Esports. Tybe not even dropping a single death on the Lee Sin. He was close. He was definitely towing the line between a perfect game and dropping a kill over to Janus Esports as a generous act of charity. But for them, second place Demons, a dominant showing. And for Janus Esports, even though they impressed us in their quarterfinal debut yesterday, they're going to have a lot to answer as they prepare for the second game of the draft.
Yeah, especially with the fact that, one, the Rock in the Baron lane, Servin, going down multiple times to Sandwich. Definitely, obviously not in the cards, but also just, I think, a bit of a whiplash considering the performance that we saw from them yesterday. And Hexaton on not a carry against this Thresh wasn't able to do much. Really kind of was a little bit muted in this game. Hexaton and their influence was not really felt as it was in the series yesterday that we saw against Paradolia in the quarterfinals. So I'm a little worried here. I think that they may have, said, hey, look, game one, let's try something. That's the perfect time to go for, especially if you're going to be playing in a best of 3. But let's go back to some of the identities that we know is in a bit of a winning way, right? Like they got Varus and everything. They got Lucian as well. It's usually kind of dangerous to be giving over.
And normally in that position, we would have seen an Akshan come out from Meals. He showed us twice in yesterday's quarterfinal that second place Demon had against the Hot Tub streamers. and that auction, the ability to get tempo revives. But the fact that the Lucian was prioritized, Meals being able to demonstrate his ability to pilot more than just one marksman through the mid lane role shows, you know, no shortage of prowess. This is just extremely tough for Janus Esports now. They more than likely, because second place Demons are not in any are not pressed to make any changes in their draft phase. Janus Esports could potentially look to be on blue side instead of red side this time around, but I feel like for Hexaton, the Senna brand combo didn't give us this, or didn't give them the same type of leverage of damage and safety that the Ziggs normally does, and I don't think second place Demons are ever going to let that through the ban phase.
Yeah, it didn't look the same, and I think that's also just one of the reasons why we tend to praise second place Demons is because of the players that they have on their team. Meals in particular, this guy plays almost every single champion in the mid lane. He'll play it once. He'll go for some certain like tech. This is just, you know, a similar trend that we saw back in his Cloud9 days, kind of following through. The trend line is there. He's just playing everything. He's playing Akshan, Lucian. He'll play some of the mages. He really just do it all. And it's really hard to draft when you see, oh, they've got a Lucian. Oh, and they're grabbing Varus. What is happening? We don't want to go for this matchup. Now what do we do? They can play so many different styles. What I'm interested in is what happens to the Baron lane. Because, again, like, Sandwich has only been playing Renekton. Servant is more than probably happy to play the Garen matchup again, but it didn't go so well. And this was even without jungler attention. Sandwich was winning this in a 1v2. So, how can we break that trend? How can we get away from that and try to replicate some of the success that we found previously?
It's a difficult question for Janus Esports to figure out, because a lot of the time, Hot Feet wasn't needed to be on the Baron side of the map to facilitate or give some leverage and coverage over to Servant. Servant was so reliable in their quarterfinal matchup yesterday that, you know, Hot Feet was able to put his attention into Soren in the mid lane, put his attention into Hexaton and Orion, and then the Dragon side of the map. This just means that in order for Servant to be the foundation for this team, to be that the stability that his team needs him to be, might need some extra coverage in the early game, maybe a couple hovers where he gets ahead of the matchup and he is tankier to the point that Sandwich no longer has the winning pressure on him early on.
Should be important. I'm worried for Janus, and I say worried as if, like, oh no, this is the end of their run. We talked about it during the match, but they have no chances of getting into playoffs, no matter how far they make it into this tournament. So, really, it's just, you know, we're playing on stage. Let's just get as much experience as we can.
Sure. And
then get ready for the highest seed potential that we can get for next weekend for the last chance qualifier. Whereas second place Demons, they're again looking to try and play for second place. Considering what we've been seeing, you know, they could be looking to go into the grand finals if they win this next one, and like they're also trying to get themselves second place so they can just go and play playoffs.
Yeah, that would, for second place Demons, winning this guarantees them
top
if I'm
two.
Not mistaken. Yep, top two. I just want to run back through the playoff scenario just to make sure we are.
So, second place, if they go to third and fourth, specifically if they land fourth, playoffs is KFC, Imperius, Paradolia. Third place, if they will get second place tied with Paradolia. There's a ton of playoffs implications right here. I'm sure that we'll get the correct one soon, especially after this game. You know, we can kind of start to whittle it down. But obviously winning here means that they clinch top two.
Yep. They automatically will get that playoffs berth. And that would be so huge for second place Demons, because you have to remember, at the beginning of the RiftMaster circuit, second place Demons had to go up against KFC in the very first round during the best of 16.
Not good.
And an unfortunate occurrence for them, because second place Demons now proving to be one of our top 2, top 3 teams, but being knocked out that early on meant that they had no points from the first open qualifier, and so they had a shortage to work with, and they had to make sure they placed as high as possible in the last 2 open qualifiers. They made it to the second place in last week, and they are on the cusp of being able to do it again against Janus Esports.
Oh, wait a minute. Rafa, you see what I see?
A Sandwich Renekton.
There it is. There it is. So we'll see a unique champion coming out from him, potentially. They also got rid of the
And
Gragas.
the Gragas.
Yeah. So many tools gotten rid of. We'll see. Maybe is this just like a Sandwich one-trick situation? Or maybe, you know, he's just, hey, I need to play Renekton every single game. They're going to go ahead and put their hand on the Gwen this time for second place Demons. Something that we've kind of seen, you know, float in between the Baron lane and the jungle. We'll see exactly where they're going to lock it in, but I don't expect Tybe to really play the... It just doesn't feel like a Tybe champion. You know what I mean?
I have definitely not seen him play it yet. Tybe is not necessarily a stranger to scaling champions. We saw his Echo yesterday, which that was a treat to watch. But apart from that, Tybe generally favors a lot of the bruisers, a lot of the fighters that want to scrap, or at least the closest thing to an assassin would just be that Kha'Zix, waiting for that first spike before you are really impacting the map. So the more than likely, I think this Gwen not only being a flex pick, but also probably the safest thing that you can blind and just take and secure for Sandwich that he'll have some familiarity on. Whereas Janus Esports, they go for the Fiora matchup into the Gwen. Kha'Zix also being taken away.
Yeah, and I'm now actually surprised that second place Demons, they should just be slamming some bot lane picks here. If not, picking up the Riven, picking up the Varus. These should all be things on their minds that they're getting ready for, especially now that, again, Ziggs has been banned yet again by second place Demons. So, getting rid of some of those very powerful Dragon laners, ones that are still safe but offer some punch when it comes to team fights, should be on their minds, especially for old school. He's definitely no stranger to playing the Varus, especially in this RiftMSTRS qualifier. He has been just spamming this champion all the time, so makes sense to see it here.
Ding, ding, ding. Varus locked in, and
it's more like ding, 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 but I got you. Oh, Malphite.
You see that? It's the Rock.
It's the Rock. Okay, Mark.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking. Sorry, what you were saying?
Can I offer you in these trying times a Niels Malphite mid?
Oh my god. I mean, to blind it this early, if there's an angle for it, like if you're going up against like a Zed or
Lucian. Lucian. Yeah.
Didn't we have this conversation before where we're like, dude, what if you just send the Malphite into like a ranged marksman mid? What are they? You just I'm getting deja vu. Have we talked about this before?
It sounds about right, but I don't know if I'm never a Malphite enjoyer, so I don't know if I would willingly be talking about this champion.
Well, I will say that one thing that Tybe joked to me a long time ago, right after I got back from Singapore, and I was asking him, hey, I'm going to try to hit Masters before the end of the season in July. What jungler do you think I should play outside of Lee Sin if he gets banned? And I was expecting him to say like Shyvana or Riven, and then he just said, dude, play Malphite jungle. It's broken.
Champion
I'm like,
is not balanced.
You are capping. There's no way. There's no way you're telling me to play Malphite jungle. And he's like, no, I'm telling you, broken. Clear speed is good. Level 5, best ganks. It's OP. No cap.
Maybe this is the Malphite support? I mean, it was blind. Oh,
what
wait,
is happening?
What? Huh?
What?
Okay, this is my fault, because I did tell Meals yesterday, bro, if we get another game 1 from yesterday's series, I'm gonna be upset. And he's like, okay, alright, this is the Brawl comp. We're going in.
Dude, I feel like second place Demons, they're just, they're saying, F it, why not? Just, we won game 1, we have a barrier, let's see what we can do. Let's test some limits. I have no idea where people are going. I have no idea if this is a Mumu support, a Mumu jungle.
Well, it has to be a Mumu support, no? Like, unless it's Malphite, and I've seen Malphite support, it is obnoxious. You take, like, Airy, you could take, like, anything, and you just poke enemy AD out, it is not enjoyable whatsoever.
Oh my god. I'm checking. I have to check
Your
my
type
sources
DMs
right now. Yeah, I'm like, what is this? What am I looking at?
Oh man. Well, we got Fiora in the Baron lane. We don't know what her matchup is going to be. And I think this would be an interesting look. Either way, you look at who's in the jungle, and it's not champions that have early agency. They do have the ability to skirmish somewhat, but it's not like a Camille, it's not a Lee Sin for Tybe. So, will be a different look in my eyes. I would respect this so much if they're able to pull this off.
Can you imagine that when we're looking at this composition, we're like, wow, the most viable jungle picks is either a Mumu or Gwen, like straight up.
No,
and then
man.
And then everything else is like, I mean, Tybe joking, or I don't know if he was joking or not. Malphite jungle is viable. I've joked that you can technically jungle with Yone. You clear the jungle decently well. Like I have no idea. But if everything is going to be normal, as normal as they can be, I'm imagining Malphite Baron, Gwen jungle, Yone mid, Varus and a Mumu in the Dragon lane together.
Yeah, that makes sense. We've been fooled before, however. So
I know.
Anything's possible, Rafa. Anything's possible. I think it's cool we got Galio again. This champion has kind of been hit or miss. And I don't know how to feel about Amumu, man. I've seen way too much Amumu from playing League of Legends right now, so the less I have to see this champion, probably the better, in my opinion.
You don't like playing against Amumu? You don't like seeing Amumu?
No, because he just one-shots me, man. This champion's not okay.
Dimitri has a little bit of PTSD from Amumu's despite winning super hard lane against...
No, this champion is not balanced, though. Like, legit. Like, how disgusting is this champion? Like, it doesn't even need to be tanky. He takes no damage from minions thanks to a second ability. Of course, it's Jackie playing Amumu, but, like...
Okay.
Like... this champion is not okay. It doesn't matter. Like, he even from behind, he presses one bandage toss, ults your team, dead. Alright, well, cool. I'm glad we just did that. I'm glad we won lane for that.
Hell yeah. I guess not for you, but, you know, for me, just listening you,
we're on the same team. You get one shot. You're like, I thought you guys won lane. I'm like, yeah, so did I. This champion's garbage.
Well, for us, we were at least able to deduce what seemingly would have been the most logical arrangement of champions on the Rift. Sandwich! This is, I think, first time getting a look on to the Malphite. In the mid lane, Soren forced to use Ignite as Meals was going for a heavy trade, just trying to force him out of lane.
Got the Ignite, which I think is really important. And Meals also did just take a recall, so... he will be marginally stronger than his lane opponent. Obviously, he has the bonus attack speed, and with this wave coming back to him, should have access to be able to fight whatever scuttle they want. You already see, I like this coming out from Soren. Moving down, gets vision for his jungler, so they know exactly where this Gwen should be. And instead of going for that topside scuttle, which should be the important mark, they're going to push out mid and look to try and contest him on this wave.
And for Gwen jungle, you don't get as much liberty to skirmish early on as level 3. You really want to power farm, and this is what Janus Esports are looking to punish, knowing that Tybe wants to be in his jungle and just try to farm up these camps. Hotfeet is not going to give him an inch, but the collapse from Jackie and Old School coming in clutch to save their jungler from an invading space bug, and Hotfeet suddenly feeling very cold in the lone in the jungle quadrant as first blood is secured by second place Demons.
You can already see right here, Tybe is getting really low. He's like, he started doing the red buff. He's like, oh, I'm gonna die to the red buff here, guys. And has to go ahead and hit the smite there on the Krugs as well. Tybe playing with absolute fire right here. He's got the level 5 now. If he wants, he can go for the reset. But knowing Tybe, he's gonna run straight to the top side after this recall and try to look to contest this scuttle. The thing for Hotfeet now, neither of the scuttles have been taken. What is happening here, guys?
He saw Servant use Riposte, and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna ult
for
wave control. Clears out the minion wave, also gets the shove in as well. Knows that his ultimate will still be back up for way before the objectives are there and available. And now Tide, level 5 on this Gwen, has a needlework available if he wants to get in range, but Soren, despite no flash, very tanky to take down.
I bet Tyve right now, he's going to see this scuttle and be like, why is it still up? What? Alright, cool. I didn't think it was going to be up, but, you know, here we are. And that just means that Hot Feet's going to be able to get this. Jackie will see this happening. Jackie, if you seal this. Jackie, seal this. Jackie seals this. Smite.
Oh, and Jackie. Oh, that was the smite from the Hot Feet. Being able to secure the Scuttle Crab, but they all in for it, knowing that Hot Feet didn't have the flash after the invade onto Tybe. Just second place Demons taking advantage and making powerful use of this Amumu.
And now they just have complete access through the Dragon Lane, right? Like, they can move in. Jackie's here, gonna start putting down wards, getting sweeping vision away from the opponents afterwards. And right now, you even see Tide on this Gwen right now. They're trying to track where this Kha'Zix is. So much fighting!
Oh no! Hexaton was willing to throw down all the marbles here.
Oh my god!
Old School is able to pick up the fruit. Not enough damage for Ryan. You can only ask for so much from Lulu. They tried so hard, but this bottom lane from Old School and Jackie being able to outclass them, even with a far more aggressive lane in the Lucian Lulu.
I mean, Jackie just got the double kill there and was able to block most of the culling. Almost kills Old School. You see that Ryan's trying to go for something. He's like, auto attack, auto attack, auto attack. Severn's about to get solo killed. Please.
Oh my goodness.
No!
The Rock does not miss here, ladies and gentlemen. Second place Demons off to a rolling start.
Yeah, they won the bot side matchup, but they did just lose the mid 2v2. Hotfeet getting that kill onto Tybe. This Gwen going a bit too aggressive and making good on that first blow that almost happened for them. They're going to be able to reset and come back onto the map. You see that right now, they're already swapping up the lanes. Dragon Lane sitting in mid lane, trying to get priority for their team so they can set up for one of these objectives. I wonder which one they're going to go for, because Galio being displaced from the mid lane means that they only have they have very limited options as to how this hero's entrance can work.
Also probably Meals. I mean, Meals soul unbound. Doesn't look for the Fate Seal quite yet. It's just a flash out of Ryan to respect the engaged potential. Second place Demons bullying Janice away. Rift Herald started up. Can they enter? Can they counter-respond?
Servant just now finished the Divine Sunderer. Should be making their way on here. So even if second place Demons get this,
Thorn Flash, taunted to three people. Meals goes down. That's a numbers advantage now for Janus Esports. Old School arrives, ensuring that they're even up for now. And Jackie, Curse of the Sad Mummy, knows that Hexaton is out of position. No time to flash. Rift Herald secured for second place Demons. Here comes Hot Feet. Wild Growth has given him an extra HP shield. Thorn comes in with the hero's entrance right onto Jackie. He falls, and the rest of the members of Janus Esports piling into the mid lane. Old School trying to fend them off at range, but loses out his jungler. And Janus Esports seem to fight back.
And with a major misstep coming out from Hexaton, could have thought that that fight was going to look a little dangerous, but Meals no longer in the fight. Sandwich taken out as well. It's just difficult. It's impossible for them to make it. Fate sealed. Meals. Old School. Oh my god, the piercing arrow almost made it. 700 HP on that dragon means Hot Feet will be able to grab that, finish it off. They did not get the Rift Herald. They're going to summon it in mid lane? Yeah, okay. I was wondering where it went. I was like, I didn't see it in anybody's inventory. They just want to get plates for the time being.
I don't think it's going to take out the turret completely.
Nope.
Taunt onto the Rift Herald, stalls it off for a little bit. Hoffy was ready to jump onto the back of the eye and look for the smite. Still gets the crash off. No turret plate or no turret first break gold awarded to second place Demons. This brings us to a moment where Janus Esports, while they are behind, it's nowhere near the deficit that we saw in the first game.
For sure, and even see Meals here. Meals is like, I don't really want to be in a very long lane versus Fiora. Like, as the Yone, it's tough for me to get away from her. All of my CC gets riposted, so I just need a homie. I need somebody to come on down. And you see that Gwen making her way down here. Amumu is turbo fast. What the hell is this champion, man?
Dead Man's Plate, tier 2 boots. He's a speedy little mummy.
A speedy little guy. You'll have to see it. The blight stacks. The AP damage doesn't even have the Mirror Mana finished quite yet. That's going to be a huge spike. Takes a half chunk off of Ryan. And look at this, we've been prepping for the dive. Tybe is here, Meals. They don't know that Jackie's here. This turret goes down. They can look for a fight if they really wanted to, but Managed Toss quite misses. So first turret going over to second place Demons.
Savage forced to use the ultimate. Servan chasing him all the way through the long lane. As you already mentioned before, it is difficult to play against this champion the longer the lanes go out. Even though Savage was bullying the matchup early on and getting a solo kill of their own, this matchup will be better for Fiora in the long run. Oh, wow! Meals! Ignite ticking down from both mid laners, but he comes out on top. Got more action in the Baron lane, potentially.
Ooh, look who's here, though. It's a 3-on-4. Janus are bringing over their dragon lanes. Jackie not able to really find and engage on a lot of these champions right now. Hasn't been landing the bandage toss, which does, you know, limit some of the lethality that second place Demons has.
Right now, Janus Esports are really just counting on their most fed member, which is Hot Feet on this Kha'Zix. Managing to pick up a lot of those trades, a lot of those 2v2 kills, skirmishes that went his way instead of Tybe's.
Oh! Completely blind. Servan, he's not going to go down, but the fact that both of them did that blind was pretty impressive. Like, he has a split second to be able to see Servan there.
Uh-oh. Oh, Tybe has the needle work. Barrier, good stuff from Servan. Keeps himself alive. That's the flash. That's both Summoner spells gone. Next time he finds himself in a scrap against either Meals or Savage in the long lane, could be his last one.
Oh, what?
Another death on their way.
Nah, me and Jackie are both heated after that one. How did that not land? That should have been the re-engage coming out from second place Demons. They have access to this mid lane, but look at where Sandvich is. He is hooking up this mid wave. And if they want, they can try to go for an entrance here under the turret, but Janus Esports are kind of sticking in the river. They want to have access. They want to have first say to the Rift Herald.
Jackie is chunked here. Still has 50% HP, and is tanky enough that they can just regen. Thanks to the Catalyst passive, he's actually slowly getting HP back, just crying on the map. The tears giving him life back to sustain up. And Janus Esports bullying them off the Rift Herald once again.
This is a deep breath, I think, for Janus. Oh my god, Jackie!
Old Flash, catching out Hexaton, forced to use the stasis, gives him time to be able to reposition, and the re-engage from Janus Esports could look good here. Taunt from Soren already clipped out Jackie. Sandvich, no engage available after using the Unstoppable Force, and Janus Esports might be favored now to look for this Rift Herald as the rest of them start piling on in.
Yeah, the fact that they're not able to find kills with Jackie's engage, I think spells a pretty big question mark for me, Rafa, as Janus are continuing to scale. They're picking up more and more of their items, and they're getting now all of these objectives on the map. They're able to now continue their counter-jungling efforts. We'll see if Tybe can go for a Smite Steal versus Hot Feet, or if they even bother to contest this, but they've got Dragon up in 30. They'll be able to reset, especially with their gold, you know, some of that gold that they're behind in. Gotta feel pretty good. I'd be feeling confident. Old School has now finished as Merriman, however, so that's a pretty big spike for them.
And I think you bring up a good point that Janus Esports, if they're able to dodge out on the engage tools from second place Demons, it is really hard for them to actually take extended fights. The only range they have to deal with is Old School and the Varus, but they have such a good way of being able to keep people at a distance, and it's, as of this moment, it is tough for second place Demons extended fighters like Meals and Tybe to actually be able to contend with someone like Kha'Zix, who is still the most fed member on their team.
Yeah, and sure they have a lot of damage, but, I mean, they have to force people to stay still. That's what the Amumu and the Malphite are there for, to try to make sure that people from Janus Esports cannot move and they can get all their damage down. If they're not, I mean, Gwen has a hard time sticking onto champions. She does have the needlework as well as the ghost here, so can make quick work of this fight. I don't think Janus, their hearts are not in it. They're not going to try and contest for this one.
And that's why second place Demons have to be the first ones into the pit, so that then they can threaten to turn onto Janus with their engage, with the Curse of the Sad Mummy and the Unstoppable Force. That the second dragon in the game going their way. No Rift Herald to compete for, and Soren, yeah, you definitely got to run towards that way. You don't
Keep running, Soren. You're not getting anything there. Meals, a little spicy there. Servant should be able to chase this down, however, but misses out on the lunge, so it's a important cooldown to not have before a fight. Rafa, the game is even for the time being. I say that as soon as I like try to get a little bit of something that isn't just straight up gameplay in, they of course have to start fighting, but I'm gonna trust them here. I'm scared for second place. I think we're going to a game 3.
It's not a huge deficit for them as well.
Second place Demons have a gold lead, but I mean all of it is in this Varus for the most part.
Yeah.
Hot Feet is ahead right now. There's a small lead for everybody else, but like Old School is there. And I mean Meals can't even kill the Galio at this point, and he's going full AP. So huge problems in my mind coming out for second place Demons. They're gonna have to get creative with these fights. They're gonna have to have Jackie land a multi-man stun. The rest of his team be able to follow up as well. Flash out from Old School is spell in danger.
Hot Feet still on the hunt. Had a couple of more casts of that Void Rush. Or Void Assault, I should say. Janus Esports, they're in this mid-game point where a lot of their champions, very strong contenders to be able to scrap with. I will say, though, for second place Demons, while Tybe hasn't really shown up on this Gwen quite yet, this is a champion, in theory, that just becomes so oppressive to deal with in extended fights. And the longer this game goes, while second place Demons are still ahead, they're just still buying more time for Tybe to really come online.
Oh.
Both Riftmaker and Nashor's Tooth are good places to be at. Jackie almost in range. Oh.
Well, that one was just role-playing. That ultimate was just role-playing because the moon was all alone, so they just had to hit nobody, so it's fine. That's Don't look. Everybody, this is exactly what a moon is supposed to do. This is as intended gameplay.
I wonder how fast the cooldown comes up. Because I know...
It's already a
during
quarter, so...
During the off-season, Riot, or at least the balance team for Wild Rift, wanted to make certain game-changing ultimates, like the Amumu ultimate, come up more often because they obviously want to see this champion picked more, but they also want people to feel that if you're picking a character specifically for its ultimate ability, then you should be rewarded for having more opportunities to use it.
I think in general, the ultimate ability should feel like that, right? Like, it should feel, I'm using the biggest boomstick ability in my champion's kit, and it should feel massive. It should feel like I should be able to do something. Meals just solo killed Servin through barrier. Didn't even matter. Used his ignite. Didn't even have to use the Fate Unsealed, so pretty impressive stuff. That's Lulu ult also gone. I think it may have been either mistapped or maybe in prediction of a play that just didn't happen from second place Demons. They're going in now.
Oh, and
Jackie,
on top before still go through. Jackie, oh! Don't worry, Jackie, no one saw that. You still connected on the bandage toss. Janus Esports still under heavy fire. The rest of them being pushed out by the jungle. Meals putting a ton of pressure through the Baron lane. Soren under fire. Savage tanking up as much as he can. Finally forced to flash, but
Meals is coming on flank.
Hot Feet looking for the resets. Almost found Jackie, but Jackie is still getting out alive. And all the while, Meals finally drawing the attention of Janus Esports over through the Baron lane.
It's 1 for 3. Like you said, Meals, he took down the Baron laner, and then he moved straight into that mid lane, was able to find that kill onto Soren. I'm not gonna lie, Rafa, I got confused during that fight. I saw the Galli ult, and I thought it was Meteor.
Well,
and it was on cooldown. I knew it was on cooldown, so I was like, I almost said it. I was almost like, Meteor, and I was like, that's Galio. Hold up.
Galio is the Meteor now.
That's a more effective Meteor, because, like, Meteor just does, like, the one-time damage. Galio, he lands, he does the damage, and then he starts punching you, which is pretty tough.
Yeah. It taunts you, AoE.
Look at the Meteor! Die for the Meteor!
Honestly, that Meteor has a lot more impact than the actual boot enchantment. Second place Demons getting ready for this third dragon of the game. Already Jackie and Savage in position to hold these choke points. Hot Feet looking to bully his way in. Scouring some vision control so they have at least some corridors lit up in terms of information.
All I can think about is, oh wait, Meteor! There it is. Okay, sorry. It's kind of like the Skittles slogan. It's like, taste the meteor. He just comes down.
Feel the meteor.
Taste the meteor. See, it works. And I think it's because it's the skin. This skin is the demonic Galio one, right? So it like has a darker color tone, like darker, what is it? The color scheme of the champion. I think Servant's just dead.
Boom! Wild Growth gives him a lot of reprieve. He's going to definitely walk out of this one alive. Meals getting a chunk of damage through the backline engage. And now Hot Feet waiting in the wings to see if he can pull off this steal. Tybe is going to force him to come in, but Hot Feet goes in and allows Soren to get in there with the heroic entrance. Taunt onto the back line. Old School is pressured, but he can still fire on back. This front line is evaporating slowly, and Janus Esports, I think you called it before, Janus Esports are slowly finding their ways into this fight. It costs a GA from Hot Feet, but Tybe still He always steals those, baby! Tybe never failing on the smites, and he comes back in and wipes away Janus Esports' dreams.
Let's go, Tybe! My man! He got it! He stole that. He went right over with the blast cone. He may have sacrificed Old School, but who needs Dragon Laners when you got smites like that? God damn, he keeps them in the game! Let's go!
You guys have to understand the history of this player, man. Tybe, by far, has like one of the highest numbers for objective steals throughout the North American Wild Rift landscape. OGs know, real ones know.
The real ones know.
Look through Summoner Series, look through WNS, and you'll see multiple times on the enemy roster where Tybe stole away a soul, stole a Baron, stole a Rift Herald. It's just, this guy is incredibly clutch every single time.
I love it. I don't know if that saves the game for them, Rafa. They are 8,000 gold ahead. I will be fair, right? This is a meaningful amount of gold, and Meals is becoming that threat that we were missing out on the early game. Oh my, he almost solo kills Servant right there through the Ignite as well. And maybe now with 3 items, Tybe kind of joins Meals in that becoming a threat challenge. Old School's even pumping out damage, but they need to be able to coordinate, and I think they really got to be able to pull Jackie out of whatever's happening, because their engages are just not landing right now. The Amumu is kind of just being sent in, and that I think is such a pivotal part of your composition if you can make it work.
Casual Meteor, just poking for vision. The Elder is up. Second place Demons in position. If they secure this with no answer from Hot Feet, who is still waiting on that G8 of spawn, I imagine the second place Demons will finally have the pieces necessary to close out this game. Extraton poking away with the culling. 1800 on the Elder. Tybe secures it. Hot Feet's already in there. Forced to flash away. Heroic entrance. Now puts Soren in a tricky position, but they follow over the wall. Savage not giving ground for Janus Esports to escape from this one. And it's a stasis from Sturvin the Flash looking for the grand challenge, but they still come out on top. Second place Demons wipe away 3, and they're pushing through the mid lane, through the Dragon lane. They're looking to end the game right here, right now.
They want to go straight on to grand finals. They don't want to have to play in any third place match. Look at the first inhibitor, look at the second inhibitor, and that should be it. Janus should be looking to go play up against Imperius in our next matchup here. A quick 2-0, and honestly a second match there from second place Demons that kind of showed a little bit of an inconsistency that we continue to see from this roster. A strong finish to that game coming off of the back of their star jungler, Tybe.
And for Janus Esports, you could tell that there was a moment. There was a silver lining that they had found that pocket for Hot Feet to bravely engage, sacrifice the GA so that Soren could get a huge engage into the backline, getting access to Old School and forcing him out of the fight. Savage and Meals completely taken off, but the steal, the clutch steal from Tybe. This was a game where it was hard for Tybe to have any impact in the early game. Hot Feet definitely was running the show in the jungle matchup, and just being able to team up with Soren, you had many ways to facilitate kills, but off the back of this, as you said, Janus Esports will go to the third place match decider with Imperius. And now for second place Demons, it's just like last weekend. We get to see them match up against Consoi Fan Club once again as we have our updated bracket to show you where all the teams line up.
And it's come from a long road here, and it's still impressive for Janus Esports team that came out of nowhere now, come here into third place matchup in their first ever qualifier, getting ready to play against Imperius. I hope Imperius have kind of shaken off a lot of those jitters. They still have, I think, a pretty strong game plan ahead of them, and I think we'll have a really incredible Dragon Lane matchup. I mean, Dienzio versus Hexaton, not a matchup that I thought would be as hype as it is, but considering the performance we've gotten from them, should be one for the ages. And then after that, we're looking at KFC versus second place Demons. We've seen this matchup before in a grand finals, and second place Demons are looking to break the trend. They want to break the mold on that.
Well, for Janus Esports, now we're going to be looking into that third place best of 3. Janus Esports not getting as much time to kind of take away from that series, but for them, as we've already mentioned before, you know, Janus Esports, no matter what happened at the end of the road, they always had to play through the last chance qualifier, so getting that experience, they get one more series to play out to get as much time on stage as possible, whereas for Imperius, I think for them, they are just trying to finish as strongly as possible here, because
they want that top 3. They do not want to have to deal with playing a bunch of tiebreakers. It could become a likely scenario, but if they win, should be able to at least lock in, have to play a couple of games potentially.
For the tiebreaker.
Exactly, for the tiebreaker. But that's for us to figure out later. Tiebreakers are for nerds. We've got a whole third, but they let them win this match. Come on, I need to see them versus Janus.
Okay, well, for us, break time. When we come back, third place, best of 3 coming your way. See you soon.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing
Yeah, I can't be safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
All right, gamers, before we get into our finals for the Open Qualifier, we have our third place series, and this one has a lot of stakes on the line, as it will be between Janus Esports and Imperius. For Janus Esports, of course, we've already talked about no matter what happens, Janus Esports, they're going to have to play through the last chance qualifier, but Imperius, because of their point standings, because of being here, if they beat Janus Esports, that will allow them to play for the tiebreaker to compete with Paradolia for that third playoff seed. So even though Janus Esports took out Paradolia are now suddenly the biggest Janus Esports fans right now because they need Janus Esports to upset and play spoiler to Imperius.
That would be pretty insane. And also, Imperius has never really played against Paradolia, at least on stream. At least in the bracket. So we haven't... That is a matchup that no one has really prepared for, unless, you know, there's some scrimmages going on. Other than that, that'd be pretty fun. And it sets a lot of really awesome stakes, especially because I'm sure Imperius wants to just have their playoff berth. They do not want to have to go and play in the LCQ, which... Why we're always talking about the last chance qualifier, it's only one team that makes it out. It is the one team that wins everything that gets to go and play in the playoff bracket. They get to be the 4th seed in 2 weeks' time to play against the top 3. But that's pretty insane. And they want to try and, you know, limit any chances of playing in LCQ. Business as usual. You beat Janus Esports, and you play your tiebreaker versus Paradolia.
Janus Esports, I think this is such not only an incredible ride, an incredible journey to be, you know, performing so well in their first and only open qualifier of the RiftMasters circuit so far, that this is the performance that they've been given. And while, yes, they did not take out second place Demons and were not able to get a game off of them, I think for them, there's a lot of power. There's a lot of satisfaction in being able to know we are in control of the fates of other teams right now, just because of the way we play. So if you're not at least playing for yourself, at least play for, you know, the fact that the balance of other team states are in your hands.
That's like really nerve-wracking, especially like we were saying, the fact that Janus, they don't have that option to go into playoffs. It puts pressure on Imperius. They're like, we gotta win. Janus are like, bro, I do not care. Like, we just signed up for this tournament, guys. Like, we just need to win. Like, if we win, we're a huge upset. We cause so many problems. We become Imperius's #1 enemy in LCQ to get rid of. And that would be an incredible storyline going into next weekend. But it's all decided here. Do we even get to talk about that next week if Imperius wins out on this matchup? Does Janus go for the upset? It all starts now.
That's right. And I think before we got on the stream, the big thing you were looking at in a little highlight matchup is that dragon lane between Dienzio
Yeah.
and Hexaton.
We haven't seen the Hexaton of yore, but I'm really hoping he's still in there. Like, just get that player out. We need to open the door. I don't know if there's like the shot. He needs to take off the weighted armbands. Get in there, brother. Get that carry performance. And if that means you don't have to play Ziggs, then unfortunately it's the Ziggs. But the Lucian also felt like he was making a couple of mistakes. I don't know if it was the pressure of playing in that semifinals, but for sure I think he's going to have to step it up, and it's going to be Dienzio, I think, that's going to take him to task on that one. Say, look, you're playing against some of the best. You either show up or shut up.
Damn. It's one way to put it, but it is reality, and sometimes the truth is just dealt better bluntly, because that's how life will come at you.
Yep.
And we are heading to the draft now between these two teams. Remember, still best of 3, so first to 2 points wins overall. Janus Esports will be taking the blue side, Imperius on the red side. This does mean there's some implications about what Imperius will look to focus on as bans. Do they respect the Kha'Zix from Hot Feet? Do they respect the Ziggs from Hexaton?
Yeah.
They definitely respect the Ziggs.
Yeah.
They don't want him on that champion.
They saw that performance. They're like, okay, we need to get rid of this champion. It is not okay. And interesting that Janus are the ones that say, hey, we need to just get rid of the Yone. I'm surprised that there are not more teams that are not willing to say, like, hey, like, Johto almost carried on an Akali performance. Is that the matchup that we need to look at? Because Soren just had, I think, a pretty good game on the Galio despite a loss. And against Johto, if you're going to play the Galio, good luck as the Akali. You have to get out of that matchup as soon as possible. And that just means Galio is going to follow you around the map.
Fiora and Gwen also taken off the table. There's the Kha'Zix away from Hot Feet. Imperius, one more ban left on the table. Gragas Flex pick, good option here. But there's still some comfort picks for the side of Janus Esports that is still available. Servan, while didn't get the ability to shine as much into Sandwich, can still look for plenty of rock-sturdy Baron laners against Suki.
Okay, and picking up the Senna, which means we're probably going to see a similar setup that we saw last time, which is Janus picking up the Senna and going with some kind of mage. This is a similar setup that I think we've seen. It's been a while since we last saw it, I'll be honest, but for Janus, it just didn't quite work out, and so I want to see if they're going to start to pinch the support pool afterwards. Picking up the Thresh here to pair with it. I think Nasus, even with this pairing, is obviously very strong, but also I think does well into what Imperius has already started to show.
I don't think we've seen Senna Nasus from Janus Esports. I know we just saw a Senna brand lane a couple games ago. But this will be our first look. And because this changes up how the damage dynamic goes, Ryan showed us great moments on a lot of engaged champions, even some Enchanter champions in their upset over Paradolia. But on the Nasus, a little bit of a different playstyle, different flavor. This Darius early lock-in, though, that super confident to go into the Renekton matchup, more than likely for Servan. He is ready to take the game into his own hands this time around.
He's ready, and he wants to make that matchup known. Now, Imperius, they've got a couple of options here, because this is Jace, right? And it's Jace that's in a flex position. He could be played in the mid lane. It could be played in the jungle. And Imperius picking up a pretty strong dragon laner with the Varus there. So again, Janus probably going to be indexing on more of those support bans to try and pinch out on Deceived. Thresh, I think, is obviously #1 priority, but instead going for the Nami here. And you see already Imperius, they just want to take away any kind of agency from Hot Feet. So Kha'Zix is already gone, Lee Sin as well. Maybe there's a Jarvan or Camille ban.
Zinzo, potentially another option. Trying to think of what else Hot Feet.
Rengar.
Wow.
Alright.
Well, some heavy scouting from the side of Imperius to go through Hot Feet's records, finding if he's got potentially a ton of Rengar games that we don't know about.
Yeah.
That would have worked decently well with this composition, like setting up with Bola placements into the roots and the slows from the Senna Nasus lane. Not bad.
Would be nice, and obviously as a melee champion, like, he just thrives so well. He's perfect, like you were saying with the Senna and the Nasus lane. So they can continue to index onto physical damage. I was wondering if that was going to be the Thresh for Imperius, and Deceive says, yep, I'll just go ahead and take that away from you guys. So Janus now, they're going to have to pick their jungler, and then they're going to pick their mid laner. What exactly are their options here? I mean, you want aggressive junglers. You said that, you know, there could be a Zinzao here. Soren's going to be picking up the Zed, so just wants to try and find solo kills.
Are we going to get an AP jungler? There's not many options left unless you go for Echo here. Otherwise, if you pick another fighter in the jungle, your only magic damage is from this Nasus. So I guess it's not the worst thing against Imperius's current composition because no one is really a dedicated tank. Okay, yeah.
All right. Remember, Nasus does have armor shred on his kit, so
very true. Very true.
That is something that they can look for. It is going to reduce up to 30% armor, which I think is massive, especially when you look at Darius and Riven. They're already going to be building Black Cleaver, so a massive amount of that armor that they would be stacking is just going to be gone. I'm okay with this as long as they have the Nasus. And Imperius are not really showing that they're going to be building a ton of tanks. You see already on their team, they've got the Renekton and now the Aurelia. Pretty tough, I think, to try and pull that into something like the Darius. But the rest of this composition, I think, is all right. Nasus does throw a spanner in the works, though, still.
So I'm assuming this is Joe to Aurelia.
I would hope so.
I guess it could also... Now, if you wanted to get crazy, and if you really wanted to make this Zed not have a fun time, you could put the Renekton into the mid lane. I mean, you and I have been on that matchup. It is almost unplayable for Zed in the early laning phase, and you just have to prevent the Zed from being able to get roams off.
I got jungle diffed, so I think it's not my... I don't remember much. I just remember getting jungle diffed, unfortunately.
Happens. Well, whether it's the Renekton mid lane or if this is going to be a Aurelia in the mid lane, we haven't seen Aurelia jungle for quite some time. They did nerf it in the past, so it's not as insanely strong as before. Still possible, but I think for Tony, because we've already seen games from him playing the Jace jungle and being a reliable threat scaling into the game, whether he is skirmishing early on or just, you know, biding time on power spikes and playing off of Dienzio, being that poke and siege composition, that core that they usually are, doing so well, getting ready for objectives, forcing enemies to walk through chokes points and take damage that they would rather not, and it makes them go, do you really want to take this fight while you have sub 50% HP now?
Yeah, the fun part about Aurelia is that she definitely forces the opponent into kind of a skill matchup, and then she eventually will just be able to drain you down with the ranged auto attacks, with the blade surge that she's going to get. It's very hard once we get multiple items on her, but before that happens, it's going to be tough, I think. Darius is very, very good into these skirmish, brawl-heavy melee matchups. He is perfect at that, and it's going to be definitely coming down to either you're just going to get solo killed or my jungler is going to come first.
Like that you mentioned that, because this is a Darius fantasy for the most part. If you take Varus out of the picture, everyone is within range for Darius to decimate, get resets off with the Noxian Guillotine. This is a position where serving after playing against, you know, Sandvich was kind of left out to dry, didn't get the usual advantages that we saw him get in the Paradolia series. Even in their one loss against Paradolia, he was still putting on a clinic of having so much pressure in the sideline, split pushing. This time around with Darius, I don't know if he's going to be going Hullbreaker.
Nope.
This probably will be more team fight focused. He is looking to be a main reset carry. You have a lot of burst damage set up from the Riven and the Zed, being able to at least eliminate some targets, or at least from the Riven side, be able to put out AoE damage. This Nasus, as you already said, the armor shred comes through in. I think the biggest thing that you look at, though, is what the early skirmishing is going to be like, because Riven, very dependent on cooldowns early on, though I don't know how the priority of these lanes is going to play out, because for Imperius, Jace, Renekton, that is a very, very dangerous combo to be messing with in the early game.
Yeah. Rolf, I found it laughable that we thought these teams are going to be playing Hullbreaker on Split Push legitimately. We've seen it, like, kind of once with the Scion. But you know what they do? They buy the Hullbreaker, and then they come teamfight, guys. Hey, guys, I'm here. I got my huge item. It's like, what are we doing?
To be fair, they were kind of forced in that situation. There's a couple times when it was like, guys, if I don't come to this fight, we don't have a front line anymore, so I will be here.
The front line is a lie. The front line is a lie.
The front line is a lie?
They try to that's just
crazy.
That's just team fight propaganda. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, okay. Oh well. We got to see Joe2's Aurelia mid. Oh, this is gonna be a treat.
Is it? I'm doubting. Mark,
you doubting Joe2?
Mark,
damn, bro, that's crazy.
I'm scared. Okay, wait. Okay, they swapped the mid lane though. Okay, never mind. It's winnable. This is a turbo-free matchup for Aurelia.
Yeah, like I thought
it's good. Okay.
Yeah, I said Joe2 was gonna take the Aurelia.
I was scared. We didn't know. I thought, you know, they could have human swapped it. They could have had Servant come mid lane. That should have been what they did. I'm behind you.
Oh, I see. So you thought that the Darius was going to come and answer into the Aurelia.
It should. Like, the Renekton matchup is whatever into Darius. It's very dependent on, you know, can Renekton get the drop on the Darius? And everything after that, right? Like, if you send the Darius here, it's fine. Renekton into the Zed, it's fine. We should just swap this, but look, I'm not going to complain about it for too much longer. It's over at this point. Like, they're just swapping. Tony's engaging now. He should be able to fight Hot Feet at least, contest him on this, and force him in a pretty awkward position. Now, you see the Thresh is actually going for a recall here, or at least was channeling it. Could eventually look for a roam after this wave.
Had to stay on the map, though, just in case Hexaton and Ryan got that push advantage and contested Tony at the river for the crab. Dakota Matsukame, while down 50% HP, is going to just hold on and make sure that Tony has that priority in lane. No skirmishing available, but Hot Feet making a good read. He recognized that Tony, because coming earlier than he did on the roam timer, knew that there is Krugs available to take. They push Suki off of this Baron, make sure that they get this crash. And so far, it's just a kind of an exchange of jungle theories and differences. Tony trying to be more proactive early on, whereas Hot Feet got a little bit more camps for his liking.
Suki is feeling the pressure. He's like, not again, man. This can't happen in 2 different games. I just experienced this from KFC. I don't need this. Last time I was playing Akali, I got Dove. There's a Gragas. There's a Riven proxying my wave. Please don't make this happen again. I want to play this game.
That matchup was brutal.
That matchup was not playable, man.
Oh yeah, dude. When he was on the Akali in their game too. Oh, this could be a good gank setup. Death Sentence. Good flash from Ryan.
Forcing out the flash there. Ryan, I think that was more just movement choice there from them. I think they could have moved in a little bit of a better space, but just gets the flash out there, which means, like you said, they could make this play. They could go for something in a little bit later time. I don't know if they're going to be able to make anything happen under the turret. Really, what you're doing with these two, especially when they're so close under your own structure, is you're just looking for poke. You're just looking to kind of make them get a little antsy here. Ooh. Okay.
Are we going to have an all-in here? Both have levels, are level 5 already. Have the all-ins available. Decent components that they are sitting on, but both sums available. Meanwhile,
what?
Oh, Ryan! Oh no, Imperius gonna strike first. Koto Matsukame taking as many turret shots as he can to give Dienzio more time to auto him under the tower.
And they're going to go for this dive as well. Jace is sitting right behind him. They're waiting to push out all the waves. He shouldn't have been seen on a ward here, hugging this wall. Don't know if they're going to be able to make this happen, though. He has both of his summoners. Okay, well, they made quick work of him. Never mind. My bad.
That stun lasted long enough that Tony was able to just completely rail some Shock Blast as well. There's no chance for Servant to get out of that one.
And look at this. The Dragon Lane has moved in. They're going to be able to push this wave. Soren, I don't know if you're going to be able to find anything. Still got about 45 seconds before any objective spawns here. And so, with Aurelia being able to pick up this wave, looks like they're just going to split the map. Janus being able to pick up the Dragon. Imperius going for the Rift Herald. But really, they still have options. Johto.
Johto, oh, 3-man stun, Wind Slash goes back in. What, Johto, what are you doing? Holy, Johto! You know, we have seen Johto pull off incredible things, and I think Johto was just really pushing the boundaries of what could happen. Just not enough damage.
Maybe just wanted to try and save this turret, but in one single push, they're going to be able to grab the first turret at 5 minutes. Massive amount of gold. Think here for Imperius, despite Johto, going down there, they will have access to start up whatever objective they want. They know that Janus will not be here for the play. And as soon as they show on wards, you see all these 3 wards that are sitting in the blue side quadrant. This should be able to show whether or not, hey, if they're here, then we know exactly where they're going to play for. Aurelia's going to be starting up this Dragon. Riven is here. Nasus is still topside. They should have the numbers advantage, at least for the time being. Sentinel will give him vision.
Soren onto the backline, finds Tony, gets the flash out. Death Mark doesn't do that
Flash.
much, but it burns the summoner spell. Tony is forced out. 1900 on the Dragon. Can they get into the pit? Can they compete for the smite? No, Tony secures it with his own. Hot feet, forced the broken blade himself over the wall. Johto locking up Hexaton. Beautiful, flawless duet stun. And Imperius, despite losing out on Johto earlier on, they find 3 kills.
Yeah, and now with this Rift Herald, they can have their say of whatever they want to do. Even bot lane Tony, he's going in. He knows that he has no ultimate on this Zed. Soren is going to get solo killed by the enemy jungler. And then with this mid-tier 1 going down, Imperius have to feel like they're in control. They're going to drop the Rift Herald here as well. Johto's coming. Lots of gold getting spread across the entirety of Imperius' team.
And a Rift Herald charge. While for Janus Esports, they can at least take solace in the fact that they got first brick before Imperius. It's the first Dragon of the game to them.
Wow.
Janus Esports, Tony might have overextended longer, and that Wither Slow means that Johto has nowhere to run. Janus, back on the board.
There you go. Get 2 more kills in their back pocket, but yeah, they just stayed way too long. They got a little bit greedy, didn't find a safe back timer. Should just be serving going down. Dove him under turret. There's no wave, so it's going to be a few before this turret goes down. Could give it over to D'Anzio, but it seems like Suki is going to be the one to try and pick up this wave. Fantastic stuff from Imperius. They're kind of just leveraging their gold leads, leveraging their item advantage to just go for these kills, especially since they do have Blade of the Ruined King and a couple of their solo lanes. Very, very potent combo.
This is side tangent, but I'm just loving the evolution of the AP Varus build that we are seeing. I think Old School and D'Anzio
so good, man.
Just showing us how strong this build and how flexible it means for compositions. Because obviously, if you already have a ton of AP damage, you can still go for like a traditional lethality build. The Muramana still stays the same, but we'll see flexes into the Serpent Fang against a lot of highly shielded teams. Yuma's Ghostblade just for raw extra poke. But then when you need a little bit of extra magic damage, this Riftmaker and then full AP afterwards, I mean, he's...
Wow. They just tossed him around, man! We had the Gulf Swing from Jace, the Flay from Thresh. We'll see if they'll try to make a play coming off of this. You see Nasus is walking his way down, but he's walking straight into Fog of War. Blade Surges are coming on out. Riven's in position.
Vanguard's Edge. Oh, whoa. Okay, Hot Feet able to at least trade 1 back against Kodo. Matsukami does go down, though, for his efforts. A 1-for-1. Turret is salvaged for Janus Esports. Flash forward from Ryan, getting the Wither slow down. Here comes Servant, and he gets the point-blank dunk. The Noxian Guillotine resets are there. He can fully stack the Hemorrhage Bleed as well. D'Anzio flashing over the wall, but with the movement speed and the slows, Janus Esports' Baron Laner finds himself a triple.
Massive play for Janus. Will it turn into an objective lead? I don't know, but that gold injection going straight into Servant's gotta feel nice. It brings him back into parity versus his enemy opponent in the Baron lane. he'll be able to finish his Black Cleaver here, and maybe in 20 seconds when this Rift Herald spawns, they'll feel more than important to be able to try and start this objective. A lot of summoners will be down, a lot of ultimates will be not available, but Servants, I mean, the guillotine's reset at this point, so he's ready to fight, and we saw, again, like you're saying, Hot Feet going 1 for 1 there. They're catching back up.
It's only a 4,000 gold deficit, and we saw the last time Janus Esports, they were keeping in tow against their opponent's second-place Demons in the previous series. While they didn't get a chance to close out that game, they knew that Janus Esports was still in striking distance, and that still instills confidence for the fact that Imperius have to be playing with caution. They cannot disrespect this completely new squad that has shocked pretty much the entire community.
And right now, Imperius are playing on three lanes right now. Renekton will not be here in time. See Aurelia coming in with the flank. Maybe they will get this.
Ryan taking a lot of damage on the back end. Rift Herald almost taking him out. Font of Life giving him a little bit of extra healing. And Soren just throws out the death mark for good measure. Keeping Imperius at bay. But the arrow, Tienzio from downtown, finds its mark onto Soren.
Okay, one person goes down. But they still get the Rift Herald. I don't know how much this is going to be useful. The inhibitor here for Renekton. Suki, if he's able to live, that's great, but you already did your job, soldier. All right.
Wow.
And the rest of the team is here.
Reinforcements are here. Here comes the Imperius. Servant thought that he could lock down the Crocodile and now finds himself extended in the long lane. No one can bail him out. The rest of Imperius playing the macro game incredibly well. They have extended this gold lead. It used to be only 4,000, but now we are almost at that 10,000 mark.
Yeah, and again, I just don't know if it's going to be worth it. They still have this Rift Herald. Where will they ever be able to place it? Because they don't have priority in any of the lanes right now. So really dropping it is mostly just trying to get chip damage in. Maybe they try to get this top tier one, but honestly, it's not looking very meaningful at that point. So the game's in Imperius' hands to take on this one. They're so far ahead at this point. They're finishing items. Black Cleaver now done for Tony. They are hitting all of their spikes at the right time. This is going to have to come down to a Hail Mary from Janus. They're bleeding out on the map, and they need to be able to find a massive teamfight win.
You look at their members with the most gold. It is Hot Feet and Servant. Everyone else is just trying to do the best to provide utility, to be a threat as much as they can. It is super incredibly difficult at this point. Imperius, one stroke away, one team fight away, one clean ace from just being able to take out the first game of this series.
Oh, it'll be tough. And remember, it is a best of 3, so they will have options if they want to go, you know, hey, hit the books, come back into game 2 potentially. And again, this is just Imperius wanting to take care of business. Job's not done. They still need to be able to get 3rd place to keep their dreams alive of making it a top 3 for playoffs.
Soren encountering Joe2. Deathmark goes down. Joe2, can he outplay this one? He's just going to pop the stone plate for good measure. Getting that extra shield, making sure that he doesn't go down. Hot Feet. Oh, he's got Kodo in his back pocket. This Thresh locking him down. Unfortunately for Hot Feet, cannot outplay the 1v2.
Even in Baron lane right now, Suki just took that trade up against Servant, gets both of the summoner spells, and now it is just inhibitors falling across the map. Will Hot Feet be even able to use the Rift Herald? We don't know. We'll figure it out. Dienzio, massive chains of corruption.
Yeah, it spreads to everyone like a plague. Imperius now just bringing it to Janus Esports on the base front. This inhibitor, 1,200 HP. Just one more wave will give them enough time to knock it down.
Rafa, it's good to see for Imperius. This is exactly the kind of bounce back. They've had time to wait. They've had time to watch their opponent in that last match versus second place Demons. They took the time off. They're like, okay, look, we lost our game. Let's just keep it moving. Keep pushing. We will not miss a beat coming back in this game. Okay. I mean, it's Thresh. I hope you can get this kill. It's going to happen. There it is. And they summon the Rift Herald. But everyone's coming back from base. And this Rift Herald, he's on the summoner. He's on the ARAM map right now.
He should be able to at least make this charge, but they have to clear out this wave. Super Minions making it a little bit more difficult than they need to.
Whoa!
I see what you're trying to do there, Joe2. The Vanguard's Edge Flash. Unfortunately, does not connect.
It was close, but no cigar.
That's always fun to do, actually. When you play a lot of Aurelia, you can find angles where you just go for the,
He was
go for the
on
highlight moment.
vision!
Oh.
And he stands and emotes! Respect Tony! Put some respect on his name! Oh, man. I mean, Suki's now picked up the stone or the hull breaker. There you go. Punish him for being on vision the whole time. Thank you. He was on vision, and Soren's like, no, we're not letting this happen again. He can't get away with this.
This is illegal.
Yeah, exactly. Illegal positioning acquired. The hull breaker, I mean, it buys a little bit of time, right? The Baron being up, it means that Suki can't exactly push so far up with his hull breaker because he doesn't know where the opponents are. He doesn't have someone that's shadowing him. Even this might be a little too far up. He's able to eventually get out, but that's 5 members all sitting in this bot side jungle. And you see right here, Zio, he doesn't even need to be in range of Riven. He can be 2 phone screens away. Boom, I'm clearing the minion wave.
I wonder what one phone screen equates to in terms of vision on a tablet. It's like, is it 2 phone screens equates 1 tablet's worth of vision?
Well, you just see more, right? So like,
Yeah.
it's kind of like when you have
a.
it's kind of like when you have a widescreen monitor.
Oh yeah,
where like
what's
the
Samantha
edges of your screen expand.
Yeah,
So you will end up seeing more, but you know, you have a very wide screen. Usually it's like the curved monitors that have that sort of setup. So I just assume tablets are the same, that they just have more that you can see, and you have a little bit more room to, you know, hold your hands, you know, put them wherever you need to.
Yeah. I don't know why it popped in my head. However, Danzio, he's got his a ninja popping onto his back. Just quick flash, not needing to burn the barrier.
Meteor.
Danzio's is fine. Vanguard's edge connects,
Wow.
and nice 2-man play from Kodo. That sets up Joe2. Looking for one more Blade Surge, gets the reset on to Ryan, and now looking for the flanking angle through the bottom lip of this Raptor camp. Janus Esports on the run, being pushed away.
Look at Joe2.
This dragon should go over to Tony, and Joe2 is having a party. He's having a fiesta in there. Imperious looking to lay down the last bit of damage, laying down their claim for this series as they look to close out Game 1.
And in pretty dominant fashion. It didn't feel particularly close for most of this game. Joe2, alright, let's see it serving. He's not able to make it happen. The minions in the dragon lane were going to come in anyway, but now they'll have this Baron lane as well. They get the teleports in. Joe2 stutter stepping. Joe2 going down. 33% of his deaths have been to the Nexus. Fantastic stuff from Joe2. You had a little bit of fun this match.
Joe2, couple of flashes for the Vanguard's edge animation cancel. Didn't quite connect, but had one last good team fight moment for the highlight reels, for the boys, all the gamers. Wait, what did you have in your hand there? I saw something. Was it Gracie? Yeah! Hi, Gracie! Hi, Gracie!
She was bugging out a little bit, so she has to come hang out with me for a little bit.
Understandable.
Okay. Do not sit on the cables, please, ma'am. Alright, well, not much doing, Rafa. Not much to really talk about this game. I mean, this is a fantastic job from Imperious, keeping their playoff dreams alive. They still need to win the next game. They need to be able to close out the series, get 3rd place. Even after that, we still have our best of 5 grand finals afterwards, and Janus are looking to bounce back. I mean,
Dimitri, I am unfortunately I have to inform you, it is a best of 3.
It's a best of 3?
Yeah.
I thought I saw KFC 3-0. I don't know why. Maybe I just misread something.
No, it's okay. It is. Don't worry. We will.
We are not casting until 1 a.m. Let's go. Well, let me not say that now. I just cursed it. We got a 3-hour broadcast ahead of us. Yeah, literally.
Knocking on wood right now. Okay. But as you said before, Imperious, these guys have to beat Janus Esports, claim 3rd place, just so they can get a tiebreaker for that 3rd seed playoffs against Paradolia. Janus Esports still have the potential to play spoiler, though, to Imperious and become Paradolia's favorite team in the entire world if they do so. because then that will
Yeah.
secure Paradolia's third seed playoff berth in that instance. But the things that I think you want to look at after this game, while Janus Esports lost control of the game after the, I want to say the 8-9 minute mark, there's moments where Servant Darius looked good, Hot Feed Riven looked good. It just didn't seem like they were able to play around or empower Sorn on the Zed to feel like he had a huge impact.
Yeah, we didn't see that early impact Zed. He was just... It feels like he wasn't really able to find kills early on, and without that empowerment, kind of tends to fall off a little bit, and without having that kill threat, it's really tough, I think, to pressure the opponent as the Zed. Honestly, looking at Janus, they just kind of feel lost. They're not winning the Baron lane matchups anymore, and I think that may just be a condition of, the leveling up of your opponents. You're not just facing, no offense, Paradolia, you're going against second place Demons. You're going up against people like the Dienzio when you're playing against Imperius. That is a different stage in terms of the players that you're going up against, and they just haven't looked the same since their quarterfinals. It's again the Baron lane, the Dragon lane. It's not really popping off. I'm still seeing some of those highlight plays come out from Hot Feet, but the rest of his team just can't seem to follow up on him.
The adaptation from Hot Feet is still giving them moments to kind of build upon and have stabilization in the mid game. But I think a lot of teams have figured out that so far Hexaton has not been able to really put up as an exceptional performance when the Ziggs is not available. In the past, when the Ziggs comes through, Hexaton is a monster and completely destroys and dominates the Rift. Senna hasn't really worked out. Lucian hasn't worked out. So it could be maybe Hexaton looks for just a different mage, something that can serve a similar purpose to Ziggs. Unfortunately, not all champions are unique in ways that it does not allow them to have the exact same impact as Ziggs, but that maybe there's another mage in the pool that we have not seen yet.
Like, if you're going to play mage, we just got to get rid of the Thresh. We can't allow this champion to be real. It's unfortunately just way too strong at that point. It's a pretty big pick tool. We saw that got abused in the first game versus second place Demons, so... I don't know. I'm really hyped for Imperius right now. They're doing really well. I think they're playing excellently, and Joe2 is still showing off different ways that he can kind of like pop off in a series. The Aurelia, obviously, like, he's just going for things. Not all of them work, but he's showing that like killer instinct. He just wants to go in.
Yeah, in the words of our colleague Cubby, we encourage. Yeah, well, send it for the boys and encourage the mantra around and find out. See what you can do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Don't worry, gamers. We are not just staring into the camera for your enjoyment or.
We're waiting. We're waiting for the game.
Just waiting for the draft phase to load on up. I think the both teams are just, since we went straight into the third placed best of 3, just giving teams a little bit more time to go over what the game plan they want. What's the game plan that they want to prepare for, and give themselves the best chance of being able to succeed on the Rift. So we're just here making sure that we are having a good time and good vibes. If at some point though we don't get into the draft phase soon, I think I'm just going to propose a 1v1 against Dimitri.
Sure. Okay.
I'll have it loaded on up.
I should have my Wild Rift loaded up. It'll be from your perspective, because I don't have fancy setup like you.
Yeah, I can. Give me. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Although, how do we? What kind of? Would we just do like an all-in like level 1 to the death, or are we?
I feel like it should be like a best of 3. Like, so there's a duel function, right?
Oh yeah, we did get the new duel map. We are getting word that draft is loading
Yeah.
up, so we'll probably save the duel for another time.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, there's if I do duel custom, nice. All right. Well,
We'll save this.
yeah.
You can ban champions?
Yeah, so it's almost like an official like 1v1 mode, which
Uh-huh.
I think is super dope. Yeah, there's even like a dual solo queue ladder. I don't know if you actually get ranked, but there's like a hidden MMR that you match
I mean,
up against.
there's a straight up regular MMR that you can just straight up see for ARAM.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There's
See,
ARAM
guys,
score. Wait, this is
see?
broken.
Wild Rift is giving the people what they've always wanted.
I don't care. They gave me duel. This is OP.
This is pretty damn
I like that. I'll take
nice. I love it.
it. Okay.
Even our producer in on it, down for the duel. Rule set for duels is basically the same as we made for Summer
if
Splash.
you think that I know those rules, not happening.
Well, so the duel mode
All right, we got
that
draft. There we
Riot
go.
made was the same as the rule set that RiftMSTRS proposed for Summer Splash.
Okay.
So it was first to 2 kills, first to first brick, or first to first brick or first to 2 kills, basically.
Not even.
I don't think there was.
You just can't.
Yeah.
You also just can't count CS in this game. So.
Yeah, so there's no gold point. Also, duel has a timer on it, so it's also like you can't just stall it out and be like, all right, we're just in this duel for like 20 something minutes. I think it's like a 10-minute timer. I think
That's pretty
maybe
intense
it's
for a duel. Wow.
Okay. Oh, apparently after the 10-minute mark, the zone just starts shrinking.
Yeah, it's like all
like a-
2v2s. Let's
like a
go.
Battle Royale.
That's
Holy-
awesome. Oh man. That's awesome.
Wow.
I like that. I'm so glad. Because I know I remember seeing the duel. I was like, okay, cool. I'm not gonna probably ever use this function. And then in the recent future, expected anyway. Well, Mark, we have got a game. We have got a draft. Anybody just joining us? Imperius, 3rd place match versus Janus. Imperius, they win this. They keep their dreams alive for playing in the playoffs, which will happen in 2 weeks' time. They lose this. Both Janus and Imperius will be meeting each other eventually, hopefully, in the last chance qualifier, will be happening next weekend. But right now, Imperius banning away the Ziggs yet again, banning away the Kazakhs as well to get that out of Hot Feet's hands, and Hexaton as well. Hexaton getting the Garen for Severin, I think is an important matchup, as well as now picking up the Lucian.
Some Lucian priority for this squad. We saw Hexaton play it. Maybe there's a chance that Soren is the one that pilots it around so that you have a little bit more access to mid lane priority guaranteed. And Hot Feet is taking to the Lee Sin, making sure that it doesn't get banned in the second phase like it did last time. So now Janus Esports are really amping up the amount of agencies that you have, the amount of playmaking potential you have within the first couple of minutes of the game.
They're putting a lot of agency in their hands, though, to try and make this pop off really early. And I think, rightfully so, put it in the player that has been the most consistent in terms of your playmaking. It's Hot Feet. I like this. I'm glad that they're kind of putting their trust, putting a few eggs in the basket and saying, like, give us some early plays, go for some insane steals, go for an insane 2v2, so that we can try to claw back into the series. Get back in. They're 1 game down.
Servant also back on the Garen, a trusty, stable foundation. Ways to round out this composition for both teams because Dienzio already has the Varus locked in. Imperius can once again go for more physical damage, more utility that rounds it out. No need for necessary any magic damage that has to flesh out this composition. Janus Esports might have to do so, though, based on the way that everything is laid out as they take away the Thresh. Maybe this sets up for the Mage.
Maybe. Again, the Thresh is just so dangerous to play into. as a mage. You don't have many ways of kind of getting around it. And they're just going to counter it with, I think, even harder crowd control. Picking up the Nautilus here. I kind of like this from Imperius. You have a really dangerous 2v2 here versus the Lucian and the Thresh. Now what are they going to do for their mid lane matchup? Kind of just got to blind it. A lot of mages are gone too. No Akali.
Few seconds on the clock, yeah. Don't know if you want to blind Aurelia.
Okay, well...
Johto about to throw down the gauntlet and say, all right, Soren, let me show you how to play Zed. Let me show you how the real ninja assassin
That is mental damage instantly. Like, you take the champion that they just played, that they just lost on, and you try to play better than them. And, you know, the big... Oh?
Morgana. There you go.
Morgana mid? It could be Lucian mid.
Yeah, I think this will be a Lucian mid, and Hexaton will get his chance to play Morgana. What this allows from Ryan now, you can safely wave clear against the Varus and the Nautilus, and it's harder for them to lock you down because even though they have great single target crowd control, you got a black shield.
Yeah, a black shield right
You're
next to you.
immune to CC.
Yeah. For the time being, until they break it. Then after that, it's kind of dangerous, and especially with what we've been seeing, AP Varus should be able to shatter the black shield pretty quickly, especially since you're not going to be maxing it first, right? So that third ability for Morgana is not going to be very intense. You're going to obviously want to max out your second ability, the Tormented Soil. You're going to want to kind of put down points into your Dark Binding. So a lot of things there, I think, for Janus Esports. Again, it is putting we are playing away from our Dragon Lane. Yet again, we are putting all of our focus, all of our pressure, every single bit of our trust, if you're a Janus Esports fan, into our top side. We want our Lucian to pop off. We need our Lee Sin to do the same. And that could potentially carry them to a Game 3 here.
It would be very massive for Janus Esports to just continue showing the max limits of what they are pushing for. Imperius just one game away from locking in the next step of this journey to getting a playoff berth for that third seed. Because remember, if Imperius close out the series, it's still a tiebreaker. But if Janus Esports were to somehow reverse sweep this series and take them out, Imperius would be forced to play through the last chance qualifier, just like Janus. Paradolia would secure that third seed. So Imperius just one more game from them, and they can continue the next step.
It's going to be an intense battle, and I think from what we've seen from Imperius, the consistency of this roster, I think you'd almost have to be a little foolish. We do a little trolling maybe if you're a Gamba. You want to put all your chips on Imperius. We've seen them consistently play at a high level here in North America, in the RiftMSTRS tournaments. We've seen very little of Janus, and they seem hot or cold at times. And right now it feels like kind of running on a little bit of a cold streak.
Yeah, Janus is not feeling as hot as they were when they first debuted against Paradolia. I imagine, and I would not be surprised if teams took the time to do a little bit of prep, look into how the team was putting themselves together, and just making sure that they didn't fall into the same pitfall that Paradolia did in underestimating these opponents. And this time around, they had the advantage of getting tape, being able to see what Janus Esports could do, who their strong players were, being able to understand where the strengths and the weaknesses lie. So, as you said, all eyes on this top side 3v3. I imagine that both of the Dragon lanes are going to be left alone. Those supports are going to want to get into the fray. I don't imagine any of these teams are going to be able to play as fast as Console Fan Club does ever so consistently.
That's just not fair, Rafa. We can't compare them to Console Fan Club. That's just, you know, like, we're taking like the middle childs and we're like comparing them to the firstborn or the lastborn. Like, it's just not, it doesn't feel right.
Well,
KFC is a whole different beast. They're playing a whole different game than the rest of North America right now.
Yeah, but that's the team to chase after to live up at the end of the day. Obviously, both Imperius and Janus Esports have to get through each other before they can even think about playing potentially against Consoi Fan Club again in the future. By the way, anyone that gets in through the last chance qualifier, their first opponent is Consoi Fan Club.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case. They do have to, as the 4th seed, they come in, they play the 1st seed, and good luck. It's double elimination. That's the good part. They get to play in double elim. And so if they do make a mistake, if they do end up going up against KFC, then hey, guess what? You get to go into the lower bracket and play the other teams that are going to be coming down there as well. So it's not all doom and gloom for everybody in North America that isn't KFC. If you're Constant Fan Club, you're chilling. You are vibing right now. I mean, you're still waiting for your grand finals match, which should be happening after this. So, Rafa, what have you done today? That sounds a little combative. What?
Well, if you would like to know,
I do.
As we've gone through all the formalities of the narratives and the stakes, and at this point we're just waiting for the game to still load up. So, Dimitri, to answer your question, I took Choco out for a walk super early this morning because I was up late, and
I wonder why. Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? It's almost dawn, so I just went out for a brisk walk. Not even too long, but we just walked around the neighborhood, saw the sunrise, and then came back to the house, and that's when the crash finally came in. So I went to sleep, woke up, and then I hung out with family a bit. Made brunch, and then here we are. Got ready for the broadcast.
Oh, it's Morgana mid.
Well, hey, that changes things up a bit. So this is now a far more aggressive bottom lane for Hexaton and Ryan.
Yeah. This
is going to change how things play up, and already...
What?
Wait a minute. That's an early flash. Almost could have been a potential kill on Kodo Matsukami.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, that's exactly what we want to see from Janus Esports. Getting an early kill, or getting close to what is an early kill, set Kodo Matsukami behind, get them to reset. And I like this coming out from Soren. Because you're playing this Morgana, you can just check with your Dark Binding, you can check with your Tormented Soil. See, hey, is there a camp here? Yes, okay, that's where they're going to be. That's where the enemy jungler is. They also put down a ward. So, we're able to check this. Servant's getting really close to soloing. Both of these Baron laners have barrier, so some of that kill threat, not quite there.
A nice hook from Kodo. Gets back in the lane, looks for Ryan. Aftershock, though, giving him a lot of resistances to make sure that he survived, and potential all-in from the Imperius Dragon Lane duo.
Close stuff. And they're going to keep going. They do not care.
Flash forward from Ryan, but now it's the punish from Koto, and Ryan finds himself too far forward. Maybe Hexaton can trade one back. It's barely a trade, but Dienzio is the one that is left standing.
2 for 1 in favor of Imperius, and Dienzio is the one left standing, so gets to completely slam this wave under the turret. Gets a recall, probably will be able to finish most of his mirror mana for the time being. 2100 gold. Gotta be feeling good, I think. Janus Esports just, I think, overplaying their hand yet again. And Soren here, you're playing this Morgana. All it comes down to is, can we look for a pick?
Oh no! And that's just great awareness from Kodo. It's seen the black shield already popped on the hot feet, and that meant that just the lead dredge line lines up. Hot feet had nowhere else to run.
Suki!
Oh, Servant. Oh, but it's the barrier.
They both use barrier. This is the state of Baron Lane right now. Disgusting. Barrier users.
Actually talking to a friend who is getting into Wild Rift and talking about, man, top lane is just as desolate as it is in League of Legends PC.
Yeah, but at least they're not forced to take teleport. It's a boot enchant, right? But, like, it's pretty bad.
Shout out to the Baron laners. Imperius finding themselves once again ahead of the curve. Just under 3 minutes into the game, leading about 2,000 gold. Nothing to run away with the game quite just yet, but if you see how well Imperius are able to leverage this advantage, then Janus Esports, their run will end after this game.
It's been cool. It's been cool seeing this team. Obviously, we had the big, massive, like, super cool backdoor gaming that we got from the Paradelia set, but, you know, all we're expecting from this Janus team is just like, hey, what can you give us? What can you show us? And I think it's fair. You know, you're going up against Imperius, a team that has made it to finals before. You went up against second place Demon, another team that has gone into finals before. Like, we've seen this team enough. Like, for Janus, it is, hey, like, where exactly is your power level? And that's why we had an issue last night, because we were like, we don't know anything about this team. But I think, you know, they're solidly trying to supplant themselves as a middle-of-the-pack team, potentially breaking into that top 5.
And Joe2 with the roam is here to support the play off of Dienzio's Chain of Corruption's Death Mark. Not enough damage.
Wow.
Wow, all 3 members survived from Janus Esports, but we got another dive into the top side of the map, and Servin gets served.
Here it is.
Oh.
And Riven's here as well. Ah! How did that not land? Oh! Hot feet!
Hot feet is out of there, baby! Joe2 feeling a little sheepish after that one. Like, my bad. Shurikens did not line up.
Hot feet, hot hands, hot shower? Oh my god. You didn't think you were going to get a chance to rapper bar in here, did you?
No, I didn't. Man.
Oh! Walk him down!
No death mark available, but it's the flash. He knew that Soren had no mana, so he could just walk up and look for the down smash angle.
Walk him down, brother. There we go. Joe2. That's exactly what I like to see. This is why I love Joe2, man. What a good kid. And obviously has the best smile. If you know, you know. But
you OGs know.
Exactly.
Real ones know.
Imperius, they're gonna use that mid lane priority to set up for a Rift Herald. And is this a kill on Orion? Yeah.
Just could be. No flash available. Dude, Kodo is really just delivering to it. Hexaton there for the relief and the assistance, but as you called out, Rift Herald already taken off of the pressure that Imperius is using to leverage their advantage on the map.
Oh! He landed. You know, I'm just getting more and more surprised by Nautilus. This champion feels not okay. I'm
telling you, we need to get you back playing Wild Rift again. You need to see all the champions.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna go back to playing Dragon Lane, and it's gonna be useless. I'm just like I play Baron Lane just to play Renekton every game. That's all I do.
I mean, you can play Baron Lane. You can play Renekton. Whoa! Hot feet! Looking for the Sonic Wave! Barrier in time! Hot feet! Almost went down with it as well, but he follows through the damage and is able to trade one on back to Dienzio. Imperius, though, still securing the Infernal Dragon. And it's a 6,000 gold lead. Is that Hot feet? What?
Has 1 HP!
He's out of there, baby.
Rage.
Hexaton.
Anti-Brage. Unlucky.
Anti-Brage.
Alright, well, everyone's back in Kodomatsu Kami. He's gonna get hit with the ultimate. Hot feet!
Oh!
What? He still dies, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna get so much off of this. It was an execute, so no one even got it. It was local experience at best. 2 turrets now going over in favor of Imperius. And the game, well, it's getting spicy. While Hot Feet is just putting on a show, he's the only one. He's a solo act right now. Everything is falling apart around him.
Hot Feet are doing everything they can to salvage and just kind of glue the pieces of this game together. But the gold deficit is slowly eclipsing their ability to come back in this game. Imperius have already just completely destroyed the dragon side of the map in terms of structures. Inhibitors are the only thing left standing in that lane.
Sorry, I'm being assaulted by Grace right now. This game is also kind of just, it's getting to that point where it's unplayable for Janus, right? Like, they're already down 8,000 gold. They can't do much, and I mean, the Morgana just doesn't feel like it's working. They're not finding picks. Every single Dark Binding is just almost impossible to hit at this point.
It's unfortunate, too, because Janus Esports don't really have, like, a late-game win con to play for. They don't have this, like, ultimate fail-safe insurance in their back pocket. No Kassadin, no Kale. no Gwen, right? It's... I think your best bet is actually this Garen? Like getting a hull breaker at some point and just start splitting, but this Garen is just getting manhandled right now. Imperius all over the jungle of Janus Esports, just trampling through the mid lane, trampling through structures, and the CC just cannot be stopped by Janus Esports.
Dancy?
All right, well, you know what, Janus Esports, hey, take whatever you can get, right?
I guess? Like, throw a dog a bone. Ah! Hey, Jotu! You little noob. I'm gonna get him in the Discord after this one. Let's go, Suki!
Man. Okay, Suki finds himself in the 1v2 now. Already took out one, getting vengeance for his fallen comrade in Jotu. Oh, Hot Feet. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, Hot Feet.
I love Hot Feet so much.
Shutdown.
I love this Janus Esports player, man.
Hot Feet is actually finding really good shutdowns. There's this massive gold spikes that stem the bleeding. I don't think it's enough, but this is really...
It does feel nice. It looks nice.
Yeah. Also, it's nice to punish when the Riven, aka Tony, is going for probably a very, very spicy build. This has no defensive stats whatsoever, but this is complete full-on damage.
Good.
You're just looking for the one shot.
That's all that matters, right? Like, they're just so far ahead at this point. 9,000 gold. They can kind of just do whatever they want. Like, they are in such a commanding position at 9.5 minutes here that even if it was a more even game, these mistakes would get punished. I just saw a flash coming from Ryan, so they ended up killing Suki. Rift's gonna go down here eventually. Here comes the fight, though.
Stone plate from Koto gives him a big shield. And Soren is taken out by Jotu's death mark. Rest of Janus looking to recuperate, looking to regroup and protect any survivors as far as they can. Oh! I think Koto saw the tape from Ledbon and was like, all right, you know what?
I can do this.
Dredgeline flash too. Unfortunately, there's a little stubble. And blocked him right there. I imagine that if he was closer to the stubble and he could flash over it, that play would have connected.
Yes. Maybe. Who knows? Rafa.
What's up?
I do kind of want to play this this Varus build, though. It looks fun.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You get to play AP Varus, and it gives you at least flexibility so that when you go play solo queue, and then like, all right, I'm going to play Varus. I'm going to go lethality. I'm just going poke. And then you see your full team lock in Teemo, lock in Gragas, lock in Echo, and you're like, wow, or I'm sorry, not lethality. Yeah. Like, your full...
I saw a lot. Yeah, you just gave me a lot of AP champions. I'm liking this lethality build.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I meant to say a bunch of physical damage champions. So, like, they lock in Zed, they lock in Lee Sin, they lock in, like... Garen, and it's like, guys, we have no AP damage, and so boom, there you go.
They're just setting up for this. Imperius, they're gonna get the second Drake, and Janus just kind of has to watch the game end in front of them. They don't get a lot of time to interact. Like, the bindings are just not landing. Soren is not able to be a member of society in this game, and look again, Suki's just split pushing the whole time. He does not care. He didn't even have his the hull breaker quite yet.
Even though the poke is not always consistently hitting, Janus Esports are respecting it all the same. The pressure is surmounting. 12,000 gold lead for Imperius. They have full control. They are just slowly chipping away at the defenses. So sooner or later, Imperius will be in position to close out this game. Janus Esports, I've really enjoyed seeing this team, come through to fruition. I think still their quarterfinals performance that they gave us against Paradolia, unexpected, but very, very exciting to watch, because now this just is going to open up the possibilities for who could be our 4th seed through the last chance qualifier.
Oh, Tony, I'm so sad for you that you weren't able to find that kill. We're just gonna keep on going. Okay, they just are using every single skill shot and like ability that they have access to, and while it's not working, it's definitely just striking fear into the hearts of Janus. Riftchild's going to be spawned in the Baron lane. Calling's going to be yet again used to clear out the minion wave. Ooh. And Tienzio just lets it rip.
That's the power of AP Varus. You just
Whoa!
get those blight stacks up, and then suddenly, like, it seemed like his half of his HP bar just got destroyed.
Yeah, that sounds about right for AP Varus.
That's filthy. Huffy, whoa! Oh, he wanted to look for it. He still has the Dragon's Rage. Dienzio has Flash and Barrier. Barrier is there. He can flash away to safety. Huffy's still looking for it. I respect
What?
the absolute pursuit. I respect the dexterity from Hot Feet to go for that play. He almost took out Dienzio, but Imperius, they're so damn far ahead. They burn some of the spells, and they are still not close to going down. They're on the gates. They're on the brink of closing out this series.
Come on,
and
Tony.
Now giving themselves the tiebreak. Oh, okay, Tony. Okay.
You know, I think we still got some time here, Rafa. They are not going to end the game right now. Too many people have died, and they're kind of playing with their food a little bit.
This is a full crit build from Tony.
Respect. No. This is good. This is good. He knows the auto attacks are about to slap. He's about to weave so many auto attacks. You don't even know.
Dude, this is one of those games where you're stomping so hard, it's like, all right, guys, we need to stall up the game. I need more money. I need to get
this Infinity Edge. I have got to get this Infinity Edge.
I need to see for science. I need to see what kind of damage numbers I'm getting.
Guys, this might be the only game I get to play this build. Okay, make it the play. Koto Matsukami, there we go. Hot Feet.
Oh, okay.
In transit.
Isolates Dienzio away from Koto Matsukami, and yes, he's a tank, but if there's no damage follow-up, no one is threatening Janus Esports, and they just eventually take out the Nautilus by himself.
Okay. I like it. It was a really nice play. Yet again, Hot Feet showing off those hands. Gets the exhaust out from Soren, so Zed really wants to go for it. His death mark is not quite up, and I think Imperius are just kind of waiting. Unless Janus just make a massive blunder here and try to go for a team fight, Imperius are just waiting for what I'm going to assume is the dragon, so that they can kind of just set this up, force Janus to walk into them. And if not, they'll just keep getting objectives. Soren, even with the black shield, and we know Riven's never going to be able to pop it, Riven's also 3 items plus, so
yeah.
Good luck.
That sounds so ominous. Good luck. It's like
this
you're
Riven
locked
walks
in,
at you. It's doomed.
Yeah.
Ah!
It's like you're.
What, Jotu? What are we doing? Oh my.
Jotu looking for the highlight reel play, finds himself in the midst of 4 people, and Jotu's like, "Okay, my bad, guys. It's
Dude,
there's 4 people here.
He's
Where
being
are
a
they supposed to
troller
be?"
dog. He is being a troller dog right now.
You know what? Jotu heard Tony say, "Guys, we need to stall up this game. I need more items."
Dude, they're like
said, "All right,
15,000
bet."
gold. There were 16. And then Jotu died, so we're waiting. I don't know what else to say, Rafa. It's just Imperius are kind of playing with their food right now.
Yeah, they are.
They're going for the
definitely-
victory lap.
Yeah. And you know what? Credit to Janus Esports for just, like, they know that Imperius are playing around, so they're trying their best to, like, look for picks. But then all 5 members show up, and then it's like, all right, this is the wall gap right now. I mean, Huffy, hold up. Hot Feet. Kind of spinning facts right now. Getting a lot of damage. Forced to flash away. Goes back in with Sonic Wave. Tempest! Kind of huge. Has GA to play around with. And they've locked this guy down. Servant going for the big dunk. Hot Feet is still there. He has a GA. They might have enough damage on the Dienzio, but there's still Jotu. There's still a Ninja. Hot Feet, you gotta go for it. Sonic Wave. Oh! But he dies midair. And during this whole time, Tony was just burning down the dragon because he's like, you guys got that, right? You don't
Please. He's like, please, you guys don't need me. Didn't have enough energy there. Hot Feet, you tried your best. 17,000 gold, 17 minutes. Imperius, they're going to go ahead and be your 3rd place team in the Week 3 qualifiers for RiftMasters. Rafa, they got their playoff dreams. Now all they need to do is take care of business in a tiebreaker after this.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, it is not quite the dream scenario yet because, as you said, you still have to play a tiebreaker out against Paradolio, but that will occur another time.
Yes.
I don't know when. you can ask our Riftmaster TOs. They will take care of that because unfortunately for us, that will not be a match we get to broadcast on the streams. Not something that was planned in the cards. But once again, shout out to Janus Esports. Hell of a run they made, making it to 4th place in our open qualifier. The only open qualifier they've ever participated in. This, spices up the conversation for what teams are going to be contending for that 4th and final playoff berth in the Last Chance qualifier next weekend.
Got a lot of time. They can take a break. They just played 2 days in a row. Hey, shout out to Janus Esports. Thank you guys for kind of spicing up this qualifier and giving us a new name to talk about and look forward to in the Last Chance qualifier like we were talking about. Congratulations again to Imperius. I'm sure that they were really looking forward to taking that one. They're like, okay, we locked it in. We don't have to worry about this. We have a best of 1 tiebreaker, but, a best of 3. Oh, of course, it's best of 3. Nothing else exists. There's no best of 1s. There's no best of 5s. It's just best of 3s. I should
best
know
of 1s only happen in the round of 16, so it's okay. I think it's fair for the best of 3 tiebreaker. This gives them the full distance, no cheese strats, and now this just means we have finally reached the end of the road for the open qualifier, our final open qualifier. We are getting ready for our finals series between Kansui Fan Club and second place Demons, a rematch of our second open qualifier match from last week. So we know that while Kansui Fan Club looking to continue their perfect season, their golden road journey through Riftmasters, whereas second place Demons, if you want to be spoiling the tournament favorite, it starts now. You have to look for at least a game to take off the Kansui Fan Club. And it all starts here after this break. All right, gamers, moment has finally arrived. Finals is here, and it is Kansui Fan Club taking on second place Demons. The rematch of our second Open Qualifier Finals match. And there is going to be potentially some revenge being sought by second place Demons on the Rift. But for Kansui Fan Club, as we look back at the bracket one last time, they are on track to having the perfect season in RiftMasters.
That would be unprecedented. I don't think we've ever seen someone go for a perfect season. 0 losses in their column and a straight run to the finals in each one. That's impressive stuff. Honestly, it takes a level of consistency that we haven't really seen ever. Any team in North America has never had, I think, this stretch of dominance so far. And already into the draft, second place Demons here on blue side. KFC have been really, really favoring this red side. They just love getting that ability to counterpick, be able to flex, especially with, you know, having Molly as your jungler, having that Riven Fiora as your 1-2 on this side is so influential.
And just jumping right into the draft phase. You've already called out a couple of the bans here. Second place Demons taking to blue side and, you know, finding... I wonder if KFC are questioning if they have to take away the Lee Sin and ban it, or if they are... If second place Demons are even willing to first pick it away from Molly, because we know that KFC cannot have Lee Sin. It is not playable whatsoever.
It's really tough. There's so many things you have to ban, right? Like if you're KFC, there's so many things, and I like the heads up play of them getting rid of the Nasus so they can try to cut the Senna off before it comes to pass. Even the Gwen here, taking that away from Tybe. They saw the smite steal. They saw the smite steal. They said no, we're not letting it happen.
Okay. Second place Demons. Do you guys think or believe that you have to take the Lee Sin away? Oh, okay. I
think there might be some issues with the draft tool.
It's okay. Yeah. So I'm assuming second place Demons went for the Renekton first pick. And then Kansui Fan Club have instantly locked in the Lee Sin for Molly. If there's anyone that is going to be confident enough to take it on, Tybe, what is your answer into this? Riven is still available. Kha'Zix is still available. They snipe away the Fiora as well to make sure that Zella has his counter pick of choice, and it's Tybe's Riven. It's
the Riven. We're talking about it. These two champions, I think, are just the biggest noisemaker.
Corki!
From the... No.
We're playing Corki?
No. It has to be mid lane. I refuse to see Dragon Lane Corki again.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't think old school would make the same mistake of playing Corki Dragon Lane.
You're better than this, man. You're better than this. You deserve better. Meals, however, maybe he just does it. Maybe he just likes hearing me flame him on broadcast or something. But
now, if Meals has really insane package timers, I mean, then it's definitely forgiven, you know, because that's really where the strength of this champion comes out. A set lock-in, though, probably Lemont.
Yeah, I find that. I don't know how I feel about this, Rafa. I'm gonna be honest. I feel a little conflicted because, yeah, it could be for Lemont, and, you know, we could just see a game where, given him this kind of agency, this kind of champion that has the ability to create fights at a given moment is cool. But it feels really early to pick this guy, to pick Set. Especially when, you know, they've already committed 2 different melee bruisers to that can definitely outfight a Set. So, I'm not sure if I like it.
Sorry, the music is just too much of a vibe. It's
I
too
understand.
good. But I think that if this is the only engage, as you called out, setup, then Console Fan Club are really relying on Lebmont to accurately nail these engages down. They've already taken away some of the counter responses that second place demons would look for. We're putting a lot of respect on Jackie's Nautilus from last time, and second place demons trying to deal with some heavy AP threats that Console Fan Club would look for to round out this composition.
And I wonder what the marksmans are going to be, right? Because we already have Corki taken away, but you look across the board in the bans, Lucian, the Lux as well, gone from Gume. You've got the Ashe taken away. What can he pick here? I think Varus obviously comes to mind. We've been seeing him. He's been so powerful. And obviously, he's a flex pick, right? Or is flexible in his ability for what they can play, right? You can just go for that AP Varus, which we've been talking about. Oh!
Okay. I guess it could still be a flex pick for Gume or starting. Hell, maybe this is like a Lebmont or a Lebmont Morgana, and then we have set mid. But Brand does not go for the Ziggs. Dienzio putting a lot of faith into his ability to perform on the... Wait,
Huh?
is this Corki Dragon Lane actually? Are we
I think it's Corki Brand.
Corki Brand? Alk, definitely not a fan of the Corki Dragon Lane. Maybe old school will make a believer out of him. Well, Meal's going to the Yone, and Jackie is going to be showing us the brand support flavor, starting locking in this Zed.
I don't want to look at it.
Matchup into the Yone this time around. So heavy skirmishing through the top side of the map. All melees, all physical damage champions, majorly. The real question is, though, is that because Console Fan Club running that mage as their Dragon Laner, and you're going to get pushed so that Lebmont can move on the set. I don't know if second place demons are going for a similar idea. Because with Corki and Brand, it's a lot of harass, a lot of ranged poke. Do you just continuously look to shove them under tower and then try to prevent Lebmont from moving? In a similar vein that Imperius went for.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's double ranged, right? And Morgana, while she can push, early on, I think it'll be a little bit easier for demons, level 1, level 2 to get that push and, trap Lebmont, or at least keep the Gume under turret. But I don't know if Gume really cares if he's stuck under turret. You can just sit there and throw down the second ability, and if he really needs to, you can throw out the first ability to kind of stop any of the deadly engage that might come out from them. I mean, it's all ranged poke at that point, so I'm a little bit questioning of this. They obviously got Yone here for someone like Meals, which should be nice, but the Zed matchup, I think it feels fine the later the game goes on. So I'm definitely, I think, worried for KFC if we get a game that goes to like a 10, 12 minutes.
Oh, I guess old school is not available, or they're subbing in Soju Rain.
Not Koro Kenshin.
Well, Koro Kenshin getting his, from what I believe, his first stage game here in Rift Masters. Maybe there was a game that I didn't see in the first circuit, but already Lebmont putting down the pain train, walking up, down smashing with that face breaker. But still, double range advantage. We'll see how this plays out.
Oh, man. Okay, well, look. Koro Kenshin, or Soju Rain, originally made his name making the ladder through playing Kaisa. He's a pretty good Kaisa player, and has kind of expanded his champion pool. He does not want to be known as a Kaisa one-trick. It's okay, brother, I got you. But definitely, we're talking about the caliber, I think the history of someone like Old School. It is kind of hard to fill those shoes. So, looking forward to what Soju Rain can bring in.
Oh, wait, Meals! Meals got the first blood against starting. Molly's there to at least clean up afterwards. Make sure that starting's wave is pushed into the tower. But Meals getting the one up on starting.
Wait,
Enemy
look.
fans rising up.
Look at KFC though, they're making the roam. Lebmont's on his way.
They're doing it.
Riven is getting there, but it's gonna be late. They'll spot out Lebmont. It's only 2 versus 1 right now, and Brand's also coming.
Okay, Tybe is throwing himself just to stall this one out as much as they can. Tybe willing to burn the flash.
Here's
The Ignite
starting.
ticking down. He's burning down. Meals is here. Jackie, or no Meals yet. Jackie
Oh, Meals,
comes
Meals,
along to
Meals.
the fray as well. And now Meals trying to collapse on in. And while Constantly Fan Club make the same play and they are able to get summoner spells out, second place Demons at least thwart the dive. They protect Sandvich.
Oh my god. And then Levi is like sitting here like, I want some of my minions. I want to be able to farm some of my jungle camps. The entirety of KFC are just saying no to that. Look at how Soju Rain. I mean, Soju Rain couldn't really do much, and Jackie used both of their summoner spells. So not having that flash, not having that heal, very important. Good thing here for second place Demons. No one fell there.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting that second place Demons, both Tybe and Jackie giving up so many summoner spells, so many resources, so that Sandvich didn't have to burn any himself. Like, there is a clear, conscious decision in saying, we need to make sacrifices so that Sandvich isn't put behind. They are really investing into Sandvich getting the one-up on this matchup against Elo.
Oh, wow. Really good way to try to, punish the Fiora play right there. When you're playing Renekton, it's really hard to tell when you're going to go for the stun. And so if you activate the stun, there's obviously like a visual effect that happens on Renekton, and then you can just auto cancel. It's similar to the Ornn matchup actually on PC for League of Legends. You can fake out the brittle auto attack, and it is on Fiora to try to guess when your riposte is going. The auto attack cancel, it makes it so that happens, but fortunately Sandvich just barely doesn't get the mechanic down. But I like the thought of it. I like how he was thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. Zello just constantly poking away, though, with the Grasping the Undying. Gives him the stuff to sustain, and Jackie and Soju Raid a little too far on the tower, but a trade over. Oh, no!
He doesn't die.
Lives! Holy camole! I don't understand how Molly seems to get away with it every single time.
Bloody murder at that point, and he even takes Gume's honey fruit. You see right here, he used to jump back over the wall, so she's like, I can't do anything. I'm playing Corki, man. Like, my champion doesn't do anything at this point. I don't have my package. I don't do any damage right now. You gotta give me at least a few minutes before I'm able to contribute. Jackie gets really close to getting those kills, but that turret just being the third man there for KFC means that they get another kill in their back pocket.
Consoy Fan Club have not quite exploded as early on as they have done in the past. Second place Demons doing a better job of stagnating this leverage that they usually find. At 30 seconds away from the objective spawning, second place Demons are in a much closer spot to be within striking distance to be able to contend and contest KFC.
See exactly how they're able to do this. I mean, my eyes are on Meals. Soju's finished his the Storm Razor, but he's currently sitting in mid lane, and I think it's going to be a while before he picks up this package, right? Like, he has to be able to clear out the mid lane, he has to be able to stifle their ability to start this. You look at where they're all focusing, they want that Rift Herald for Kansui Fan Club. Want to be able to control through this mid lane, play around starting here, break open that top tier 2.
It looks like they're not going to find the package timer quite yet. KFC just being able to immediately bounce on over to the Rift Herald. Second place Demons will look for the trade. Wow. Nice damage up from Meals. Swapping lanes here. Good stuff. Getting the Fiora away from the Renekton right now. Oh, what? Meals just went for the solo kill on her tower. Burned both summoner spells as well. Fate sealed. And that allows second place Demons. They push on forward. Another kill to the back pocket. They secured the dragon, but Molly has the Rift Herald for his. And they're using this pressure to push them away from being able to defend this mid turret. Uh-oh. I think I have potentially lost Dimitri, but we still have action on the Rift.
God, we got it. We're good.
Oh, okay, we're back.
I got griefed. I was going to say, Lamont was going for a play. I don't think the rest of his team knew that he was going for that play, and then he flashed over the wall and was able to find Soju Rain was starting. So, more gold being generated. They just got a tier 1 turret in mid lane. They're able to kind of go back into this, and more and more, this game is falling back into the hands of Meals on his Yone. Can he make savior plays?
Meals has definitely lived up to the hype of this champion that a lot of people were kind of looking at the beginning. It has had mixed results in the hands of multiple people so far, but Meals doing decent. Blade of the Rune King rush into the Solari Charge Blade. Really strong power spikes so far, and Meals, if he is consistently able to win both the side lane matchup against Starting and Zello.
Oh my god. He's just getting away from the turret. Sandvich lives here. There's the Pyroclasm coming out. Won't get the full proc of the Ablaze passive, but now they're using the package. You see the pings coming out. They're trying to go right on to Starting. Starting has no idea where Soju Rain is. I think this is the perfect time for Meals. Try to look for a 1v1. Try to force something. Use the Fate Unsealed. Okay, he's going for it though. Ignite popped.
Starting with the Death Mark. Fate Sealed. There it is. Goes. Oh, Starting! That was sick! And Soju Rain, though, will be able to at least clean up. But damn.
Now, if Soju Rain wasn't there, that would have definitely been a Starting. Look at the moves. Look at the plays. He almost made it happen. He got his 1v1. Soju Rain there to ruin it and pick up that wave, but it's another mid-wave that is just going by the wayside as second place Demons try to strengthen, bolster this top side jungle. Another Baron lane tower has now fallen here, so KFC, they're gonna trade that turret down in Dragon lane, reset, and they could potentially contest this next dragon spawning in the next minute and a half.
3,000 gold ahead right now for KFC. Still not a monstrous lead. So second place Demons still have pieces to play around. 2 items being completed for Meals. 2 items almost coming in for Soju Rain and Tybe as well. All 3 of these are the main carries right now. Sandvich has been put under a lot of pressure at the moment. But off of this second tower of the game, maybe that's enough gold back into Sandvich's pocket to look for a second item in completion.
And I like what's happening here. Both teams, mostly I think second place Demons, recognizing that Corki is just so safe by himself that you can just have your support roam with someone else. Yes, it's kind of leeching some of the experience, but it's making it so that Zello can't actually over-force for plays, can't look for a solo kill. And same thing in this bot lane, right? Like we're having Tybe and Meal sit together to try and put pressure down onto the map. So they do end up losing that turret. It is KFC going to continue to reset. Herald spawning in the next 30. You see them just spread instantly. Just make a beeline for it. Rafa, do you smell that? Do you feel that? That's a fight coming in. That's a team fight coming through.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, right now, I smell... Oh! What? Molly! Okay. Molly just showing off the moves, and even though he doesn't finish off the opponent, Lebmon is there with the haymaker. Last week, me and Smacks came up with a new term.
Okay.
So obviously we know insects, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Starting going for the death mark
Meals.
on the Tybe, forcing him out. But Meals, the counter engage. Molly forced to leap over the wall. Soul unbound, not enough damage, but the ignite it takes down Meals. Finds the Molly kill, and the flash from Sandvich. Hold up, second place Demons. They're making it happen. They are contending with Kansui Fan Club. They are going blow for blow. They still find themselves down gold, but second place Demons, they're the ones that pick up the second Herald.
It's neck and neck, and despite the kills that they found to open up that play, it just goes to the wayside. It means nothing. The Herald's going to be dropped. There's no plates anymore. So it's just going to be mid lane turret damage. We'll see if they can make good on that promise later on in the match. But 10 seconds before this dragon, I don't know if they're going to want to go for this as second place Demons. All of your flashes are down. And you look at KFC, they're ready to play. They've got those summoner spells ready to go.
Even though the flashes are down, package is up, so this is a powerful tool right on time for the Infernal Dragon spawn. So now second place Demons, they are daring. They are asking the question to the Kansui Fan Club, are you ready to face us? Lebmon and Molly, huge wombo onto Sandvich, gets punted right into the tower. So far away, and now the advantage surely is on Kansui Fan Club side, but that package causing a lot of damage, just forcing them to walk through the choke point, but it doesn't matter! The package, despite being perfectly placed, Kansui Fan Club just don't give a damn. They're looking to still run their perfect season. Tybe in the 1v2, just nowhere near being able to just take them down. My goodness.
Rafa, it's heartbreaking, man! Second place Demons, they were so close! They tasted the victory. They were like, we just won a massive team fight. We got the Rift Herald. And it went nowhere for them. KFC, Kansui fan club, just run over them. Sojirain, he was trying to cut the fight right there. You saw the package. We were talking about the damage that it could have done, but it didn't do enough in that match. So now second place Demons kind of staring down the barrel of a KFC win. They've got the Infernal Drake in their back pocket. This mid turret is still alive. And honestly, it kind of feels like the plot armor is just too strong right now for Kansui Fan Club. Like, they can actually just do no wrong. Yeah, they lost a team fight. They come right back, 7,000 gold now in their back pocket.
Yeah, it almost seems like when second place Demons win a massive team fight, they just make the gold deficit go from 4,000 to 3,000. It's like, okay, we're not as far behind. KFC win a team fight,
7,000 gold.
8,000 gold. Like, what the hell?
They take everything in the kitchen sink, man. They let nothing. They clean that plate. Every single inch of it is gone. They eat the plate too. They don't even let you clean it.
Oh my god, they eat the plate?
Yeah,
and their teeth are hot, mighty strong. Then
they're crunching on ceramic. It's it's a good source of like iron. Not sure.
Builds character too, I imagine.
I don't know if that's the character I want. I don't know if I want to be known as the ceramic eater, the plate muncher, but maybe if it's like the styrofoam ones you can get from Walmart. All right, bye, Zello.
Nice pick from second place Demons, just catching him out. Oh, but here comes Retribution from Molly and Lebmont. But nice interrupt from Meals. The Mortal Steel, the third cast, stopping Molly in his place. But there's still another target he can go for. He routes off Jackie. He's already done his damage though. Pyroclast, and then here comes Molly once again. GA is going to get burned. Soju with the stasis, still falls to a well-placed Tormented Shadow from Gume. Tybe on the run. Meals doing everything he can. Mortal Steel with Sandwich on the flank. The flash. Can he get onto Gume? But the Dark Binding's going to keep him in place, and Molly's still dancing under the tower. He's still not dead. Tybe couldn't find him. He takes out Meals, and Molly is still living. How does this guy play so freaking well?
Every time. Ravi, you're gonna have to finish that story that we had a couple minutes ago about this new turn for Molly. I'm gonna assume it's for Molly.
Yep. Anytime he finds a kick play, it is not the insect. It is the Mollywop, baby.
Thank you. I was gonna assume that it's called the Mollywop, but I was ready. I was ready to go for the suggestion. Fantastic name for that. I mean, he's fighting stuff like that play that we were popping off on earlier. He threw the Sonic Wave and flashed. He just instinctually trusted that it was going to land. Didn't even wait for the animation to finish. He would just went for it and went for that kick. Now Molly continued to play forward. Gets a Sonic Wave. The rest of KFC are on the move. It's going to be a 4v5 if they look for it.
Woo! Three-man kick, baby! That's the bowling angle if I've ever seen one. Shout out to Lebmont, who's done a similar angle. No Yasuo follow-up this time around, but Kansui Fan Club just rolling out in style. And yes, it took 14 minutes to get to the 10,000 gold lead mark, but we finally got there for Kansui Fan Club.
Yeah, they'll start the Baron, as you can see in the picture-in-picture, but we get to see how close this fight really was. And yet again, it's another performance from Meals, where kind of having to put a lot of the team's damage on his back. Jackie gets taken down. The rest of the team is coming. And it's looking quite dire at this point. Like, yeah, Molly goes for the ultimate travel distance on this, but Sandvich comes and saves it.
Oh, he threaded the needle. That's Sonic Wave too. Dude, this... It is so insane to me that Molly is just performing this freaking well in the jungle role after... when we first found Molly playing in the Summoner Series on grassroots teams before finally his way through Chonk Chortle, and then getting picked up by Sentinels, being such a great mid lane pickup for them, performing well on the international stage, and now he's just kicking ass in the jungle role, potentially as our new #1 jungler in North America.
I just want to see who's a better Lee Sin, Molly or Tide.
Or even Lebmont, right?
Yeah.
Like, can we have a Lee Sin 1v1 between Molly and Lebmont at this point?
I feel like Lebmont should be the higher seeded boss because he was the original Oh, it looked cool.
Oh, but he tosses down to the Fade Sealed. Doesn't connect on the starting. Gume can't say the same. He goes down.
The kick from Molly looked cool. I don't know how much it actually got done, but it definitely looked cool. And he's just going to go for it. Molly,
oh my God,
under turret. Oh!
No way!
What?
No, Molly! He's just too cracked with it! Tempest flash to fall on up. He's getting burned by the Ignite, and Savage is going to be able to trade one back. Molly picks up his second death, probably the most deaths he's ever had in a game in Riftmaster so far, if I'm going to be honest with you, Dimitri. But Kansui Fan Club, they're going a little crazy right now. They're playing with Baron Minions. Ledbot still living that damned health regen, putting in a lot of work. And right now, second place Demons, they're just trying to hold on for dear life. They are stalling this game out as long as possible.
Well, yeah, well, KFC may have gotten a little sloppy with the end there. They may have all just ran down under the turrets. Got Dragon spawning now. Maybe we see second place Demons go for it, but it's triple inhibitors. It's going to take a long time for them to try and open this one up, and if they can't clear all the minions, well, guess what? Someone's going to walk in. Maybe even the minions themselves are just going to straight up end the game. Fantastic stuff, and KFC, we talked about it earlier. It feels like when they win a fight, when they win something that they were planning for, they get everything. They do not leave a single crumb. And starting now, tries to look for Sandwich. Deathmark goes out. Dominus has popped. Good ultimates that are gone now, and maybe we can see second place Demons look for it. There is no package here for Soji Rain, so really going to have to make do with... He's so cheeky, man.
Dude, and you're talking about it before. Molly, when you first meet him, seems like just a shy kid, but Molly's got such spunk. He's got such a bright personality when he shines it on the Rift, and he has all the style, all the flair that most kids dream about having. Constantly Fan Club lose out on Molly, though. A little too close to the sun, as they are just flexing their muscles at this point. Oh, Facemaker flash into A-Maker, baby. Dodge this one.
Fantastic. I love it. Stay in the game. Kansui Fan Club go up one game in our best of 3 grand finals here. And it's just business as usual. KFC, man. Damn.
When you have a team as dominant as Kansui Fan Club, one of the things that we would talk about in the past is you look at the history of the #1 teams in Wild Rift NA. Immortals, Tribe. At some point, you had teams contesting them like Sentinels in some turnabouts in year 1, Enemy in year 0. Even in the most dominant wins from Tribe and Immortals, I don't remember them just being able to ferociously tear down opponents this hard. Sometimes it felt a lot more, like obviously it's measured in the beginning, but just by the end, Kansui Fan Club have been so far the team with the most flair that we have seen from a #1 team.
Yeah, they're for sure just like taking names. They're smashing everybody on the Rift. It just doesn't seem very fair, to be honest. And I kind of like what we were talking about towards the end of the game. Some of your calls there at the end were just like, Molly, if you know him in real life, if you've met him, super quiet. Just like head down. Like, I'm here to play a game. Like I'm here to play. Not doing much other than that. Like I'm all business. He just lets it show in game. His hands do the talking for him. Like the plays that we see, how expressive he is with his emotes, with his emote game, to kind of BM his opponents. He is fully tapped in. He's like wired in on his phone and showing off that he is not just a mid lane prospect, but I think an all around getting to almost superstar level, considering his feats already in such a short time.
We had conversations back at the end of year 0, where when Molly finally came through the last turnaround of the last third of the Summoner Series circuit we had, and people were talking about, dude, Molly is special. Molly is someone that we need to keep our eyes out on. And we were like, okay, yeah, no, like his assassin gameplay, the original Katarina player before a lot of other people, is like, whoa, this kid is like really like playing champions that should be illegal, and it is making them look good. And then we come in year 1, Sentinels, Michael Udall recognized that, guys, I can't play at the caliber you guys need me to, but if you're going to get a player to replace me, you need to get Molly. Molly will help push this team to greatness. And with all the grinding and the changes leveled up over the team overall, and just adding Molly to that lineup, they qualified for Icons. They got there as the second North American seed, representing us on the global stage. And the conversation about Molly going forward is like, yeah, Molly is, it went from year 0, oh, Molly might be the next top mid laner, too. Molly might just be the best mid laner, to now Molly might be the best player from North America.
Oh, it's so hype, man. And he's showing it every single game. He is not afraid to show off. Second place Demons, though, they have got to conquer that. And Rafa, we hate to be doomers. Not me, though. It's looking rough. They had, like, to put it in perspective, yes, there are good moments for them. They are making plays. A lot of it is off the back of, Meals going in and kind of showing off his stuff. He is having, I think, a fantastic RiftMSTRS tournament right now. Like, I have not seen, I think, super carry Meals in this state before, so I want to give him his due. But it is like, I am playing against KFC. I am playing against not just starting, but Molly's behind him, Ledmont's on the other shoulder. Like, you're not just playing one person in the mid lane. There's 2 other people waiting to gank you. And the bot lane as well, the dragon lane, like, Gume is playing by himself. Old school, Jackie, Soju Rain, it doesn't really matter. You can throw it all. Gume's outplaying, and that's why he was one of, if not one of, the best dragon laners that ended up winning North America. So, like, there's a reason why we keep talking about how hyped this KFC team is. I don't know what else to say. I feel bad for second place Demons. Like, man, we're up against KFC. This sucks.
Yeah. To give credit where credit is due, second place Demons were close against KFC for the first few minutes of the game. You already said it before, off the back of Meals, finding that first kill against starting, having a really strong early wake up, and hitting that first spike onwards made it so that in the side lanes, Zello was didn't have an easy time of maintaining Meals. Starting didn't have an easy time of maintaining Meals early on. It was just relying on Molly to be the early game engine to drive them forward and carry them forward. Also, even the Dragon Lane combo of Corky Brand, it did some chunking. I wasn't really convinced by it, though, by the end, because Ledmont still got out of lane by the end. And even no knocks against Soju Rain. I think there was a really great well-placed package, and it just seemed like it didn't matter. And that is heartbreaking to be like, man, I actually like layered this into the choke point correctly. KFC were forced to walk through it in order to interact with our champions, and they just did. They shrugged it off, even.
It's a little bit rough. I'm hoping for second place Demons that they can kind of tie it back up. Now, second place Demons, they did lose, so they had their side selection. They're going to go ahead and pick up that red side, going for a counter pick. I think this is probably going to increase their chances of potentially even, going for that win like we were talking about. You need to take every single advantage you can get. Every single slight edge that you can try to take before a game starts is so important, especially when you're going up against the Titans of North America right now in Kansui Fan Club.
This is some major confidence and, to a degree, disrespect on the Molly Lee Sin. The second place Demons are just not outright banning it. I mean, I think for them, they're just accepting the fact, guys, it doesn't matter if we take the Lee Sin away from Molly. Molly's still going to find a way to perform. There's no way that we can actually just limit how this guy is going to perform. We have to attack other sides of the map. So taking away the Gragas flex pick away from KFC, which gives both, starting and Zello options, even Ledmont option to work with. No Ashe, no Fiora as well. I think the game plan for second place Demons is really to try and find a way to leverage Sandvich to have that advantageous matchup into wow.
You know what this is? Old School has class tomorrow.
Oh.
That's the headcanon I'm going with, because if we're seeing the Corki again, I'm gonna assume that it's Soju playing.
Probably. Okay. We'll see if second place Demons pull a switcheroo and throw this Corki mid lane instead. Lucian being snagged right on up for KFC. The Vi lock-in. The interesting thing about Vi is a lot of people kind of perceive Vi as like the one answer you can take into the Lee Sin, because it's no matter how much mobility Lee Sin has,
follow
you can
him.
At least you follow him, you point and click and go down. I don't believe in that train of school thought, because you still need to have damage to follow up to lock down the Lee Sin.
Agreed.
And there is still a window of time where Lee Sin still shits on the Vi. Sorry for the language, but like before you even get to level 5, like Lee Sin just has incredible mobility. You can't lock that down. You can't prevent it. So you're relying on strong counter ganking measures to wait for Lee Sin to expend all of his tools in the first initial move before you go in. Otherwise, if this Lee Sin pops off, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can lock him down.
Yeah, it looks rough, and I like this from KFC. I think we recognize now that the set is really just there for how low damage a composition can be, especially when you have Corki. It takes a while for you to get those kills, and Set loves that. Set loves when you can be in range of him when you don't have enough damage to really chunk him down. He's more than okay with that, and obviously, like we saw, Lamont was just going for plays. He was continuing to be an absolute menace from the support position. So, second place Demons, Yone's in ban. Do you want to take it already? No, Sandvich with the Renekton gone. And Grog is being taken away. Says, look, I'm playing this Malphite again. He is just playing Turbo Dog Baron lane. I am a role player. I am here to set up the rest of my team. And again, this puts pressure on some of your other lanes.
I know we associate Malphite being a champion as like, yeah, you don't get to have that much fun this game. You are here for utility and team.
Yep.
Sandvich had a pretty damn good leading phase as the Malphite in their previous matchup for against Janus Esports. And if you have guaranteed engage as Malphite, this is a powerful way to always give second place Demons a way to layer down an effective lockdown. So
Yep. Could be. I'm looking at Thresh here for Jackie, if we're talking about hook champions. I don't know if you really want to do a Blitzcrank hook. Thresh also kind of sucks into the set, so your engage options are pretty limited. Maybe they just go for a mage again. Maybe they go. Oh,
okay. So it's Corki mid.
Okay.
Corki mid for Meals. And then the Caitlyn. So, I mean, maybe Old School is back. Maybe it is still Soju Rain, but now flexing the champion pool around. And this is our first Caitlyn RiftMasters game?
I think so. It's been a while since I've seen this champion.
Yeah. Been definitely a hot minute. Nami locked in. Lucian Nami into what is going to be Caitlyn and an unknown champion for the support role, returning to Diana against the Corki.
Okay, and they're playing Janna as well. Wow, playing ultimate disengage here. So it's going to be Set in the Baron lane versus the Malphite. We're going to have the Lucian Nami here. And I feel like we got a lot of champions that I feel are definitely indicative, or I think the champion that I most identify with a lot of these players. If this is Old School, then this feels like a very Old School. He's one of the guys that was the most prevalent, the most wanting to try to play Caitlyn last year during WNS.
Playing actual marksman champions too.
Exactly. Starting in Diana. Not much else I need to say. Molly's Lee Sin, we just talked about it. And I mean, an aggressive bot lane here for Gumayed Lamont. I think it's really awesome, but Meals on the Corki. We are looking away from the top side, from the Baron lane. We're just trying to get mid and Dragon lane to a really strong position here in the game with a lot of anti-engage from the Janna and the Malphite.
If you get roam early roam timers off of this Corki. I mean, it's not like the most amazing champion to roam. Package, though, we saw that the theory and the concept of forcing KFC to walk through, maybe in that instance of the game, they were just too far ahead that the package damage was not enough. But having a strong laning phase like Caitlyn, Janna, not only it's double range to match up against Lucian Nami double range, but you have extra shielding. You already talked about the disengage that is possible, so that if KFC are if they find themselves ahead or leaning ahead, and they are diving on in with this Lee Sin, diving on in with this Diana, diving on in with the set, push all that back, monsoon that, give your team a chance to reset and reposition battle lines.
The timing is going to have to be really crucial because there are a ton of ways for KFC to stop the monsoon. And while the pushback is great, I'm sure that KFC are more than willing to dash back in. They're willing to get right back into the fight. They do not care that you just kind of stop them for a few. Got to be able to stop them permanently. As we finally get into game, Rafa, potentially the last game of the grand finals.
What? Wait. What?
Meals Janna! Let's go!
Meals is role swapping. Jackie is playing AD.
Respect!
And Sojourn is taking the Corki into the mid lane. Okay. This is not the strategy that I was expecting, but I'm for it.
Okay. All right. Look, if Meals is willing to play dog champions like Singed mid, then he's definitely got some Janna games in him. For sure. He played the Soraka, if anybody remembers, and was able to solo kill a Diana. I mean, just fantastic stuff. I'm glad they're flexing it around. What it means for their game plan, I don't quite know. I think, you know, we're getting Jackie on Marksman again. We're getting Jackie playing the Dragon Lane again, which makes me happy, because I think Jackie's a fantastic Dragon Laner. But, okay.
So, you know what this tells me is second place Demons are willing to flex around their win cons. And then just with the current setup, because they don't have old school in for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Jackie is saying, okay, I think let me play
Bitch.
AD. And Meal's willing to go from the mid lane to the Dragon lane, but the 4-man collapse and setup. They're trying to hold this wave in place.
Ooh.
But Molly and Starting are in position to look for the dive. Meals, I think he has the Tempest there. Okay, Howling Gale moves away the Dragon lane duo. Meals is able to trade one back, and Meals is just running for his life as much as he can, but KFC still finding ways to pull off the dive.
130, and it didn't matter that Jackie had all of those traps set up. Kind of just gave him a little false sense of security on that play. They can't even make a play onto the Baron side. Zello, he already pushed his wave. He's backed up. Not much CC going to be able to follow up from something like a Malphite or a Corki. So they back to their winning ways, Rafa. KFC, they make that play. They get their gold advantage, and they blow every single summoner. Lamont and Gumi still have Flash.
Not even having to burn that summoner spell. Starting and Molly forced to use theirs to make that dive possible without giving over too many kills.
He stole it.
Dive.
You're such a griefer, Zello. Respect.
Oh man, that's extremely brutal for Tybe. I mean, it may be just one camp. That's 130 gold. That's time that Tybe invested into trying to counter jungle to at least take something back for Molly getting a massive advantage on the bottom side, and Zello just yoinking that away. It is just so impressive to see KFC working as what feels like the first time we have seen a team truly work as a 5-man unit so consistently.
They're just demolishing. I mean, right now, they're going for it again. They just want to make sure, like, Jackie's like, dude, this can't keep happening. Thankfully, Tybe will notice this, and now Tybe is going to continue to, if he loses a second Gromp, if I'm jungle, I'm leaving the game. Like, it's not even worth it at this point. Can he get it? All right.
Okay, they lock down onto Molly, but this is the plays that happens. No damage available to lock him down further enough to really get the cancel out. And Molly, oh my god, they had vision! No!
Oh, he lost the Grump as well because Starting's ult took it. Time!
I feel like any jungle mains in the chat just know how frustrating that is.
And they're just like, where's my mid laner? His mid laner's like, I'm standing right behind you. They're like, where's my bot lane? Brother, we're in there. We're fighting.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do. If you saw Smite being used by Tybe, then Molly knew he had a window to just look for the steal. That is... God. Even without a ton of kills, KFC are finding ways to inflict mental damage that just tests second place's Demon's mental endurance as well.
Oh man, this is just like the exercise in patience. Like, oh god, guys, is this playable still? Like, Tyve is not the happiest camper right now, but he's gonna have to hold on. He's gonna have to keep that mental strong and keep those fingers light. Because, I mean, look, all it takes is one steal. They're 1,500 gold ahead. The game's not quite over. You got to be able to stay in it. He's 500 gold down, which you could notice if he just presses tab. Or, you know, he presses like the scoreboard button. You'll know. And they just got to make one steal. Soju's going to pick up the package. Maybe they make their play here.
Objectives coming up. Ocean Dragon and Rift Herald are the ones to play for. Tybe doesn't have his first item spike quite available yet. But there's looking for a play on his Zello. Zello walking up. I think he was trying to see if he could go for a showstopper just to get himself out of danger, but force a flash away. Jackie taking a lot of damage on the back end. Here comes Sandwich. Huge unstoppable force.
He dies.
Lions on Nagume, but he dies mid-burn to the ignite. So the base of the hole doesn't come through. And the rest of Malian starting collapse on in. No one goes down from KFC. This Rift Herald is going to crash as well.
And look at this. If they try to go for a play under this turret, I mean, it's just going to be plates going into KFC. They cannot contest this Dragon right now. They just expended a lot right there. Zello with a potential flank. Soju Rain. Soju, we have to pick up the Corki packages, my brother. That's like half the champion right here. Dragon's getting started. Let's see it.
Timer's too late. Starting is here. Molly's on his way. 1,800 health.
That's one.
There's losing focus. Molly comes in and he just steals it away from second place Demons. And it's just an absolute slaughter in the river. Second place Demons found one against Zello, but the price to pay is almost everyone else.
Yeah, and they'll be able to make this dive under it. Tybe, there is no place safe for you. Not even your jungle, not under your turret. And second place Demons, their namesake is coming true. They're playing for second place at this point. KFC are not willing to give up first place. They're not willing to give up that pole position here in the Rift Masters.
Oh,
hey,
this is... I on the one hand, if you're a fan of second place Demons, you're feeling for them. You are just absolutely drained that KFC are able to just consistently pull this off. But just from the eyes of KFC, this is so impressive, and it's just so exciting to see a team of this caliber be so strong. And I don't even think that, like, when you compare the rest of the teams on the playing field to what our strongest teams were in the past, I think KFC is just truly above the maximum level that we have seen yet. Great game from Molly.
Oh, the spell shield!
Stuffs the engaged. Tidal Wave stuffs it down. And as you called it, that enchant from Ledmont buys even more time for KFC. No one goes down, and it just ends up being a sad trade. Tybe giving his life starting, and Zello for the re-engage. Moonfall. Good night to Soju Rain, and Jackie just cannot get any damage back.
Like, how do you even play from this point if you're the Vi? Your whole point is to be able to lock down a backline member, go straight for Gume. Maybe you're able to take down starting. But your cease and desist is just completely terminated by this spell shield. The Veil enchantment coming out from Ledmont just completely destroys that play before it even happens. So KFC, I mean, you're talking about the dominance of this team. We said it in the, kind of before the draft, but it all comes down to that consistency. We have not seen a team in North America be this dominant ever. And finally, it feels like those pieces are coming together, showing off here on the Rift Masters, going for the perfect regular season in these qualifiers. They'll get that first turret, or get that second turret, sorry, the mid-tier 1. Lot of gold, and there's not much that I think second place Demons can do from this position. Almost 9,000 gold before the 9-minute mark.
I really don't have anything else
There's
to say or add on.
nothing,
It's just very flabbergasted is not like just enough to describe kind of our feelings right now. You can nothing short of impressive. So KFC holding onto this tower, and Sandwich an attempt to look for the re-engage. But now the reinforcements are here. Gume having a ton of damage. Storm Razor, Infinity Edge. This calling is going to just completely drill them down. And Levmont! If we're talking about players who have just been performing incredibly well off of role swaps, we already know Molly is just doing more than what we expected him to do, but Levmont also fit in the damn bill, making Nami look like he's been playing this champion his whole life.
And, you know, there is something to say about being able to play Enchanters at the same time. He's been almost exclusively playing these engaged champions for Levmont, but being able to also play Enchanters, you know, it takes a different mindset. There's a different play style to playing these kind of champs, so really impressed with Levmont all Riftmasters long. Really, really, I think, exciting to see someone, and just the flexibility of all of these guys. We already talked about Molly, we're talking about Levmont, just being able to swap roles and kind of integrate it really easily into whatever position they need to be to get onto a winning squad.
Flexibility, absolute dominance, no matter which role they've put into. When we've arrived at the 12,000 gold mark, 10 minutes into the game, second place Demons. It's been a good run so far, but in terms of the open qualifiers, in terms of the regular season, at least second place Demons, they can take solace that they at least will have a playoff berth. They have earned that right. They have been able to work for it enough. But KFC, these are the tournament favorites by far.
Yes, and they're just not taking any names. They're not even a bother to kind of put some flourishes on it. KFC, they get to work and they get it done. They do not, there's no frills added on this. Look at this, they're just playing so aggressively, removing Tide from the map, even more so. Cease and desist come out, but it falls upon deaf ears. It's just another death in the back pocket there, and what can we say about KFC that we haven't said before? This team is incredible.
So many redemption journeys and arcs for, you know, not only, okay, Sandwich, 3-man under the tower, Zello just be able to answer back. Monsoon stalls it out for a little bit. Meals not able to save Sandwich. This team, this squad from KFC, we've talked so much about Molly role swapping from mid to jungle, Levmont role swapping from jungle to support, Gume still being this consistent, deadly marksman player that can just also play mages as well with precision and the utmost accuracy on things like the Lux and the Ziggs, even the Morgana to boot. Starting as Zello, I think these solo laners have the most to prove for themselves as well. They are on the strongest team that North America has ever seen.
Yep.
But they are players that know and have tasted being at the top and then also losing it as well. Zello, when Cloud9 first came onto the scene, a strong contender but never finding their footing. Zello, the player that almost took a game off of Rolster Y at Icons, now in his best form yet so far in NA. Starting, used to be the king of the mid lane, having to deal with players like Molly, having to deal with players like Hoon, rise up in the second aftermath of year one. And a tribe coming so close to being the second seed to Icons, but falling. And now, whenever we get our next international event, if KFC continue, and I really hope this roster stays together for as long as possible, because man, oh man, this is giving me the utmost hope for the next international event.
It feels different. Feels like a whole different breed of North American players. Zello, they're just showing off at this point. Grace, let them know. Who's the winners? She's been barking this entire monologue, and now finally she's quiet, bro. I hate it here. This is BS. She's been barking the whole time, man. I mean, like, I'm sitting here mute, nodding my head, like, snapping my fingers like it's a jazz club. Like, yeah, keep it going. Oh.
Like slam poetry.
Yeah, it's like slam poetry. You're like, North America, not able, win games, international. Fucking, like, snap. Like, and then she's barking the whole time, and now she's just falls on deaf ears again.
I
Game's
think
over.
it's because Gracie wants to hear you talk.
Oh, she was just wanting to go outside. I'm pretty sure someone's outside doing something. They're messing
Well,
around.
we don't want to sully the moment here. KFC, through thick and thin, through every single time that they have shown up on stage, they have not failed to deliver. They are our most dominant team that North America has ever produced. And with a perfect season through the open qualifiers, they have taken the triple. What? Damn it. What is the name of
It's
it? Where are you?
Oh my God, what is it? Is it the
The three-peat
three-peat is a
the
word?
Grand Slam.
The
I
Grand
guess,
Slam.
yeah, the Grand Slam is what I guess I was looking for. Oh, well, Grand Slam is 4.
Well, then win playoffs. Easy.
Okay,
Look at the
all right. Well, they are the perfect season through open qualifiers. They have not dropped a single game. We are on track for KFC to have not only the perfect regular season, the perfect season, the Grand Slam. If they end up being our tournament favorites, this would be the perfect circuit if this comes to fruition. And this is, this is how you measure a team's greatness and complete domination of a region.
I mean, it's nothing like we've seen before, and hopefully this team, like you're saying, can stay together, and we can see them in the next international event whenever that occurs. But for right now, I want them to be able to revel in the moment. I want everybody in the audience to kind of take that in, like, this is your undefeated team. This is your #1 team going into playoffs. In 2 weeks, they'll have a time to kind of rest, celebrate. Congratulations on getting first place here. You also get that money for being in first place here in the qualifiers, which is pretty nice. And for second place Demons, it's their namesake. They're probably the most cognizant that it's KFC and everybody else. Everyone else is playing for different keeps. Sorry to the boys that lost. I know it sucks. Losing's not fun. Revolutionary, but they performed admirably. They made it to this point in the first place, and it was a complete carbon copy of our second qualifiers from last week.
Second place Demons will at least enjoy being able to go to playoffs still. And it's not next week. That's the last chance qualifier. They have 2 weeks to prepare, to get some practice down, to get more scrims in, and figure out whatever things they need to do. I think we'll also see at least one patch change.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe they can make an adaptation. Maybe something comes into play. But for us, this pretty much concludes the bracket for today's open qualifier. Kansui Fan Club, once again, taking the title for an open qualifier, having earned the kings of all 3, earning and finishing in first place. But of course, while normally we would conclude our broadcast, we still have some time, and we still have a tiebreaker to play out.
Yep.
For that 3rd spot.
Yep.
Paradolia and Imperius are tied up.
It is Paradolia and Imperius. They'll play a best of 3, and it'll happen right here. So I'm excited. They're fighting for that last spot for playoffs. One of these teams is gonna have to play last chance qualifier. The other one gets a week off, and I think that's super exciting. They just had to watch that match. They've been waiting. They've been watching, and it's a great way to end the night, honestly.
Well, Paradolia and Imperius, you guys are up. For Kansui Fan Club in second place, Demons, you can take your bow. You are done for now. KFC, congratulations once again on taking the 3rd and final open qualifier title. Now, it's just 2 more weeks until we get into playoffs, but you got to see who's going to be joining you as the 3rd seed. We'll be finding out too after this break. and gentlemen, tiebreaker time.
Yeah.
Paradolia and Imperius. These two teams will be fighting in this final best of 3 for a chance to have a playoff berth and having the chance to dodge out on going through the last chance qualifier.
Oh, it's going to be so tight between these two. I mean, these are two of the teams. I mean, we haven't seen Paradolia since yesterday when they got knocked out by Janus Esports, and Imperius are now going to have to play 3 best of 3s today. It's a grueling schedule for them, but you know, that's what it takes, and especially if they want to keep their playoff berth, it's going to be important for them to try and win this one.
And for Paradolia, they were hoping, they were begging that Janus Esports would have been able to play spoiler and knock Imperius to 4th place, which would have guaranteed them the 3rd place spot. But now Paradolia have had to be preparing for the possibility of now playing in this tiebreaker, which I have no idea what the stylistic matchup is going to be like, because as you said before earlier in the broadcast, this is the first time these two teams will be playing against each other.
Yeah. And we haven't really gotten to see Paradolia and see what they're going to do. Remember, we were seeing them with some substitute rosters up until the last game. They had Nicole Supremacy out for a little bit because of Wi-Fi issues. There was many different things that were stopping this team from playing at 100%, and I think that last-minute substitution was kind of the final nail in the coffin for them to bow out in the quarterfinals. So hopefully now we will have them fully charged up, ready to go. You know, where it's 10:30 at night. It's like prime gaming hours. It's not quite degenerate quite yet. It's not super early where they're just waking up. We're getting into it now. This is like
right.
This is, I think, for them anyway, probably their most important match all day. Obviously for Imperius, that is the case. They need to win this. And like you said earlier, loser has to go play out in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the amount of relief that you get to earn. Win this series, and it's the only series you have to play until playoffs.
Yep.
You lose this series, you have to go through the whole process again next weekend. So, both of these teams understand the stakes. Everyone at home knows what's on the line. So it's now just time for us to get into the draft phase between both Imperius and Paradolia. A couple of champions that we're going to be looking at. We already know from the side of Imperius that Dienzio, big Varus enjoyer, big, emphatic Varus player. But also the Ashe has to be respected for both of these teams because it comes at a great utility price, being able to consistently send global picks with that enchanted arrow.
It's pretty dangerous as well. I mean, it kind of changes the temperature, like the I guess the geography of your draft, because when you have the Varus, you can have full physical damage. The amount of magic damage that this Varus pumps out is huge. Whereas the Ashe, like you're saying, is more supportive. You're playing for those 15-second ult cooldown timer, Imperial Mandate Ashe ultimates to come down, and that is a I think a pretty big and distinct change in playstyle that for them, they're gonna have to try to make that their priority. How many bans in the marksman pool are we gonna see? Not just Lucian, because I know that Dienzio and Deceived can try to go for the Lucian Nami, but there's also gonna be the Varus, like we've been talking about. Where does Ziggs land in the the grand scheme of this dragon lane? A lot of things to look at for these two.
Only time will tell. We are getting into draft phase in just a little bit, just making sure all the teams are ready to go. Potentially some technical hiccups on just players just seeing if phones are checked in, if players are here and ready to go as well. But taking a shift on over through the jungle side of things, I think Tony has definitely, while
Hot
Tony
feet.
not necessarily being no Tony for
that's
Imperius.
right, Imperius. Okay.
Yeah. For Tony, that remember this roster originally had Pain in the jungle role, and then Swaparoo. Tony comes in, new jungler for the side of the squad. When he our first stage game had question marks, like, okay, we know this guy has played previously on Yawn in the past, but over time, Tony has stepped up to the plate, shown great carry performances on some more uncharacteristic champions, the Jace being one of them, something that you don't see as often as much, but really like his Riven, especially so even the full crit Riven, you know, having a little bit of fun in the last matchup against Janus Esports.
Yeah, it should be interesting. The jungle matchup between these two, I think, will be super fun to watch, especially between when we look at Paradolia and kind of Rumi when he was playing these different junglers. He's going for the Camille, going for the Vi. He just wants to have that action. He wants to have the action button for his team, follow up on his lead, and kind of coming back to it, I do want to see what a full strength Paradolia can do, because they have made deep runs on the qualifiers, but obviously yesterday they had a little bit of a setback because of the substitutions. So I want to see if maybe, you know, we have a full strength, you know, Sokol Supremacy, save the babies. We're gonna have a lot of fun trying not to say her daughter, or our daughter, your daughter, whatever. Wonder if anybody actually followed up on our plea to get these guys some wild cores.
Please get incentivize them to change their name, so that was a trip of a cast. Just having to say,
your daughter's going insane. your daughter's in there.
Just to update, just currently waiting on players to load into the draft and get into the pick and ban phase. I will say, if we have to resort to ultimate stall tactics, all battery, it might be time to bust out the 1v1 duel.
It's already open on my phone, bro. Oh. we're already in there. We're in there, brother.
I'm glad you and I are on the same wavelength, at least. So.
While you pull it up,
yeah.
I just want to remind everybody that Paradolia is the originator of the Week 3 Corki from the Dragon Lane. Here's hoping that I don't have to have another RiftMSTRS Twitter moment where I'm hiding from my responsibilities, aka hiding from the Corki. Dragon Lane Corki can't hurt me. It's not real. It's fake.
You know, there's got to be something that we don't know. I'm willing to accept that, like, just maybe like in scrims it was working, and then, you know, it just doesn't show up on stage. But
I'm vain. I'm just gonna say that I just hate it. It sucks. I'm willing to drop that. So
this is our relationship, by the way. I'm usually good cop. Dimitri is straight up bad cop,
Turbo
and he
bad
embraces
cop.
it.
Yeah.
Turbo bad cop.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be peaceful. Dimitri's the person throwing the table away, going, "Where is she?
Where's the Varus? Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding Dragon Lane Corki?" For everybody at home, we have a ready check for the teams, and currently one of the teams is unavailable at this point, so we were trying to figure that all out. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have both teams will have your tiebreaker ready to go, so don't go anywhere.
But I got some good news. We have avoided all moments of crisis and averted the case because all teams are finally here. Both teams agreed to a certain time. Everyone said they were ready. Turns out we weren't quite ready. It's okay. Happens sometimes. But now everyone is actually ready, and I have a draft screen to prove it. Boom!
Boom!
Bam! We're here. Paradolia, by the way, won the coin toss. They are blue side, and so they open up with the Crocodile, the Renekton.
They get him
Let's
up
go.
and running. They're going to throw that in the top lane. Imperius immediately taking that Jace away, getting that for themselves. Man, I'm hyped. I'm glad we're back in the game, and we're just getting right into it, because these guys are probably tired. You know, we were talking about how it's like peak gamer hours, but like Imperius, they want this to be the quickest 2-0 of their lives. They're like, just get us out. I do not want to have to play like a 25-minute game. Please. Please.
And Paradolia are going to be leaning into a lot of early agency, but for them, they also have some late game insurance in case things go the distance with that Ziggs pickup.
And I something we were talking about before we got into the game, before we threw it to the break, Paradolia, where are they going to focus the Dragon Lane? And you see in their first 3 bans, it's Ashe, it's the Senna, and it's the Varus. Gone immediately. And Imperius also get rid of the Lucian, so AD carry pool is pinched. The Ziggs that we were talking about is there, and they picked that up. And so, have to imagine Imperius are going to be the ones playing this this Lux in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, because at this point, Dienzio has been hit heavily on the champion pool. Pretty much 5 champions taken off the board for him. So it's like, okay, what is your 5th best champion that you can go to? And Dienzio's like, all right, well, give me Lux, dude. Like,
Give me
I'm still cracked on this champion. We'll see what it is all about, though. You have global reach with the final spark, still providing enough magic damage that you could be a solo AP carry, while the rest of your team itemizes for tank, physical damage, or straight utility.
We'll have to see. Look at the support pools just getting pinched instantly. The Galio's gone. Nautilus gone. Wonder if Paradolia are going to be the ones to get rid of Thresh. Maybe they'll get rid of something like another Enchanter. I mean, my eyes kind of go to wanting to play something like I guess Gragas is gone too, so what other kind of tanks can you go? I don't know if you really want to play Set.
Alistar would be probably like
Alistar?
the next best one for just straight raw tank, raw engage.
Okay.
You don't have as much flexibility though for like once you're in, you are in. And you better hope you have your Unbreakable, otherwise you are going to get melted insanely fast.
Ooh, and they're just trying to hide it. They kind of want to force Paradolia to pick something. Brahma's okay here. I think Imperius might feel like they want to try and get the Braum for themselves. But picking the Garen is fine. Like, it's a stable matchup, and I think for Imperius, I think you're more than happy to see that for your top laner.
Mm-hmm. Recognizing the power of the Garen, if it is protected, you can deflect and mitigate a lot of the pressure that a Renekton would have the later the game goes on. We know that for Imperius, Suki has done his fair share of just holding on. And the Akshant, I mean, this is a flavor that we've only really seen from Meals so far in this tournament, but whether this is Nicole Supremacy, aka best player, coming in, and you call it, Set will be joining the ranks, rounding out the squad.
If Set can get in there, it's great. Kind of disincentivize the Braum that we're talking about. And there you go, they picked the Alistar, which I think is pretty surprising, because Alistar tries to go in, Set can interrupt it, you can throw the Satchel Bomb, and Set's like, oh cool, I'm going to kidnap me a cow real quick. I'm just going to jump over this, and we're going to take him with us. Bring him right into my team, we can blow him up. Exactly, suplex him in. So, we're going to be seeing Johto on Jace. We're going to be having Tony on the Riven. I think that's pretty exciting. We're definitely just playing away from the Dragon Lane, though, because both of these are playing mages that can farm from a pretty safe distance.
Dimitri, I want you to do me a favor.
What's up?
I want you to, do the thinking pose. Start stroking goatee. Let's go. Okay. So hear me out here. What if
Yes.
Tony takes the Jace and we see Johto play Riven?
Not the worst thing you've ever told me. Riven and Akshan's fine. Yeah, I mean, okay, I can believe it.
Because it might be something that is more manageable to gap close onto Akshan, because you can dip in, and if the trade goes sour or you want to end the disengage from the trade, you can instantly go back out.
Sure.
Jace, once you go in, it's hard for you to you have to wait until you're level 3 before you can like start going all in and then just disengaging with the hammer. But that works better into melee champions, whereas Akshan, you punt him away, I mean, he's still ranged, he still walks you down.
Sure, he does. I mean, Akshan really hates when people go all in on him, and either way Imperius are going to have to do that, whatever you put the Jace in whatever position. Same thing with Riven. They're going to have to come into them, and the problem I'm having for Paradolia is I don't think they have enough damage. Like, the Ziggs has to do so much work. The Ziggs has to go overtime to really kind of get these, because you're looking at Akshan, it's a reset champion.
Yeah.
Even though Meals was playing it, and Meals basically dropped like a 15 bomb, like, it's just, you need to be either super ahead, and on any champion you just become a menace, right? Or you need to be able to reset, you need to be able to kind of find the champions that are really, really low and go in for the execute. And I just don't know if they have that. They have a lot of survivability, they can buy a lot of time. Renekton, Set, awesome at that. Just don't know if they really have the damage, whereas Imperius can definitely overload them, especially with the globals thanks to Lux.
Solo has to go hexaton mode, basically, on this Ziggs. He needs to do his best 30k damage drop. I think even in one game, he dropped like 50k damage, a hexaton Ziggs. I mean, dude, hexaton Ziggs...
it's just different.
It's built different, man. Too good. Imperius, talking through some of the early strengths of this competition against Paradolia. You already said before, you know, there could be a lack of damage the later the game goes on outside of this Ziggs. That is your fallback, right, for really, really emergency cases. You are super relying on a heavy skirmishing trio. Lee Sin, Akshan, Renekton, trying to get out of lane, trying to invade, setting up dives, and just really snowballing with your tempo lead. Hell, because you have a Ziggs, this set can also leave lane, and you can start doing KFC things, where you're 4-man diving before 2 minutes.
Potentially. Just the problem I have with that, Marcus, we haven't seen anybody do that. We've not seen anybody really match the tempo in that case. So, Imperius and Paradolia, I just want a good game, Mark. That's all. I'll be honest. Like, these drafts are cool. I've been wrong about drafts before. I'm ready to get into it, and it seems like we are too. We're going to get right into this tiebreaker, best of 3. Winner goes on to playoffs. Loser goes into the last chance qualifier next weekend.
All right. The champ swap did not happen.
You were correct.
It is going to be Johto with the Jace.
Yep.
Tony will stick with the Riven.
Oh.
That's understandable.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
They're playing with Barcode again. Nicole Supremacy is not here, so got my daughter back in the mid lane.
Okay.
Important adjustment, because we saw Paradolia, one of their game wins yesterday was with this roster.
Yeah.
Slightly different because of, you know, they were playing with they subbed Barcode back out, and they were able to get Nicole Supremacy and Best Player. Like, they got them back into the lineup.
It changes things, but we know that my daughter had a fantastic showing on the Gragas mid in that game 1 win yesterday, before ultimately dropping the next 2 games against Janus Esports. An early look, though.
Wow.
Onto Solo. It's got to be careful. It's great all-in from Koto. And Dienzio looking for that kill. 2v2 in the mid lane, continuing more action. Swing on through from my daughter. And oh boy! Johto getting solo killed in front of his jungler by my daughter.
Tony just couldn't protect him at that point. And look at the Baron laners Ignite's going down.
Woo!
Last tick onto Garen. He has to know that
Rumi.
Rumi's on his way. He has the flash still available. Rumi just not going to bother. Going to go for their Scuttle Crab instead, not lose out on that timer. Jace is coming right back into the mid lane. And just look at this. I mean, they're trying to find engages wherever they can, but I mean, it's so good. Koto Matsukami sitting on this Alistar just means that they have the say. They can always be like, okay, say you want to go in? No, I'm going to stop that right now.
They know that Solo doesn't have any summer spells, no barrier, no flash.
Oh, Jace.
Tony is
Bro.
here. Johto also collapsing as well. Rumi's still on the top side of the map, so this is a 4-man advantage against 2. Solo and Deceived keeping their distance. They're going to have to sack plates here, and that's a nice advantage, being won over by Imperius.
Oh, did they get that second plate, though? Did they get that second plate? No, the minions die, so they're going to get themselves 1 plate, almost get a kill in the bot lane, but in the meantime, I mean, we're seeing that save the babies on the Sakshan. He's like moving into the river. He's moving down to try and track. And because he's invisible, he can dodge a lot of wards. But you saw that Johto, he's like, I'm not messing around. Oh, the flash? The flash?
Flash! And they know Solo still doesn't have flash. They caught him on vision. Solo thought he was safe in that bush. They thought they recalled, but another kill goes over to Dienzio.
Fantastic job, Dienzio. Playing aggressive. Exactly what we wanted to see. This is a guy that has such a pedigree in North America. Pedigree in just mobile esports as a whole. And again, showing off that is just the level that you're going to have to play against, especially if you're Paradolia. A bunch of players we don't know very much about. I mean, Barcode was a player that did play a little bit in the North American scene last year during Year 0 and Year 1, but really wasn't super prevalent.
Had some shining moments, but never got a chance to go super far into some of the bigger tournaments by the regional championships near the end. Paradolia still under fire on the top side of the map. You've got Tony and Koto Matsukami for the dive. And even Dienzio from downtown, we talked about it before. Even if he's not there, he can assist with the cross map in that final spark, but he could be under fire here too, Dimitri.
I think he's fine. Dienzio is just like, cool, you just kicked me. All right, and here's Johto. So even if Dienzio goes down, he just needs a buy time for his team. Still has a flash, still has a barrier.
Flash? Oh, you called it. Flash barrier available. And Dienzio still living. The showstopper, the suplex. Dienzio still not down. Finally goes
Double.
down. But he takes 2 with him to the grave.
And Solo ults just completely misses on any valuable targets there. Imperius able to make good on that play. Johto cleans up with his Baron or this Dragon Laner. Double Summoner is exhausted, but I think you'll take that trade if you're Imperius. If you're Dienzio, you're feeling happy about that one.
This is a 2,000 gold lead for Imperius at the 4.5 minute mark. Getting themselves ready. First item spikes coming through for pretty much all of their players so far. Tony still just needing a couple hundred gold before he can hit that Black Cleaver, but should have enough time. Red buff being completed. Gonna have it, and all 4 of these carries for Imperius are gonna be insanely strong for the objective fights.
We'll have to see. 5 seconds before these structures start to kind of feel a little bit iffy because the Rift Herald is spawning, right? And Paradolia, I think, are going to really want to index into playing around this Rift Herald. You already see Lee Sin is kind of hovering around the top side. They want this because they have the Ziggs. I think it's so much more important for them to pick that up, get themselves in a pretty strong position.
Good look from Rumi, though.
Yeah.
Great. Follow up on Tsuki. Takes him out. Both summoner spells gone. But here comes Tony, and Tony has a flash of his own. But the stun from Barcode, and he's sticking down, but not enough. Paradolia holding on to this game.
Okay, Lee Sin, I don't think he's going to go for it anymore. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have the kick anymore. That's a heartbreaker for them. If you're Paradolia, no one's going to be matching the Johto at this time. Tony's just taking this Rift Herald. They really wanted this, and they invested so much vision onto the Dragon side. It kind of feels like they were mismatched in what they really wanted to go for, especially after killing Suki.
They've beelined over to the Dragon. Maybe they can sneak this out before anyone else responds from the side of Imperius. Johto is going to spot them over with the Accelerated Shock Blast. I would have been so sad for Paradolia if that got stolen away.
It's okay. Imperius will get the first turret here. Ziggs not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Look at they're protecting Save the Babies. They're proxying this Dragon Lane wave. They want to get as much structure damage, as many plates as they can. But Dienzio's on the way, lands the root.
Oh, and huge burst damage. Deceived, taken out, and no turret damage. Nice kick from Rumi. 4-man.
Feels nice, but Look at this. They're not buying space. I really wish Solo would just hit this turret. Like, no one's there. You would just see all of them under this turret. Maybe they try to go for defense coming on down.
But there's no Mega Inferno Bomb from Solo, so he has to walk all the way down in order to contribute to protect the falling members here. Tony getting hit that, but beautiful satchel charge there from Solo, and Tony is deep into enemy territory. The way goes out, but Johto from the flank, punishing onto my daughter and Imperius. They are making this game still a hell of a banger, but Johto trades it out in the end.
All right, finds 1 kill. He's able to get that onto Akshan, but I think it just slows down the game for Imperius in a way I don't know if they're really ready for. Oh, there it is. Okay, come on, Matsu. Yeah. You saw that come from a mile away from them. Thankfully, we have God Vision. Solo did not. And so the Alistar Flash, Kodo Matsukami, just finds the kill there. And again, it buys them time, slows down the game. Dienzio. He has no mana. Flashes. And I don't know how much he's going to be able to get out of this, because even if they're able to stop this wave for the time being, they should be able to get this turret.
Johto is here. This turret does fall for Paradolia. Do they want to fight this one out? There's not really much that Kodo Matsukame and Dienzio can offer. That kick, but it's not enough damage, though. My daughter cannot follow up. Comeuppance was already used, but Suki is here to rectify the odds. Already using Demacian Justice. Tony, about to be enraged, still has Flash. It's a great effort from Deceive to sacrifice himself to protect my daughter, but my daughter's still getting destroyed by Suki.
Oh, what a fantastic name. I love Paradolia's mid laner. They both go down. They overchase. Good punish coming out from Imperius and their jungle and Baron laner. Johto now going to pick up this Baron wave. I mean, the Ziggs damage is non-existent at this point. He has not been really able to hit a structure such a long time. That's just because of the fact that they're not really syncing a lot of these death timers. I'm happy for Rumi that he's looking for these plays, but past the early solo kill, Akshan has not really been that same champion, and again, it is all about going for those resets. You really are relying a ton on other people to whittle away at these health bars.
And we talked about what Paradolia's win con was. They had to find a massive advantage in the early game. Otherwise, it is just down to Solo to be that late game insurance policy. But almost everyone is behind. The only person that is seemingly ahead, or even at least matching their counterparts, is the Lee Sin. It's Rumi.
He's definitely the closest in terms of what we're looking at. Otherwise, and who cares about support gold difference? Lol, what a great stat. But there, it is again yet another game where we're looking at the jungler for Paradolia to kind of come out with a clutch win, kind of come out with a super in the cut, just like Smite Steal or something. Rift Herald here. Yet again, this is Paradolia's second chance. Can they make good on this and grab this objective? Or are they going to lose it out? Imperius already starting to move into the jungle, and they're already starting to take this objective. Yeah,
it is not enough to just find one insect play or be able to find one objective steal. You have so much gold to make up for the rest of your team. Like, this is where Rumi has to find, like, a highlight play, kicking Dienzio through all 4 members. But the Rift Herald already secured by Imperius. Solo throws on a Mega Inferno Bomb, gets a little bit of damage down, but Deceived is taken out.
And in this game's looking washed right now. Imperius are in such a commanding position. Akshan's trying to do damage, but all of it is landing onto the Alistar. Ziggs is not hitting anybody in a lot of these, so losing out on access to that, it becomes so difficult to play out these fights, especially when you're playing from an item disadvantage as a mage. So they're going to reset. Get ready for this Dragon Ocean Drake on the table in 10 seconds. He knows that Garen is in here. He can see the little revenge scent. Oh no. Oh, barrier is popped. Ignite is going
Here
down.
Comes
flashing
Suki!
Forward.
Gargoyle Sunplate already popped. Now Suki might have found himself a little overextended, but he's so fast.
It doesn't matter.
Why is he?
He's so fast. He's got the Hull Breaker as well. He does not care. There is Kyo going to fall. Set is unable to. Let's see, can Rumi do it? There's a Mega Inferno Bomb. Does he make the steal? Headbutt out?
No. A good attempt from Rumi, but just great patience from Kodo Matsukame. Kicking him out of the club. It's only for VIPs, only for Imperius. Now Imperius very much in position to start closing out this game. And you look at how Paradolia can even weather the storm. It is just hoping that Solo can be the ultimate. I hope Solo's played a lot of Bloons Tower defense, because he has got to be on full max duty, just preventing all the minion waves from touching the turrets.
Is this the nice way of calling him a super monkey?
No,
he's
no,
just sitting
not
there like throwing darts, like he's got the laser adaptation too. He's just
I gotta tend to this wave. I gotta make a Inferno Bomb on that wave. I gotta run over here, and oh my gosh, why is there full team in my jungle? Team, help! I can't be the.
What kind of Bloons Tower would you want him to be? Would you want him to be like the super one, the ninja? Is he just like the banana farm?
Whatever. I don't. Man, I don't remember the units as well.
There's like the Alchemist, which is technically the most accurate with the skin. This is Alchemist 6.
True. He just needs to be the one that just evaporates a group of balloons all at once.
Okay, so similar to like a tower balloon. Or like the cannon balloon.
Yeah, cannon! Yeah. It's gotta be the cannon one.
Alright, well. Here's hoping. Because, I think you and Paradolia are the only ones that have that kind of hope. A lot of people may see this game as kind of done and dusted.
I am speaking on behalf of the Paradolia fan. For Imperius, they're in great position.
Nope.
7k gold, and unfortunately, Kyo, you cannot walk up to that place. That is damn. I'm so sorry.
Mark, I think this game may be a touch over. Imperius are just so far
ahead.
They're trying to give all this gold over to the Akshan and the Ziggs, but like, I don't know how much it's gonna matter, because everybody on the side of Imperius is turbo fed. Renekton cannot face this guy. He's like, oh, can I start these Krugs? Not really, because Imperius, I mean, Suki's just gonna walk over and take them from me. And he has a Hull Breaker, I don't, so I just lose the matchup now.
Just one of those things that you are kind of seeing this immovable wall slowly closing in on you, and the more time you are given, the more opportunities there are to just find a Hail Mary play at this point. But as of now, Imperius are slowly just closing out the game to their heart's content. We know that Imperius had a little bit of fun when they were closing out the match against Janus Esports, but for Imperius, I think they know that being able to close this series out as fast as possible means that they can put their worries and kind of concerns away of having to play in a last chance qualifier away much faster.
Sure. I mean, they still got to win game 2. And if Imperius are willing to play with their food, I think that is something that they're going to have to work on, going into playoffs. Being able to close out a game as swift as some of the other teams in the top 3. They need to be able to close out, and it kind of feels like maybe it's a composition issue where they just can't really, they don't have, that hard engage button. In this, I think they do, but it needs to be more reliable, and I think they should play a little bit more around vision, where, hey, we're looking for these death brushes, we're looking to kind of make sure that you have to walk into us, force them to come to the play, and you just take them out, you just evaporate them with your wallet diff that you have right there. But it feels weird, right? Because I don't know if they're lacking a killer instinct or something, right? Because when you see Jotu on Akali, he just goes for it, he sends it.
Could be Imperius just wanting to make sure that they do not throw away this lead. I mean, there are some times where teams experience gold dysmorphia, I'm gonna call it, where they don't realize how far ahead they truly are. And in this game, you can genuinely see what the gold lead is like. You can calculate it in your head, but you might not feel you're actually that far ahead. You still feel like, no, there's still a chance that they could come back, and we just don't want to take any chances.
I thought gold dysmorphia was when if I'm a gold player and I'm like, oh dude, I'm just losing because my teammates are bad.
Oh. No, that's just straight up delusion. You know, that's
Okay,
cope.
good.
that's just straight up cope.
That's cope. All right, well, I'm glad that we're able to come up with a new definition and a new medical condition. Maybe that gets added to the DSM. I don't know. We'll see. And there you go. We're seeing now the split push and Garen. They're making the engage. This could be it.
Final spark across multiple members here. Solo still untouched, though. Can throw out multiple bombs as long as his front line is able to stand tall, but they've already lost one of them. Kyo.
Just cancel the recalls, guys. There's an inhibitor going down.
Yeah, Suki's just going for the base race at this point. Has already unlocked the inhibitor. Not going to have enough time to go for the photo finish end, but is just giving space for Imperius to lock down this Infernal Dragon.
I love this, the fact that we're just seeing like Kodo Matsukami just sit on top of Lisa and he's like, no. Oh!
Oh!
I don't think that changes
It doesn't get the kill, but oh! Yes! Yes! You know what? I appreciate that Rumi's still willing to go for the highlight play. Kodo Matsukami, that was pretty slick. Trying to predict. I mean, he technically did get the prediction of the pulverized flash.
Wow.
But then as he tries to get out, Rumi goes for a kick flash play of his own.
They did it to each other. Like, he's like, oh, look, I got behind you and I was able to knock you back. And he's like, yeah, look at that. I got my kick, brother. Like, I'll make sure that we both understand that that's going to happen to us. So, I mean, what a funny play. What a great way to kind of end this one. Like, 10,000 gold. Imperius, they're able to get 2 dragons. And this Garen is just putting in work. When Suki's just by himself, oh, we get to see it again. Look at this.
We get to see the replay. Check this out, everyone.
Kodo Matsukami, anything you could do, I could do better. I could do it better than you. He just gets the kill, man. Respect to Ruby for that one.
Yeah.
Both of them just handshook that, like, all right, Chad energy coming from both of us.
True.
How do you top that now? Like, the game's so... I don't know if we'll get another one. Like, I feel like that might just be a series highlight. Like, that's just, like, the peak that we'll get for this game, for this series.
Yeah, like, Kodo's like, yeah, I can just use my flash for this play. I don't know if it kills him, but it's going to look hella cool.
Oh, they know!
They were waiting in the bush! Run! Paradolia! They are getting burned down by Dienzio's massive damage. But however, Kyo makes it out alive, and the GA is expended onto Tony. But here comes the full 5-man assault, the full 5-man dive into the tower. You see Barcode doing everything that he can just to withstand the onslaught. A kick comes out from Rumi, pushes them back momentarily. But here they come. Imperius want that series to finish, and it's going to start with this game 1 closing.
Not yet.
Not yet. Damn it.
Sounded good. It sounded good. We're almost there. 4 members. I mean, it's just like we're continuing to put the problem that Imperius are having is that they have a lot of HP bars, and Jochu going down here.
Okay. Ruby! Huge kill on the Jotu, and you know what? We're just gonna kick Suki for fun. Get out of my face.
Yeah, remember, Baron lane right now. They just need to hold them. Barcode's gonna reset. It's gonna be damage onto the Nexus that they just really can't mitigate for the time being. But that should just be the Dragon getting set up for here. As you see right here, Tony's going to try and go for something. Going to try and keep canceling the bases. Suki, he's trying to look for something, but he just can't do anything. He knows that Akshan's going to chase him down to the ends of the earth. So, Mega Inferno Bomb even comes out. Dragon's not going to be started. Baron is alive, but resets coming out from both teams. And we're off we draw breath yet in this game.
There is still
there's Rift
a game
to be played. There's Wild to be rifted.
There's some Wild to be rifted. Some Rift to be wilded
there
upon.
You go.
Okay. I'm down.
Wait, I'm actually really sad now. I'm looking at the boot enchants. There's no meteors.
No meteors. Oh, but we have a Magnetron actually from Tony. That's neat.
What's a Magnetron?
So Magnetron, wait, Suki? Losing the 1v2?
Suki?
Barcode was going down to Suki, and then my daughter came in, tag in, almost goes down. Imperius, meanwhile, hitting the Elder Dragon.
Brumi steal this.
Dude, if you
Channel
see
your
this,
inner Tybe.
Yeah. Honestly, inner Molly at this point. We saw Molly steal away from Type last game. Oh. A lot of damage. A lot of people falling for the side of Paradolia. Keo goes down, 2,000 HP. Great patience from Imperius, holding on to the dragon. Here comes Rumi, but they immediately
Finish it.
And now
Yes,
they're looking to
GA.
burn down the owner. 1,000. Rumi! They may lose this game, but you can wear with pride on your chest that you stole the Elder Dragon for shits and giggles.
He is under Guardian's Angel. Just do the damn dragon! They can't win this. Thank God. We have another game after this.
I love Wild Rift, baby. Oh man. You know what? I don't know how fast we're gonna get into the second draft.
No. You just want to get right into the duel. I've got nothing to say about this game.
Yeah, I'm definitely blanked out as well. I mean, we're getting to a point where Ziggs was acting as that late game insurance policy. You saw the damage being racked up.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate, a little too late. It's the late game insurance is not enough to salvage the sunken cost of the way Imperius completely dismantled Paradolia from the mid game on. Even Choco is upset in the background, unfortunately. So Imperius finding themselves one game away from claiming this tiebreaker. And that means they will secure their third seed playoff berth after one more game win.
They need to win the one game. But I swear Imperius just plays to have the maximum amount of game time possible. They want the longest game times that they can physically afford before losing and throwing the game. It's impressive, but also it makes me worried that this team doesn't have that that X factor to close out a game. I want to see them just close out cleanly. Stop playing around. This is the time probably doesn't matter for a lot of people, but this is, you're going into top 3, you're gonna be playing in the playoffs in 2 weeks potentially. You want to kind of get to your best form. You want to peak at the right time, and maybe they're just whatever. We can win. We can beat these guys with our hands tied behind our back. But for us as a broadcast, we want to see the best shape of these guys that we can.
Yeah, I can't really follow up. Not gonna lie.
If they win, then it doesn't matter, right? If they win, it's oh cool. I could just wait 2 weeks and then we can start playing for real. But it hasn't been just this game. If it was just this game, I'd say okay, they're playing a little bit for fun. But it has been consistently, at least this week especially, that we are maximizing game time. They've gotten into situations where they've almost thrown a game. We've got the full 3-game series back then. It's not just tonight. It is a pattern for them.
Don't worry, I am just... Choco is just getting louder and louder, and I'm like, what is going on? So I had to ask my brothers, yo, can you
take the dog out?
Can you check on Choco? Just I unfortunately can't check at the moment. But moving into this last draft, I don't know if Paradolia are going to put a little bit more emphasis on scaling, or if it's just an execution diff that they need to work on, and hope that if they're running back something like this early game agency, looking for the resets and just heavy skirmishing prioritization. I mean, we saw that my daughter had picked up, I don't think it was quite first blood, or if it was a 2v2 scrap, and then went forward and got that kill. didn't see that get leveraged nearly enough. So feel like for Imperius, the massive amount of control from the dragon side of the map, Dienzio and Koto Matsukame consistently just driving in advantages the rest of the team builds around on.
They did a fantastic job, I think, from Imperius to kind of consistently play around their dragon laners. And honestly, if I'm on Imperius, I'm feeling so comfortable in this. We got red side again. It was Paradolia's pick, so they chose the blue side. They want to try and get their picks as fast as they can. They're feeling pretty confident. I mean, the Alistar ended up working out. We saw that Dienzio and Deceived were working fantastic together, and that's where I think Tony got a lot of his advantages. He just went straight to down there and picked up kills, picked up gold, stopped some of the dives. Dienzio showing off some of that prowess by surviving the 1v3 for a little bit. It was fantastic.
Honestly, you know, you looked at how that dive came even about, and we're thinking, well, another team looks at this situation, they probably just like lock Dienzio down, give him no room to ground. But man, Dienzio flashing away from the Mega Inferno Bomb, dodging out on a couple extra skill shots, just prolonging the lockdown long enough so that despite him going down, I mean, that Dienzio no stranger from getting 3-man, 4-man in the dragon side of the map. And so far, Paradolia, the big change that they have thrown the way is, they're no longer playing the Renekton, and they're no longer caring about this Renekton pick and trying to ban it away. They're just taking it off the board. They're taking the Jace off the board. So we're already going to get a different flavor from Imperius this time around.
You know what that means, though, Rafa? They let through Jotu's Akali. They banned it last game, and now it's back. Could be strong. They didn't get rid of all the 80 carries, right? Like, Imperius, I'm kind of surprised that they're the ones to ban the Varus, because they can always answer. I don't think it's first pickable, but they said we do not want to kind of play with it, so they can get their Lee Sin, as you see here, and still think a strong answer is you just blind your Akali. You've seen Jotu played in almost any single matchup.
Yeah. Imperius, seeing that Paradolia, think, okay, well, we're not making the Lee Sin work, so we're just going to take the Riven trade this time around, see if this gives Rumi a little bit more grounds to carry with. You get a little bit... Oh, never mind. I take that back. Olaf is in the fray.
Wow. That's like another... I mean, they're tossing everything now, right? Like, they're trying to go for any little advantage they can get. I don't know how I feel about this for Paradelia. Like, Lucian is really hard to kind of contain. If you're playing Olaf, you need to just be able to run in the back line. Something like Anami is good. Definitely helps with kind of empowering both the Olaf and the Riven. But let's see what Imperius is going to go for. Taking the Nami away from the Lucian, I think, is pretty important. But the support matchup could be even better if they really want it.
Yeah. Now, we don't know for sure whether this Lucian is going to be going to Jotu or if it's going to be going to Dienzio. I personally would be really hyped to see Dienzio play Lucian, because it's probably one of the few champions that you don't see often from him at all. Most of the time, it's been playing a lot of these longer range marksmen, playing for the utility, playing the mages. This would be the first time in a while, at least on stage, seeing Dienzio Lucian, and it's a different flavor. You get to see him go fully forward. The only other time I've seen Dienzio play like a super aggressive 1v9 carry style is like when he's pulled out the Vayne in the past.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, Lucian is still like, it gives him that agency to be able to go for that style of carry. I'm so sad. Imperius, what is this? We're banning our Akali. Something feels wrong, Rafa. Something feels wrong. Why are Imperius banning the Akali? Right?
Wait a minute. Wait. You're on to something. I mean,
why are we getting rid of Jotu's signature champion?
We got that Paradolia picked blue side. So
yeah.
This
Something to miss here. I'll probably harangue Johto after this. You know, maybe there's something there.
I think they're putting respect on Save the Babies, Akali, and Zed. That is my assumption. They're putting respect on it, and they are preparing something else. There's something else that they want to prioritize. Also, this allows Johto... they're probably looking at Johto counterpick here, and Zed and Akali probably just like good blind picks that Johto with his champion pool can't really punish. What? Corki? Corki? All right.
I'm gonna assume the position.
Okay. So, all right, but you know what? This probably makes sense. If Imperius were looking to pick Corki, you had to take away assassins.
No.
That would make playing Corki difficult.
It keeps happening.
But that means they were prioritizing counterpick for Suki then instead. So this is what they get. Johto, you know, taking one for the team, saying, "Hey, you know what? I won't play an exciting champion this game. I'll just play Corki. Suki, you can get your counterpick. You know, you can." I'm just saying, Suki, if you are being given counterpick and you see this draft, we got an Ashe, you're probably playing against either Gwen, well, actually, I don't know who you're playing against. It's more than likely Riven mid, and then a toss-up between Olaf or Gwen. Suki, I want to see something spicy. I want to see something super exciting.
Well, it's not going to be a tank, or at least the ones we know. Darius, can't be Akali. Can't be Renekton.
You know. But no, you know what?
Okay, this is fine. I'm okay with Sion.
Sion is hype as hell.
Sion into Riven is terrible, and into Gwen it's even worse. We'll see what happens, Rafa.
But you're a super tank.
I'm delirious at this point. I'll be 100% honest. This draft has given me nausea, arthritis.
What?
I feel my bones creaking at the weight of having to experience another Corki.
We need to get like a graphic for Alk that he's a confirmed Corki hater. That he wants the Corki to just...
That's for the social persons to do. Me and Corki do not... Like, my best friend is no longer Corki. It's like... What even is... Varus. But he's gone.
Well, it's that we saw so much Corki in year 0, and we still even saw Corki a little bit at Icons as well. So, like, Corki seems like has always been relevant, and Dimitri's just ready for the Corki to just stop being in the spotlight.
I'm okay with Corki dying.
Damn.
I'm okay with Corki just going away. We don't need to see him anymore. The old man can retire. Hang up the suit, Bond. You don't have to do this anymore. Batman, you can put the cowl down. Superman, it's time for the cape. The cape can go up. Like, we don't...
Damn. Understandable.
So, do we want to talk about this seriously, or can I continue just raving away at how much I hate this champion?
Well, at some point, I think we acknowledge that Paradolia are really giving us a lot of, once again, skirmishing potential. You have the late game insurance is not as clear cut as before, because your backline, your range damage is Ashe, and we have seen Ashe relegated to just being utility status. That I'm surprised we didn't see like Paradolia not go for like a strat where the Ashe just is paired with, not necessarily in a Chanter support like Nami, but paired with something that wants to take farm, like a Galio. I mean, I guess Nami was locked in early on into the draft, and they were just thinking, man, what do we play into potentially Lucian or Corki, right? Well, I guess we're playing Ashe.
Yeah.
So I imagine this can't be Imperial Mandate Ashe. Otherwise, both Ashe and Nami are just, you know, super low econ.
Rafa, the reason why I'm also just like losing my mind is I actually kind of really like Paradolia's comp. They actually have like a clear engage. I'm kind of looking at Ashe, and it seems like we're not going to get that Imperial Mandate. I just think that you lose so much damage if it's going to be the Imperial Mandate with a Nami there.
You have to run a traditional marksman build.
Exactly. You have to go for the crit or the on-hit build, whichever one you want to choose. And then look at the other side. Like, how does anybody... Like, Sion can stop them temporarily, but like Olaf is going to go forward. He's going to have an Enchanter on his back. Gwen is going to provide the slows that make it difficult for a Corki, even with Valkyrie, a Lucian, even with the dash, to get away from them. Riven can follow up. You have a lot of execute there. So I think Paradolia have a very clear draft as to what they want to do, and I think Imperius is just a little too all over the place for my liking. And it still lacks that, like, what is our finish button? Like, what is the clear idea that we can use that is going to be able to clinch the win, finish the game out, and close on a game 2? Are we playing around Suki going for a split push? Well, he's going to have to join the team fights eventually and be a front wall for the team. I don't know.
Well,
it's Zio on the Corki.
It is DNZO.
I feel betrayed.
Well, maybe DNZO will give us our most promising Corki performance yet. Maybe he will show us not only exceptional damage output, but also following up on good packages. But yeah, I echo the same thoughts as well. Suki on this Sion, I mean, you can be this incredible split push threat with the Hull Breaker, and you're just unmovable out of the lanes. But then when you get into the later stages of the game, someone has to stand in front of your backlines. And it can't just be Tony. It can't just be Kodo Matsukame. That is not a...
Oh, man. I don't know. We'll see what the early game is. Neither of these teams have been really explosive in the first few minutes of the game. It has really just been like... Of course, when I say that, Suki almost gets solo killed. The Ignite comes down. Barcode. Telling you, this matchup is so hard for Sion. Like, he has to be able to throw down his, you know, his first ability, and by the time that's already gone, like, Gwen is around them. Oh my god, Tony!
Tony even throwing up the Master Race 7, knowing exactly where Rumi wanted to path, starting the top side, going for a full clear, but he just bounces back off of 2 camps and leads right into the jungle quadrant. And now Paradolia are trying to collapse on in, but the damage has already been done. They've stolen away the red buff as well. And now...
Oh, wait a minute. Are they going to try and punish Olaf here? They're on vision, though. So they'll know this is happening. Olaf.
And you saw Save the Babies was trying to bleed on over, but then they called it off. It's just like, no, it's too late. By the time you get here, the damage will already be done. And Imperius are just laying away the pain onto Paradolia's Dragon Lane duo. They go in one more time for the dive. Joe2 dodges back out. He goes down. It's an end-up trade of kills, but Imperius find themselves steaming on ahead.
Oh, but they're not going to see this, so my daughter should be able to clean this up. Is level 5. Will have the ultimate. Tony maybe can go for a kick. He is so far ahead right now in the jungle matchup. There's the kick. Should be able to get out. Oh my god, wow. Yeah, Tony just played this really well, but the jungle differential that's going on right now, Rafa. Olaf is searching, begging, pleading for anything right now. And maybe it's these Krugs that can try to find him some closure, find him some safety. And maybe they go for a dive here, but Sion with the ultimate, pretty hard ask if you ask me. Ragnarok should be available for the Olaf with this dive.
Yeah, you got to be careful though too. Like, even if you have the Ragnarok to dodge out on the CC, it's still... Sion has incredibly high base damage with most of his abilities, so you don't want to take that chance. Just continue letting Barcode win the matchup for now, and...
I just want to keep watching what they do to this Olaf, because he's level 3 at this point, and the turret aggro was juggled excellently here. Like, yeah, it's heating up, and Kodo Matsukami unfortunately has to tank that one, but then they just keep going for it. And, like, Solo, he's sitting here like, well, I think I'm just getting dove here, and, well, yeah, like we talked about, it is the mid laner going down, it is Joe2 falling. That's an impressive play. They're going to continue making plays like this, using the mid priority to walk straight down and just burst this turret.
Good arrow, tidal wave, no flash available for Kono Matsukame, and there is my daughter getting the massive flash 3-man stun.
Oh my
Can
God,
they
Tony.
follow it up? But Tony ensures that they trade one back, and now Johto and Dienzio gonna push Solo off of this turret. 600 HP, not
Olaf's
enough of the
coming.
minions to be able to go for the first brick gold quite yet. Meanwhile, Suki and Barcode close to death.
Oh, low man on both of them. Barcode, he's going to be able to pick up his honey fruit. And maybe he tries to bait this. They don't know that the Thresh is coming here, so Konomatsukami could try to save this. Looks like he's positioning. They're going for pings. Barcode really want to get this wave under the turret. If he can get that, it'll be awesome for him. Sets him up for a really nice recall as well. They're going for it. Tony, zero hesitation. He is playing for blood right now. He's playing for playoffs at this point, Rafa. So far ahead on this Lee Sin.
And just the punish as well. Paradolia had the option of taking the Riven or the Lee Sin away. They thought that, you know what, it didn't matter which one they took away, and Tony is now showing, hey, this is what my Lee Sin can do in the first few minutes of the game before objectives even spawn, and it's a massive 2,000 gold advantage. A lot of that gold is just in the jungle match.
Yeah, it's just Tony at this point. They already recognize, hey, we just invested so much into the Baron lane, we're going to give up the Dragon, go for the Rift Herald, and I know, I keep talking about how important the Dragons are, but with Imperius, they want to just shove their gold lead down Paradolia. They want to make sure that they're feeling it, and they're going to continue the dives, Rafa. This turret is so low, just summon the Rift Herald if they really need it. Gonna proxy this wave. You already see Ash Arrow comes down, but the Dragon lane is here as well to stop this.
And Solo is here alongside Kyo. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Can they look for a turnaround on this one? Tony coming in, and
Oh
now
my God,
Suki's going to join
Tony.
the play. Oh, Tony, man. The Lee Sin, too strong, baby. Imperius pushing the lead on forward. No, they don't get the turret on the top side of the map, but now they're going to spawn the Rift Herald and look for first brick unless
It should just
save
be
the
two
babies.
turrets. Yeah, it should just be 2 turrets. I mean, they'll get this one. Right now, Cyan is proxying the Baron wave as well, so Save the Babies is trying all that they can to try and get this turret, get at least something on the map for them. And during all of that, Rafa, Rumi died in the mid lane. So Johto just got another kill onto them. So the jungle lead is exasperated, and they're just constantly making plays now. I mean, 1,300 gold here for Johto on this Lucian. Making plays happen. They're going to try and make a 3rd turret fall for the 7-minute mark. And it feels like Paradolia is just being led across the map. They're not the ones to make the proactive plays. They're not playing around their Ashe ultimate, I think, as well as they could. And I think it's just because their Olaf is so far behind. He's like, please, guys, I am gold starved. I need to be able to find something. The Riven as well, I think, could be playing a little bit more aggressive. Paradolia, I think, are just so dizzy right now from the flurry of plays that Imperius are making.
It's not a massive gold lead that Imperius have, so Paradolia is still technically in it. What feels demoralizing, though, for this squad is just how much ground they have lost from the map. Losing all 3 turrets on the outer rim means that you have less protection, less safety, and my daughter. Thankfully, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will stop Tony from running them down. Gets out alive.
Oh, wait, they went double mandate, so they are... Oh, no, Rafa, we are not getting the hyper carry. We're not getting the hyper carry Ashe. We've completely abandoned it at this point. I mean, they even went for... Okay, now this is where I think that there's just a few too many mistakes coming through. I'll hold that. Hook just goes a little bit wide. But Matsukami...
Protobelt into flash, and it's laying up the chains. Yes, Suki doesn't necessary, but look at
Nice.
Tony! From over the wall, finds the kick, lines a barcode, and Imperius just making it look damn near clinical at this point. My goodness.
And the point I wanted to talk about for Solo is you've invested into the lethal tempo. So yes, you can deal damage. You can try to go for attack speed, but it's just not enough. We're going to replay this play right here. It is a flash, the flay onto Solo. He goes down. And this right here, you see Tony coming in from the flank. The
Boom.
kick immediately gets the kill onto the other members. Gwen goes down. Nami goes down as well. Sets up for that play. The picture-in-picture showing right now just continuous domination from Imperius. And when you go this in Mandate build, you are hands off the wheel in terms of taking the carry potential from yourself. You are giving it to the other players. You can't give it to your jungler. He's behind. He's 3,000 behind enemy jungle. He's going to be, like, if Tony shows up, you're dead.
Yeah.
And Barcode is not feeling too good, so maybe it's my daughter, but they really got to be able to go for the plays.
Okay, but Barcode coming in with the damage. Needlework is just shredding through
Keep going.
Kotomatsu. Tidal Wave is pushing on through, and this is Rumi just giving everything that they can deliver with the damage from this Olaf. Ragnarok gets a lot of work done, is able to find Johto on the back end as well, but eventually falls. Here comes Suki, the front line, now standing in front of both Dienzio and Tony, just defending onto this mid wave.
It's 1 for 2, and Barcode peppered them up, laid it down, and being able to kill Kadomatsu Kami, we saw how fast it was. The fact that the Lucian died, or sorry, that the Thresh died, meant that the Ashero lands and stops Johto from being able to live and continue his culling. So, really great play there from Paradolia. You know, we were just now talking about, like, hey, you gotta be able to go for it. This was the idea of the composition.
Yeah.
The Nami is so important to this.
Oh
kick.
my
God.
Tony! I didn't even know from that angle you could get that kick from over the wall, but they've already routed off one. So far, Imperius have bled out Dienzio, but he still makes it out alive. Tidal Wave slows down the roll from Imperius, but they are still charging on forward and ahead. Undertow clips Tony, stops him from pursuing the chase, but this Rift Herald is surely theirs.
Does he? Okay. He gets the shielding. He has the healing. I was a little bit worried there. The moment from Paradolia, and this is, I think, going to be imperative as we get further into the game, the moment that you stop running forward, you lose. When Gwen is walking forward, when Olaf is walking forward, they look strong. The beginning of that fight looked good for them. When Olaf has to take a single half step backwards, Imperius pounce, you are not able to deal damage, and Tony's on your backline kicking them into his team. So right here, we'll have to see if they can continue forward. Olaf waiting for something, waiting to get that tidal wave. It'll come up in a few seconds here for Kyo. Dragon on the table. Potentially the game for Paradolia. They're grouping up as 5. They're going to walk as a death squad into this river. Try to make a play. Try to look for someone. Johto's by himself.
Oh, Suki, watch from the river. Watch out, Paradolia. Here comes the Scion. And it is Rumi that intercepts it, making sure the knockup doesn't get great. Wait a minute, Imperius getting melted right here. Paradolia have eviscerated the front line once again. It's a 5-on-3. Can they find this advantage? Great kick from Tony. Disengages the fight. Multiple health bars. Sub 50% HP right now. Imperius still playing around with their backliners. Johto and Dienzio still can put out damage, but you've got to be careful about how close you
coming
get.
In from Olaf.
And Rumi is going to reset tempo here.
Okay, this is a really fantastic job. The fact that they've been able to zone out all the members. Johto almost going down. They're trying to get into the river, but Paradolia maybe have found the wind in their sails. They've hit the item spikes. Olaf's going forward.
And look at that.
Tidal Wave's back up.
Oh, this is great stuff from Paradolia. Just using Rumi as of just ways to push Imperius off. Making sure that he can intercept the front line. He can tank any huge important cooldowns and crowd control reductions, but Imperius still having a slight lead. Gonna use this Rift Herald to push on in. Maybe they can look for an inhibitor.
Ooh, it might be dicey, though. You have Gwen splitting on the other side. It should be able to grind one. My daughter goes in. They might continue to play more aggressive. No tidal wave available for Nami, so there's the Asher. Oh, no, it flushes!
And Boa feels vindicated knowing it is so damn hard to get away from that damn enchanted crystal arrow. Imperius feeling the same pain as well. Paradolia showing that maybe, just maybe, there is some hope for them after all.
And Gwen on the opposite side as well, sitting here in the Dragon Lane, pushing, pulling, and trying to get Suki into an awkward position. But no, man, it's a little bit difficult for him to fight the Scion, so going to be backing off into there, trying to go for a recall. Rafa, we may go to a Game 3 here.
We unironically could go to Game 3. And at first, we weren't big fans of both Solo and Kyo going for the Imperial Mandate's second item, but look at where the resources are being given up to. Solo sacrificing farm so that Rumi can be accelerated, because Tony had a massive advantage and Rumi was falling behind, and it's like, okay, our Olaf does not have items, this composition sucks. This composition falls apart.
And it's the moment where we were talking about it. On Olaf, this is just a normal Olaf thing, not just this comp in particular. Olaf cannot walk backwards. He's only a go-forward champion. He can, you know, stop some of the kiting thanks to his undertow, but right there, it's so tough. You need to be able to go forward, and that right there is a fantastic pick. They recognize, hey, the Dragon Lane is up. They're in a pretty dangerous position, and I love this. The Hawk shot, I don't know if it's up yet. There it is. Okay, it'll reveal them. Maybe it doesn't? They're just walking up. Oh my god!
Oh, man! I thought the Hawk...
Here we go.
Oh, no. They thought they had vision control of the area. Suki's here just in case things were going a little bit more faulty.
Oh, they're gonna do it again.
They're doing it again. Oh my!
Again.
No, surely it won't work a third time. Surely it won't work a
Ragnarok.
third time. And there's no Ragnarok there, Paradolia. Someone has to face check the river at some point, but Imperius with great patience will make the charm work a third time. Solo, no summoner spells, mobility from Imperius. You called it before. The moment this composition has to run backwards, it's already lost. And Imperius being able to punish, but here comes Save the Babies on the Riven, looking to see the turn the tides of battle. Huge damage from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and a stun. Might allow this Riven to escape.
Okay, so they'll get out. More ability haste being bought here for Solo, but oh my god, Rafa, we're getting into dangerous territories. I mean, Imperius have to go for a triple Death Brush tactic to find more kills. Really, if I'm Imperius, the way you play this, you want to play around how flexible and how fluid your team can be. You have the Lucian, the Corki, the Lee Sin. None of these champions really have to commit to a fight. And the moment that you can also get the Ragnarok away from the Olaf, you're feeling good, and Dienzio's caught.
Oh, Dienzio gets run down. Look at the power of this Olaf. Already dealt with one marksman, almost dealing with another one in Joe2, but the Ragnarok runs out. Joe2 goes forward, but it's baited in. My daughter takes him out. Imperius now down both of their backliners, and do Paradolia even dare to go for the Baron quite yet?
I don't think they can. A fantastic find there from Olaf. Like, oh, you're two marksmen? Cool, I'm just going to run at you. I do not care. So, a great show of confidence from Paradolia's jungler. Taken out of the game so early on, but sticking through it. Showing a little bit of mental fortitude in that sense. Level 14. The jungle experience is now caught up. And, I mean, the gold... It's 2,000 still, but it just doesn't have that same oomph in the early game. He's picking up more and more tank sets, so he's going to get harder to kill. We're going to have to see the marksman for Imperius pick up some armor shred items. It's the only way they're going to be able to stick in this game. Corki package is picked up. You can see right now Imperius are getting a little anxious. They want to try and find a play. They want to try and find somebody. Now with this package, can they split up the fight? Can they look for it? Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Imperius know that the permanent power that Paradolia have been able to secure in both of these dragons early on is giving them that slight boon, that slight edge. Now that even while the gold lead is technically even, Paradolia are the ones that feel like they could be in control. 4,000 HP. Here comes Enchanted Crystal, 900 HP. Tony's quick with the smite, secures the dragon, but here comes Rumi on the left side of the flank, pushes Joe2 out.
He's nowhere near his enchanters.
Here comes Dookie, looking for the unstoppable onslaught, but there's still a GA, and they've lost out on two of their frontline members from Paradolia. Gwen already gone, Barcode and Rumi have fallen, and now, oh, is this a moment? Save the Babies was looking, multiple health bars.
What?
Oh, Akoto just dies from, I guess, the bleed damage. I don't know what else it could have been.
What did he die to?
Is there a minion auto attack? Dude, honestly, I have
like
no
Lastic
idea.
of Ignite? I don't know. There's so many different things that could have happened
Probably
there.
Ignite.
But the dragon goes down, and Olaf is separated from his enchanters, from the Ashe and Kyo. We're going to replay of this. Look at the positioning. They're trying to go for a split fight here, but with no enchanters, with no one with the Imperial Mandate to buff up his damage, he's just dead. And let's see what happens here to Kotomatsu Kami. So maybe it's the Ignite? The last tick?
Oh, yeah.
Gets in? Yeah, it is. Okay, there it is. Very, very close. And that's the Baron being started. And the picture-in-picture, Imperius catching Paradolia unaware. We'll just take this objective. They'll get seen now with the redemption, but it's just too late at this point.
Man.
A massive swing for them.
And you know why that happens as well? It's because Imperius had conditioned Paradolia to not wanting to check the river every single time that they would walk up. They just remember, we got triple camped on this bush. But this time around, Imperius, they know that there's no way that they dare approach the river. Baron being secured. Gold lead still relatively even for both teams, but now Imperius regaining and having to wrestle control after truly an impressive fight back from Paradolia.
And look at this. Tony, he's just trying to clear out vision, look for something. They're going to make this play onto Gwen. You see all the pinks coming down. No one else is in the area. Asholt is the only thing that can make it here in time.
Tony Ignite comes out preemptively. Tony takes out a lot of damage, but now there's no more mist. Gwen is no longer immune. Imperius give everything so that they can take out Barcode within the next 50 seconds.
Look at how useless this Olaf is. No offense to Rumi, but you use the Flash and the Ragnarok to try and get Scion, the tankiest member with a Hullbreaker in his back pocket. It's a waste of abilities, and it's halfway up, so Ragnarok cooldown is pretty high. It's pretty low at this point, but right now Imperius should be looking to Siege, trying to get this 900 HP on the inhibitor turret. Ash and Nami are just trying to kill this, but the mini waves are starting to pour in.
Oh, the Channel Crystal Arrow.
Riven.
It landed onto Dienzio, but Save the Babies cannot get in range, even with
Look
Flash.
At the kick.
Tony. No Dragon's Rage quite yet. Getting stunned up here. Just looks for the kick for some damage. And here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Lands true onto Kyo. It is now down to Solo. Barcode has just respawned. Rumi under fire. I think the GA just got popped.
Yeah. And that's it, Rafa. That's game. That's a tiebreaker.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Enzio's dead, but the minions are pouring in. You called it, and Imperius will secure the third and final playoffs berth from the open qualifiers. And now for that fourth spot, it is now down to a last chance qualifier. Winner takes all in our next weekend.
An insane weekend of games. The most amount of full game series so far in the Rift Masters tournament in all 3 weeks of the qualifiers. We get here, we get a tiebreaker scenario. We go to 12 a.m. yet again on the broadcast in the East Coast.
Let's go.
And we get nothing but a fantastic game to end the day on. Imperius with a massive early game fight. Tony so far ahead in the jungle matchup. And then Paradolia kind of recognizing, staying resolute, saying, this is the identity of our comp. We need to keep fighting. And I think, you know, it being so late, it being, you know, the end of the day, it being, you know, the last game, they've lost sight of that. And it was a great job from Imperius to punish that. But it was in those moments for Paradolia where you were thinking, I think we might be going to a game 3. Maybe we see that. The composition was so strong and stalwart when they were together. But falling apart, they lose their chance, and like you said, going over to last chance qualifier, they're going to be playing next weekend. They have to do it all over again, single elimination.
For Paradolia, even though this is not the result that they were looking for, and having what seems like a solid playoff position being spoiled by Janus Esports, and now being spoiled by Imperius, I can say that Paradolia at least gave us a good showing of being able to adapt and be flexible and understanding their strengths. They truly tried to leverage Rumi on this Olaf, and they gave over the Lee Sin, something that, you know, Rumi was ahead on, but it didn't feel like it was enough agency, it was enough resources or just ability to really take over the game by himself. And in the moments that you talked about in that mid-game spike after both Solo and Kyo sacking resources over and just expediting the item spikes for Olaf, there was moments where he was destroying the backliners by himself. Come late game, though, they run out of fuel in the tank. Great execution from Imperius to force them to come into the river choke point, splitting them up. And when, I mean, that is like an Omega Juggernaut composition when all 5 pieces are not together and working as a single cohesive unit, it falls apart.
Sucks, but it's been a long weekend of games. It's been an exciting couple of days here on the Rift Masters broadcast, and I'm just looking forward to LCQ next weekend.
That's right.
they've got to play. I'm sure Pareidolia will have a target on their back. There are a couple other teams that we'll be looking at that'll be playing next week. But Rafa, that's it. That's the end of our time here. And
yeah. As we wrap up our show here on the broadcast, let's take a recap and a review of everything that has occurred with that tiebreaker Imperius lock in that third playoff berth spot, which means now the rest of the points, this is how the leaderboard shakes up to be. Obviously, we knew that second place Demons and KFC had taken the second and first playoff berths respectively, and you already see on your screen some potential contenders for that fourth playoff spot. Pareidolia, obviously one of the strong contenders, but we know that Janus Esports, being the ones that upset them in the quarterfinals yesterday. We also see professional hot tub streamers, someone you can't sleep on, unplayable matchup as well. Stamina Esports, the third seed from Icons, representing the WOL, along with a slew of other potential contenders. Or we could even have a moment where, I mean, Janus Esports didn't show up until this open qualifier. What if there's a team that just shows up out of the blue on Last Chance Qualifier and takes the whole thing? It doesn't matter if they haven't played in any of the open qualifiers because the points is only for the seeding purposes. But at the end of the day, if you don't win the Last Chance Qualifier, you don't get to go to playoffs.
I mean, there's teams outside of that we didn't even get to see too much of. NXGL, another team that is just outside of that. The Kansui Hate Club, they are still in there. So there are a ton of teams that I think are still vying for it. And Last Chance Qualifier next week is going to be stacked. It's going to be a tough race, and only one of them can go on to playoffs 2 weeks from now. Going to be exciting stuff. Wild Rift is only heating up in the off season, and oh man, I'm glad that we got these games. I'm glad that these are the series I got to intro into the Rift Masters.
Not bad for your 24th birthday celebration.
Yeah.
Now, for us, it is definitely late. For my boy Dimitri, it is already
I'm
past.
so hungry, man. I'm starving right now. I only had IHOP at like 11 today, so. And the slice of cake. That's true. I did eat slice of cake on broadcast.
Yeah, don't worry. Dimitri, thank you again so much for joining us this weekend. Of course, huge shout out to our production, Tasty Bacon, and Tori as well for smurfing in it as always. Thank you so much as well to the community for tuning in and supporting the teams here, cheering them on, and giving them the recognition and the love they ever so deserve. We'll be back next weekend, of course, with our Last Chance Qualifier, and then we will conclude everything 2 weeks from now with Rift Masters playoffs. So make sure you tune in both of the upcoming weekends, and we'll see you next time. Something like that. Close it out. Send us out!